Mumbai is a city of cinematic debuts, but few scripts, not even Bollywood's finest, could have imagined what unfolded at the Wankhede on Sunday night. Ashwani Kumar, a 23-year-old fast bowler with just 4 domestic T20 matches under his belt, delivered a masterclass in composure and precision, spearheading Mumbai Indians' dominant 8-wicket win over defending champions Kolkata Knight Riders. While seasoned pros and megastars were on show, it was a rookie with nerves of steel and a wicked bouncer who stole the spotlight and left KKR wobbling at the feet of a new MI bowling talisman. The Ashwani arrival. In a world where bat dominates ball, Ashwani Kumar's first over rewrote the tone of the game. Brought in for his debut, nerves were obvious, no lunch, sleepless energy, yet with his very first ball, he dismantled the stumps of KKR captain Ajinkya Rahane. The delivery was fast, full, and fearless, and from there, Ashwani never looked back. He bowled with pace in the low 130s to early 140s, yet it was his subtle variation in length and awareness of batter intent that made him devastating. Rinku Singh tried to counterattack with a boundary, only to be lured into a false stroke and caught at deep point. Then came Andre Russell, who briefly threatened to launch a trademark blitz, but Ashwani responded with fire, a searing bouncer followed by a surprise full one that crashed into the base of off stump. Pure theatre, pure precision. His final figures, 4 for 24 in 4 overs, were the best ever by an Indian on IPL debut. It wasn't just a spell. It was a statement. Bolt's beautiful beginnings. While Ashwani's spell was a headline act, the platform was built by a familiar face. Trent Bolt, the magician of the first over, delivered yet again, for a record 30th time in the IPL. He removed Naren with a peach that crashed into the stumps, setting the tone with a snarl of swing and seam. From the other end, Deepak Chahar was clever and calculated. Bowling wider lines to negate Quinton de Kock's leg side power, he induced a false stroke that ended the South Africans' innings cheaply. MI's strategy was textbook: take the pace off when required, exploit early movement, and field aggressively. KKR collapsed under spin and pressure. Knight Riders, despite early setbacks, attempted to press the accelerator. They knew the Wankhede is no place to meander, especially when batting first. But their aggression came without the necessary caution. 8 attacking shots in the first 4 overs gave moments of hope, but only 1 delivered runs. Rinku Singh's dismissal was pivotal. The stylish left-hander had just begun to find his rhythm, but trying to go big again too soon cost him his wicket. With KKR reduced to 4 down before 10 overs, the rest was just survival. They limped to 116 all out, a score far below par, especially on a ground where 200 is often just about enough. MI's bowling unit, surprisingly without Bumrah, delivered a unified display of discipline, spearheaded by youth and backed by experience. Rickelton's recovery and resilience. If Ashwani dazzled with the ball, Ryan Rickelton was a calm at the crease. His innings didn't begin in spectacular fashion. He was beaten 4 times in his first over. His first boundary was an inside edge, his first 6 a top edge. But what followed was a masterclass in situational awareness. He adjusted his tempo, soaked in the pressure, and then pounced. Rickelton's straight drive off Harshit Rana sparked confidence, and from there he was all muscle and timing. He reached his half-century with a towering 6 off Sunil Narine and stayed unbeaten on 62 off 43, anchoring the chase with class. There were worries elsewhere. Rohit Sharma's lean patch continued, out for 13, and while MI fans can breathe easy after a win, the captain's form remains a talking point. Surya Kumar Yadav's silent finish. Sometimes the loudest innings are the ones filled with silence. Surya Kumar Yadav didn't need to do much, just support Rickelton and close the door on KKR's slim hopes. He did just that, finishing things off with a flourish, lofting the winning 6 into the Mumbai sky. It wasn't a flashy innings, but one that highlighted MI's batting depth and confidence in their lineup, even without requiring contribution from Ishan Kishan or Tilak Varma. A fortress called Wankhede. This win takes MI's record against KKR at Wankhede to 10-2. There's something about this stadium, this crowd, and this atmosphere that powers the men in blue and gold. Even in a year of rebuilding and transition, with a new-look bowling lineup and young talent at the fore, the spirit of dominance at home remains untouched. Takeaways and talking points. Ashwani Kumar's rise. With India constantly searching for pacers who can bowl under pressure, Ashwani has just thrown his hat into the ring for bigger honors. Expect this name to echo through the season. Rohit's concern, while MI will celebrate tonight, their captain's lack of runs is a shadow. With multiple young openers coming through, Rohit will want to lead from the front soon. KKR's batting chaos. From poor shot selection to inability to adapt, the defending champions look jaded. It's still early days, but their depth and intent must sharpen quickly. Mumbai's bowling without Bumrah to win so comfortably without their ace is testament to squad depth. Bolt, Chahar, and now Ashwani have built a formidable pace corps. The final word. IPL is a stage where stars rise from nowhere and rookies become household names in a night. For Ashwani Kumar, this was at night. The dream debut wasn't just about numbers. It was about presence, poise, and the ability. PBKS hand RCB third straight defeat in a low-scoring thriller at the Chinnaswamy. April 18th, 2025 at M. Chinnaswamy Stadium, Bengaluru. Punjab Kings 98 for 5 beat Royal Challengers Bengaluru 95 for 9 by 5 wickets. A match for the bowlers, a nightmare for the batters. On a pitch rendered venomous by a spell of pre-match rain, Punjab Kings PBKS executed their bowling plan to perfection to hand Royal Challengers Bengaluru RCB their third consecutive loss at home. In a truncated 14 overs per side encounter that turned into a bowler's day out, 14 wickets fell in just 26.1 overs. Tim David's stunning 50 off 26 balls was a lone bright spark for RCB in a shambolic collapse to 42 for 7. But Nehal Waderer's calm and composed 33 off 19 balls under pressure ensured PBKS sealed a vital win with 11 balls to spare. RCB collapsed, from power hitters to powerless. After being asked to bat, RCB looked to attack from ball one, a strategy that quickly backfired. Phil Salt and Virat Kohli were both dismissed playing ill-advised pulls. Arshdeep Singh, bowling a beautiful length, picked up both early wickets in the power play. Marco Jansen extracted bounce and trapped Krunal Pandya with a rising ball that ballooned up for a caught and bowled. Yuzvendra Chahal, reveling in his old loopy style, snagged 2 for 11, including the dangerous Rajat Patidar. RCB were 42 for 7 in the 8th over. But then came Tim David, who went from 7 off 12 to 50 off 26, smacking 3 consecutive sixes in the final over to take RCB to 95 for 9, a minute miracle that at least gave them something to bowl at. Tim David was a lone ranger on a sinking ship, IPL commentator on air. PBKS bowling breakdown. Chahal 2 for 11-2. Arshdeep 2 for 23. Jansen 2 for 10. Broad 2 for 25 all with excellent economy rates. Together, they dismantled RCB with swing, bounce, guile, and guts. PBKS chase, scratchy but steady. Chasing a seemingly modest 96 was anything but straightforward on a 2-pace pitch with awkward bounce. PBKS stumbled early to 33 for 2, with Prabhsimran and Arya falling cheaply. Josh Inglis and Shreyas Iyer rebuilt with measured aggression before Josh Hazelwood's extra bounce undid them both. At 53 for 4, the game was back in the balance. But Nehal Waderer, cool as ice, absorbed the pressure and unleashed a counterattack. Reverse Surya Sharma threw 3rd for 4, launched him over long off, sliced through covers, and smoked a 6 over fine leg followed by a textbook slap through covers. Waderer's 33 not out made sure PBKS stayed composed, and Marcus Stwani's, in for Maxwell, finished the job in style with a 6 over long on. Tactical edge, PBKS bowling plan outclasses RCB's power game. PBKS adapted brilliantly to the shortened game and tacky pitch. Used bounce and variation rather than pure pace. Chahal was brought in early when RCB were looking to rebuild, a masterstroke. In contrast, RCB's batters didn't read the pitch and went too hard too early. Even Hazelwood's 3 for 14 couldn't save them. RCB are struggling to decode their home pitch. It's no longer their fortress, said Pujara post-match. Key moments. Pre-match rain created a tricky surface with uneven bounce. RCB 42 for 7 inside 8 overs. Tim David's late innings fireworks 50 unbeaten with 3 sixes in last over. Nehal Waderer's calm finisher role in tricky chase. What this means. RCB's home woes continue. 3 straight defeats at Chinnaswamy in IPL 2025. PBKS jump into top 4 contention with back-to-back stunning wins. RCB must fix their batting strategy and home pitch tactics before it's too late. Player of the match, Yuzvendra Chahal, for his masterful spell of 2 for 11 in 3 overs, turning the game in PBK's favor at the crunch moment. Final word. This wasn't your typical Chinnaswamy belter. It was a gritty, low-scoring slugfest, where adaptability, intelligence, and bowling finesse won over brute force. PBKS showed resilience and smart cricket to hand RCB their 3rd defeat on the trot, while RCB now faced tough questions about team balance, pitch preparation, and approach. RCB fans are asking, where's the home advantage? And for PBKS, it's now about riding the wave of momentum into the business end of the tournament. Stay tuned as the IPL 2025 drama continues to twist and turn.
Delhi Capitals vs Chennai Super Kings, 5th April 2025. KL Rahul anchors as Delhi Capitals outclass CSK to break 15-year Chepauk drought. Result: Delhi Capitals 183 for 6, Rahul 77, Khalil 2 for 25 beat Chennai Super Kings 158 for 5, Vijay 69 not out, Nigam 2 for 27 by 25 runs. Venue: M.A. Chidambaram Stadium, Chennai. Introduction: Fortress Chepauk breached again. For the second time in IPL 2025, Chennai Super Kings suffered defeat at their home ground to a side that had not beaten them there in 15 years. This time, it was Delhi Capitals who rewrote the script with a comprehensive 25-run win that not only broke a long-standing jinx but also exposed chinks in CSK's famed armour. KL Rahul, stepping in for the rested Faf du Plessis, crafted a vital 77 of 51 balls to anchor DC's innings. The bowlers, led by Khalil Ahmed and debutant Vipraj Nigam, choked CSK's chase with discipline and precision, turning Chepauk into unfamiliar territory for the hosts. KL Rahul's measured masterclass. Opening the innings, Rahul took his time to assess the slow, dry pitch. He was 25 off 20 balls before shifting gears, thanks largely to his calculated assault on Noor Ahmed, the tournament's leading wicketaker. With finesse and timing, Rahul took 20 off Noor's 9 deliveries. He dissected the field with sweeps, pulls, and even a delicate reverse scoop off Mukesh Chaudhary. Mukesh bore the brunt of Rahul's aggression, conceding the most boundaries, 40% of DC's total. Rahul's eventual 77 was a lesson in adapting to conditions, accelerating when set, and anchoring when needed. DC's innings lost a bit of momentum toward the end, as Rahul managed just 16 runs off his final 13 balls. Still, the foundation he laid proved invaluable. DC's controlled finish. While Rahul held one end, cameos from Abhishek Pauril 29 and Tristan Stubbs 26 ensured DC crossed 180. Though no batter exploded in the death overs, the innings was built on intelligence rather than brute force. They understood the pitch and the venue and backed their bowlers to defend a competitive total. CSK's shaky start and familiar failings. Chasing 184, CSK stumbled early. Rachan Ravindra was undone by Mukesh Kumar's slower delivery that held in the pitch. Rituraj Gaikwad struck a clean pull off Mitchell Starc, only to pick out the deep fielder. At 20 for 2 in the 3rd over, the pressure was already telling. CSK have not chased down a total above 180 in the last 6 seasons, a trend that looked destined to continue as DC's bowlers suffocated the middle order. Vijay Shankar's laboured innings. Vijay Shankar's unbeaten 69 off 54 balls summed up CSK's batting woes. He scored just 1 boundary in his first 31 deliveries, struggled to find timing, and nearly ran himself out twice. Despite surviving, he couldn't find fluency on a sluggish pitch. His grimaces and frustrated reactions painted the picture. While CSK hit out on 38 balls and found the boundary just 12 times, DC were successful 21 times from 37 attacking deliveries, a clear indicator of which side managed the conditions better. Dhoni's early arrival, quite impact. For once, MS Dhoni walked out in the 11th over, not the 19th. With the top order collapsing, there was little choice. Dhoni, playing in front of his parents for the first time, scored 30 off 26 balls, including 1 boundary and 1 six. Despite the emotional moment, the innings lacked punch. CSK fans, who often erupt at the mere sight of Dhoni, watched in eerie silence as the legend fought a losing battle. Bowling brilliance, Nigam and Kuldeep star. Vipraj Nigam continued to impress, picking up 2 wickets and conceding just 27 runs. His dismissal of Moeen Ali, who was beaten in flight, set the tone. Kuldeep Yadav delivered the ball of the match, a killer googly that castled Ravindra Jadeja. Stark and Khalil complemented the spinners by varying pace and lengths, never letting CSK settle. CSK's numbers tell the story. Jadeja has not completed his full quota of overs in 4 matches. Ashwin has bowled 4 overs only twice. CSK have hit the fewest sixes in the tournament. Their middle order, positions 4 to 7, average just 21.76 with a strike rate of 116.94, the lowest in the league. These stats reflect deeper issues with balance and strategy. Final word, DC rising, CSK reeling. Delhi Capitals executed their plans perfectly, win the toss, bat first, post a par+ score, and let their bowlers choke the chase. KL Rahul's composed 77, backed by disciplined bowling and alert fielding, handed DC a memorable win. For CSK, back-to-back defeats at home raise serious questions. Their aura at Chepauk is fading, and unless the middle order steps up and spin combinations are used better, more heartbreaks may follow.
India's great escape at Old Trafford. A test of character. Grit and unyielding spirit in the heart of Manchester. Beneath the greying skies and the fierce scrutiny of history, India pulled off one of the most audacious fightbacks in recent memory. What began as a test teetering towards a crushing defeat slowly transformed into a tale of resilience, endurance, and silent heroism. The 4th test at Old Trafford didn't just end in a draw. It was a hard-earned survival story. A masterclass in mental fortitude and a stark warning. India does not go quietly. It was a test England thought they had in their pocket. At 1-4-2 in the second innings, 300 runs still to climb, just to level the scores, India looked like a team out of breath. Rishabh Pant was ruled out, their bowlers were spent, and the crowd had begun to anticipate a swift finish. But where others saw an ending, India saw a beginning. And that beginning came with the calm defiance of Shubman Gill. Already a man reborn this series, played like a captain possessed. He faced down the new ball, stared into England's eyes, and refused to blink. Every shot was a declaration. India would not fold. Partnering first with the seasoned KL Rahul, Gill stitched a partnership worth 188 runs. Their stand wasn't just about survival, it was about shifting momentum. Frustrating the bowlers and tilting the psychological scales back towards the visitors. As Rahul fell just short of a century, the next phase of resistance began. It was a new pairing, an unlikely one. But Washington Sundar and Ravindra Jadeja turned out to be India's unbreakable wall. Not just holding the line, they redrew it. Both men batted with poise and patience. Wearing down England's bowlers through 143 overs in the second innings, together they added 203 unbroken runs and ensured that India walked away not bruised but buoyed. Washington's maiden test ton and Jadeja's defiant century will go down in folklore, not for flash, but for fortitude. England threw everything they had. Ben Stokes, battling through shoulder pain and cramp, delivered one of the spells of the series. Fiery, hostile, and filled with heart. He dismissed Rahul, nearly removed Gill, and kept the flame of hope alive. But the injuries caught up. The bowlers tired. The fielders grew frustrated. Tempers frayed, and by the final hour, the match had spiraled into surrealism. Stokes offered a draw. India declined. And when part-time bowlers lobbed balls at 35 miles per hour, Jadeja lofted sixes, and Sundar jogged through for centuries. England watched, wounded and weary, as India celebrated from the balcony. Not a win, but a mighty escape. What made it all the more remarkable was the context. India had spent over 250 overs in the field. Their fast bowlers were hobbling, and their talismanic keeper-batter Pant had exited the stage, injured after his act of bravery. Yet out came a team not resigned to fate, but determined to right their own. From Root's record-breaking 152 Stokes heroics. From Gill's consistency to the indomitable spirit of Jadeja and Washington, this test had everything, except a result. And that, in the end, is what made it poetic. As the teams head to the Oval for the finale, the series stands at 2-1, but in spirit, it's 2-all. India has every reason to believe, because this wasn't just a draw. This was defiance made flesh. This was the heart of Test cricket.
Delhi Capitals versus Lucknow Super Giants, March 24, 2025. Ashutosh explosive finish pulls off one-wicket miracle for DC in a last-over heist. Result, Delhi Capitals 211-49, Ashutosh 66, Nigam 39, Stubbs 34, Rutti 2-31, Sidorth 2-4-39, Bishnoi 2-4-53 beat Lucknow Super Giants 209-48, Pooran 75, Marsh 72, Stark 3-42, Kuldeep 2-20 by 1 wicket. Venue Visakhapatnam. Smashutosh Sharma headlines a night of madness. In one of the most dramatic finishes in IPL history, Delhi Capitals, written off at multiple stages, clawed their way back into an epic 1-wicket victory over Lucknow Super Giants. Ashutosh Sharma, the man known for heroic but heartbreaking finishes in IPL 2024, finally had his redemption song. With 62 needed off 30 balls and only 4 wickets in hand, he produced a mind-boggling 66 off 31 balls to etch his name in IPL folklore. From 7 for 3 to chasing down 209 in the final over, DC's heist was fueled not only by Ashutosh's brutality, but also by an electrifying cameo from debutant Vipraj Nigam. LSG, after being primed for 250-plus courtesy of a Pooran and Marsh storm, had to settle for heartbreak. LSG blaze in power play, Marsh and Pooran go nuclear. After losing Aiden Markram early, LSG unleashed an all-out assault. Mitchell Marsh, playing as a pure batter, bludgeoned 43 of 19 in the power play, including crisp drives and towering sixes. Nicholas Pooran joined in with equal ferocity, and together they stitched 87 off 42 balls, taking LSG to 100 in just 9 overs. Pooran was particularly ruthless against spin, dismantling Tristan Stubbs for 28 in 1 over, including 4 consecutive sixes. Marsh, meanwhile, punished Stark and Simajit Singh with brute force. The carnage had DC on their knees. Pooran 75, 30 balls, and Marsh's 72, 36 balls had LSG on course for 250. But then came the twist. Kuldeep and Stark flipped the script. Just when LSG looked set to set an IPL record, Kuldeep Yadav and Mitchell Stark turned executioners. Kuldeep struck first, removing Rishabh Pant for a duck with a loopy delivery that was toe-ended to long off. Stark bowled Pooran with a searing full-length in-dipper that smashed the stumps. The collapse began. Ayush Badoni holed out. Shardul Thakur was run out. Stark returned to remove Shahbaz Ahmed and Ravi Bishnoi in his final over. LSG plummeted from 161.42 to 209.48, adding just 48 runs in the final 7 overs. David Miller's 2 sixes off Mohit Sharma in the last over pushed LSG past 200, but it felt just below par after the start they'd had. DC's shaky start collapsed before the comeback. Chasing 210, DC were in disarray early. Shardul Thakur, the unexpected pick due to injury replacements, struck in his first over. Jake Fraser McGurk and Abhishek Parel both misjudged out swingers, falling cheaply. Rizvi would dismiss soon after, and DC was 7-4-3 inside 2 overs. Axar Patel and Faf du Plessis added a mini recovery of 43, but both fell just as momentum was building. When Tristan Stubbs fell after a promising 34, DC were 116.46, and hopes were hanging by a thread. Then entered the Chaos Agents. Enter Vipraj Nigam and Smashutosh. Nigam, debuting at number 8, showed no nose. He attacked Bishnoi and Shahbaz, injecting life into a dying chase. His 39 off 15 balls swung the pendulum and got Ashutosh going too. By the time Nigam fell, DC still needed 42 off 23, and Ashutosh turned into the Terminator. He cracked 46 off his next 11 balls. Bishnoi bore the brunt, 6, 4, 6 in 1 over. Prince Yadav's penultimate over was punished for 10 crucial runs. With Kuldeep run out attempting a single to get Ashutosh back on strike, the match came down to 6 off the final over with 1 wicket left. Final over madness, Ashutosh finishes it. Number 11 Mohit Sharma survived a massive LBW shout and a potential stumping thanks to Pant's fumble. He then nudged a single to bring Ashutosh back. Next ball, boom. Shahbaz floated one up, and Ashutosh drilled it over the sight screen for 6. DC erupted. LSG deflated. Ashutosh's arm flew up. The Capitals swarmed him. It was a heist that shook the IPL. Key moments. Puran Ma's show, 147 runs in 66 balls, nearly unbeatable. Stock Kuldeep revival, combined 5 wickets and discipline derailed LSG. Viprad Spark, debut inning full of clarity, courage, and carnage. Ashutosh redemption, one of the finest finishing knocks in IPL history. Pant versus DC. The former captain watched his new team go down to his old one. Expert quotes. Fab du Plessis, DC mentor. This is why the impact player rule exists. Ashutosh was phenomenal. Ashutosh Sharma, player of the match. Last year, I came close a few times. Today, I finished it. That's all that matters. Rishabh Pant, LSG captain. We had enough runs. We just didn't finish well. Credit to Ashutosh, he was unstoppable. Final word, the Smashitosh era begins. In a match that had 420 runs, it was a final 6 that mattered most. Ashutosh Sharma may have changed jerseys, but he hasn't changed his appetite for drama. Delhi Capitals pulled off the unthinkable, announcing their arrival with flair. Lucknow will rue their missed chances in rapid collapse. For DC, though, it's a new dawn, and it looks like Smashitosh is leading the charge. Final result, Delhi Capitals won by 1 wicket. 3 balls remaining. Player of the match, Ashutosh Sharma, 66 not out off 31 balls.
The rise of Shubman Gill, forged in fire, tempered by trials. When Shubman Gill was thrust into the crucible of Test leadership during one of India's most volatile overseas series in recent memory, many questioned if the gifted young stroke maker was ready to bear the burden of captaincy. With injuries mounting, Jasprit Bumrah ruled out, Rishabh Pant still recovering, and KL Rahul in and out. Gill's transition from India's next batting superstar to Test captain felt both urgent and inevitable. But what has unfolded over the last 5 tests, culminating in a potentially historic comeback at the Oval, is the story of a player maturing in real time. 1. The flawed beginnings, missteps, and missed chances. Every good captaincy arc begins with adversity, and Gill's was no exception. Critics were quick to point out questionable field placements, an overly passive approach in Manchester, and an inability to break partnerships when England accelerated. He looked isolated at times, visibly weighed down by the sheer intensity of expectation. On day 4 at Headingley, when England chased down 371, Gill seemed out of options, the bowling plan unraveling, and his fielders out of rhythm. But here's the crucial thing. He watched, he learned, and he adjusted. 2. Bold changes at the Oval, a captain recast. At the Oval, a new Gill emerged. Tactical patience with aggression. Instead of knee-jerk reactions, Gill trusted his bowlers. He delayed Siraj's introduction in the second innings, holding him back as a trump card, and Siraj repaid that faith with the decisive wicket of Zach Crowley at stumps on day 3. Masterful use of resources. With no Bumrah or Pant, Gill reinvented India's core. He gave extended spells to Akash Deep, Jadeja, and Washington, each delivering in kind. The faith in Akash Deep as night watchman not only saved wickets, it demoralized England when he slammed 66. Crisis management. When 6 catches went down and England clawed back, Gill didn't implode. He reset field placements. He used the pitch creatively, funneling balls into awkward zones, allowing Sundar and Jadeja to probe. He didn't emulate Kohli or Dhoni. He altered his own manual, quiet resilience, youthful nerve, and vision. 3. Team culture shift, building the best test unit without Bumrah. India's historic test sides, Kohli's pace quartet era, Dhoni's fortress at home years, thrived on big personalities and fierce leadership. Gill, in contrast, has crafted a team that's calm under fire, capable of collective resilience. Empowering the fringe, Carne, Akashdeep, Juro. Names that once hovered outside the playing 11 were given defining roles and belief. The result? Match-winning contributions when it mattered most. Adaptive strategist. The Guild's India can go hard, Jeswell Seawag like Blitz, or grind it out, Hope, like Holden patterns when needed. Without Pan and Boomerang, you adjusted India's blueprint to make them multidimensional, not dependent on one superstar. Field presence and demeanor. Gil is rarely animated, but his intensity is internal. He patrols mid-off like a hawk, consults bowlers, and allows autonomy, especially crucial in a long series. 4. Statistical and situational brilliance. Highest run scorer in the series, over 750 runs with centuries on green tops and seamless havens. Leading from the front. Win-for ratio. From 2-1 down and morale battered, he steered India to a 2-2 standing with 1 day to go. This isn't just recovery, it's renaissance. Series turnaround at the Oval. The key? That mix of aggressive declarations, strategic bowling changes, and momentum control on flat day 3 and day 4 pitches. Gill never allowed the game to drift. 5. The Gill Doctrine, leadership redefined. If Kohli's leadership was a lion's roar and Dhoni's a chess master's silence, Gill's brand is an evolving symphony, each note careful, deliberate, and daring. His approach is less about overwhelming the opposition and more about outthinking them. It's about letting Jeswell explode, Jadid, Jagrind, and Sireed hunt, but always on his cue. He isn't perfect, but that's his greatest strength. He learns, he listens, he evolves. And in doing so, he is quietly assembling India's next Test dynasty, one not dependent on single stars, but built on depth, adaptability, and belief. Trophy final thought. The Oval as a turning point. Should India win the 5th Test at the Oval, it won't merely be a series drawn. It will mark the official ascension of Shubman Gill as a generational leader. To win without Bumrah, Pant, Shami, or Stokes on the opposition side, while juggling form, fragile confidence, and debutant contributors, is not mere captaincy. It is alchemy. And right now, Shubman Gill is pure gold.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, will legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Inshallah, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Inshallah, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's wake shakes, victory shines on every face. Your mind they are rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Root holds a fort at Lord's as England reached 251 for 4 on day 1. London, Lord's Cricket Ground, Day 1 Review. The hallowed turf of Lord's saw a gripping day, one of the third tests between India and England, with the hosts ending the day on 251 for 4, thanks to a masterful unbeaten 99 from Joe Root, who played a captain in all but named innings to anchor England after early setbacks. From the very first over, it was clear that both sides came with intent. India, buoyed by the return of Jasper Bumrah and the momentum from their emphatic win at Edgbaston, chose to bowl first under overcast skies. The early movement did not disappoint as Akash Deep, fresh from his 10-wicket haul in Birmingham, struck again with characteristic menace. India's fiery start. England's openers Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett began with positive strokes, but fell to the relentless probing of Bumrah and Akash Deep. Duckett was the first to go, edging behind for 21. Crawley followed not long after, undone by Bumrah's trademarking swinger. With the scoreboard reading 54 for 2, England looked wobbly, and it got worse when Ali Pope nicked off for just 12, courtesy of a sharp rise in delivery from Akash Deep, making it 75 for 3. Root to the rescue. Enter Joe Root. Calm, composed, and unflappable, he steadied the innings in a 100-plus stand with Harry Brook, who played fluently for his 57 before perishing to a peach from Siraj. Brook's knock was crucial in easing the pressure and giving Root the space to settle in. Root's innings was a masterclass in patience and precision. He left well, punished anything short, and was particularly strong off his pads. As the shadows lengthened at Lord's, Root edged closer to what would be his 31st Test 100, but stumps were drawn with him, tantalizingly poised on 99 not out. India's bowling prowess. India's bowlers were disciplined, with Bumrah and Akash Deep leading the attack superbly. The Duke's ball continued to talk, especially under cloud cover, but England's middle order managed to blunt the edge during the middle session. Ravindra Jadeja kept things tight from one end, while Washington Sundar offered a few testing spells late in the day. However, the absence of a second spinner was felt slightly as Root and Brook accumulated steadily through the afternoon. Key numbers. Joe Root in 99 not out 215 balls, 11 fours, classical, composed, and still hungry. Harry Brook, 57 98 balls, counterattacking class. Cash Deep 2 for 61 continues to be India's breakout bowling star. Bumrah 1 for 53 returned with rhythm and bite. Siraj 1 for 49, lively and persistent as ever. Looking ahead, day 2. England will look to push past 350, ideally with Root reaching 3 figures early on. The presence of Ben Stokes at the crease, batting on 39 not out, means fireworks may be ahead if India don't strike early. For India, the second new ball looms large. With Bumrah and the Cash Deep both looking threatening in their second spells, wickets with a fresh ball could decisively tilt the balance. Day 1 verdict evenly poised. A battle of attrition and skill, with Root's blade writing yet another chapter of his lord's legacy.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, will legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore.
South Africa on the brink, can they finally go all the way? The moment of reckoning has arrived for South Africa. They stand just one step away from an ICC tournament final, with New Zealand as the only obstacle left in their path. Over the years, heartbreak and near misses have haunted the Proteas, but this time, there is a distinct feeling that something special is brewing. Facing New Zealand in Lahore, South Africa are well aware of their history against the Black Caps. The 2011 and 2015 World Cup exits at the hands of Kane Williamson's men remain painful memories. However, this South African side is different. They are fearless, composed, and tactically sharp. More importantly, they have developed a winning mentality under the leadership of Temba Bavuma and the brilliance of seasoned campaigners like Kagiso Rabada, David Miller, and Henrik Klaasen. Why South Africa can finally triumph? Momentum and mental toughness. South Africa's form in this tournament has been commanding. They have overcome every challenge thrown their way, bouncing back strongly from adversity. Their ability to handle pressure was evident in their clinical wins over Afghanistan and England, proving they are no longer the side that crumbles in big moments. Batting depth and power with Rassie van der Dussen anchoring the innings, Henrik Klaasen as the game-changer, and David Miller ready to unleash fireworks, South Africa boasts one of the most formidable batting units in the tournament. The return of Aden Markram further strengthens their middle order, ensuring they can handle both pace and spin threats. Bowling firepower Marco Jansen and Kagiso Rabada have been ruthless with the new ball, while Lungi Angidi provides stability in the middle overs. Keshav Maharaj's control as the lone frontline spinner makes him a crucial weapon, particularly against New Zealand's aggressive batting lineup. Vian Mulder's versatility adds a valuable dimension, giving South Africa balance in all conditions. Fielding and fitness. South Africa have been one of the best fielding sides in the tournament. Their athleticism in the outfield, quick reflexes in the circle, and sharp catching have saved crucial runs, making them a difficult side to put pressure on. New Zealand's challenge. The Black Caps, led by the experienced Mitchell Santner, have the ability to cause an upset. Kane Williamson remains their biggest trump card, and his battle against South Africa's pace battery will be one to watch. The presence of all-rounders like Glenn Phillips and Michael Bracewell adds depth, while Matt Henry and Kyle Jamieson will be tasked with neutralizing South Africa's batting firepower. However, New Zealand's struggle to dominate spin in key games may prove costly, with Keshav Maharaj ready to exploit any frailties. A final within reach. South Africa have been in this position before. But this time, there's a growing belief that they have all the ingredients to go all the way. They are no longer just hopeful contenders, they are serious challengers. A place in the final awaits, and with it, a shot at rewriting their ICC tournament history. Will they seize it? The answer will unfold in Lahore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play, another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope sweet shakes, victory shines on every face. Your mind be a rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Clinical, ruthless, unstoppable. Mumbai crush Royals by 100 to seal top spot and end R's playoff dreams. Match summary. Mumbai Indians 217 for 2, Rickelton 61, Rohit 53, Suryakumar 48, Hardik 48 not out. Beat. Rajasthan Royals 117, Archer 30, Bolt 3-4 28, Corn 3-4 23, Bumrah 2-4 15. By 100 runs. They came into Jaipur with a 12-year curse hanging over them. They left with the biggest win of IPL 2025, the top spot on the table, and Rajasthan Royals eliminated. This wasn't just a cricket match. This was a statement. Mumbai Indians, led by swagger, precision, and unrelenting intent, buried the Royals in their own fortress by 100 runs, posting the joint highest IPL total ever seen in Jaipur and bowling them out in under 17 overs. And with that, the men in blue made it 6 straight wins, each more complete than the last. The batting blitz begins. Rohit, Rickelton raised a power play. The first 3 overs were quiet. Then Rohit Sharma smiled at a doctor's reprieve, and from there he turned predator. He danced across his crease, toyed with field placements, and manipulated the angles like a maestro, slicing Archer behind square and lifting slower balls over cover. It wasn't the most brutal knock he's played, but it was one of the smartest. Ryan Rickelton, meanwhile, counterpunched with raw power. Bowled into his hips. He short-arm pulled. They went wide. He reached and whipped. By the time the power play ended, MI had found their rhythm and had lost the plot. Together, the openers added 109. It was already beginning to look like a long, painful night for the home crowd. SKY and Hardik take flight. When Rohit and Rickelton fell, they'd done their job, but what came next was pure middle-order carnage. Suryakumar Yadav wasted no time, literally. He attacked 6 of his first 7 balls, trying to hit a boundary off every second delivery. His pickup shot off Archer's attempted Yorker, while falling down, no less, may well be the shot of the season. At the other end, Hardik Pandya was all timing and terror, staying deep in his crease, waiting for bowlers to miss the Yorker, and punishing them with flicks, whips, and flat bat slaps. He and SKY added 94 off just 44 balls. 4 MI batters made 40-plus scores, an IPL first for the franchise. And looked out of ideas, inspiration, and belief. Royals' great hope fades fast. The scriptwriters may have dreamed of another miracle from 14-year-old Vaibhav Suryavanshi, fresh off a 35-ball century earlier in the week. Instead, cricket did what cricket does best. It leveled him. His very first attempt to clear the infield saw him caught. A wide-eyed boy who had stunned the world days ago now trudged off for a duck. And just like that, the Royals' chase had lost its soul. MI's attack unleashed Bolt, Bumrah, and finished them. Trent Bolt, fresh off a bruising with a bat, came back breathing fire. He sent back Jeswell early and celebrated with a finger gun send-off that dripped with swagger. And then came Bumrah. 9 short balls, 1 run, 2 wickets. He terrorized Parag with bounce, pace, and precision. Even Parag, as the ball sailed into waiting hands, could only shrug and smirk, beaten by something simply too good. Our slumped to 47 for 5 in the power play. That's when Hardick gathered his team and uttered 2 words that cameras picked up. Finish them. The bowlers did just that. Karan Sharma spun a web, Bolt returned for more, and Jansen and Cole wrapped up the tail with mechanical efficiency. Our were bowled out for 117. Their top scorer was Jofra Archer. Their highest partnership, the 10th wicket. Numbers that tell the tale. MI's 217 for 2, joint highest in Jaipur IPL history. Margin of victory, 100 runs. 6th consecutive win for MI. First win in Jaipur since 2012. Sky's 11 consecutive 25 score, IPL record. Verdict, Mumbai Indians. A juggernaut in motion. Every department firing. From Rick Elton to Rohit, SKY to Bumrah, there are no weak links. Top 2? Almost locked. Title favorites? Try stopping them. Rajasthan Royals. A dream that turned to dust. Poor execution with the ball. Fragile top order, over-reliance on young brilliance, and no answers when it mattered. Playoffs gone. Season lost. Player of the match, Rohit Sharma. Not just for his 53 off 30, but for setting the tone, cleverly manipulating field settings, picking bowlers apart, and delivering a veteran's innings at the perfect time. Final word. They said MI couldn't win in Jaipur. They said the Royals had destiny on their side. But destiny doesn't stand a chance when champions come calling. Tonight, Mumbai didn't just win. They conquered. Kohli. Hazelwood snap RCB's home hoodoo as Royals stumble again at M. Chinnaswamy Stadium, Bengaluru on 24 April 2025. Royal challenges Bengaluru 205 for 5. Rajasthan Royals 194 for 9 from 20 overs. RCB won by 11 runs. Finally, relief, redemption, and roaring joy. Royal challengers Bengaluru RCB, after a string of heartbreaks at home, finally turned their fortunes around with a gripping 11-run win over Rajasthan Royals. A night of soaring emotions, icy nose, and individual brilliance saw RCB claim their first home win of IPL 2025 and climb into the top 3. For it was another night of unraveling, a 5th straight defeat that leaves them perilously placed. RCB's gritty script, from setback to soaring. It wasn't smooth sailing. Needing 206 for victory, were in cruise control with 110 for 2 at the halfway mark, riding on a vintage blitz from Yashasvi Jeswell 49 of 19. But RCB's bowling, led by the ice-veined Josh Hazelwood, turned the screws just when it mattered. Hazelwood stunning 19th over, 1 run, 2 wickets, sucked the air out of RR's chase and lit up the Chinnaswamy in celebration. Hazelwood the hammer, death over masterclass. With 18 needed off 12, momentum firmly with RR after Dhruv Jural's resurgence, Hazelwood delivered one of the overs of the season. First, a nerveless wide Yorker induced a faint edge from Jural 47 off 30, confirmed on review. Next ball, a hard-length beauty cramped Jofra Archer, producing a tame lob to cover. 2 wickets and 2 balls, and the equation flipped dramatically. Hazelwood, who had earlier removed the dangerous Hetmere, finished with a sensational 4 for 33, stamping his authority at the death. Krinal's middle overs strangle. Before Hazelwood's finishing act, Krinal Pandya set up the comeback. Summoned in the 10th over with RR flying, Krinal broke the dangerous Jeswell Parag stand with his first ball, inducing a top edge off Parag. He wasn't done. Krinal's clever angles and variations starved the batters, returning 3 overs 2 for 19 and breaking RR's rhythm. Suyash Sharma provided vital support with quick, skiddy overs, further increasing the asking rate. IR managed just 1 boundary between overs 10 to 13, the beginning of their choke. Kohli, Padikal lay the base. Virat Kohli, finally finding his home touch, compiled a well-paced 70 off 45, mixing calculated aggression with trademark drives. His early battle with a fiery archer was a highlight as he weathered the early burst before blossoming. Dabbed up Padickle rode his luck, surviving 2 drop chances to notch a stylish 50 off 32 balls. The pair added a crucial 88-run partnership after Phil's salt-scratchy 26 off 23 had given RCB a patchy start. Just when a late innings explosion beckoned, RR fought back, dismissing Kohli, Padickle, and Patidao in quick succession. But David Jitesh late surge. Tim David and Jitesh Sharma ensured RCB finished strong. Their 42-run stand in just 19 balls proved decisive. David muscled the ball straight down the ground and over mid-wicket. Jitesh, nimble-footed, found gaps behind square and lofted with precision. Their burst lifted RCB to 205 for 5, a total that seemed slightly over par on a pitch offering just enough help for the bowlers. RR's collapse, a familiar tale. Once again, it was a case of so close, yet so far for RR. Jaiswal's electric start 49 off 19 set the tempo. Nitish Rana looked composed but fell attempting a release shot. Jural's brave knock dragged RR close. But the lack of support from the middle order, combined with RCB's exceptional death bowling, left them stranded, this time painfully short by 11 runs. Key moments. Hazelwood's 19th over, the match-defining spell. Krinal's first ball strike turned momentum just as RR were motoring. Kohli's power play survival blunted RR's new ball hopes. David Jitesh's late fireworks created the breathing room RCB needed. Bivnishwa's 2 drop catches, costly errors in a tight chase. Player of the match, Josh Hazelwood. For 33, precision personified under pressure. Final word. RCB finally exorcised their home demons, roared back into the playoff race, and reignited their season with a win that felt bigger than just 2 points. The bowler's composure under fire, Kohli's reassuring 50, and Hazelwood's death overs brilliance showed that RCB, when clicking, can beat anyone. Meanwhile, are teetering. Another lost chase, another opportunity blown. They will need nothing short of a miracle now to salvage their season. At Chinnaswamy, though, the smiles were wide, the noise deafening, and the RCB chants endless.
IPL 2025 Match Report. Delhi Capitals vs Sunrisers Hyderabad, 30th March 2025. Stark's historic 5-4 and Duplessis firepower sink Sunrisers in Vizag. Result: Delhi Capitals won 66 for 3, Duplessis 50, Fraser McGurk 38, Poral 34 not out, Ansari 3 for 42, beat Sunrisers Hyderabad 163, Aniket 74, Stark 5 for 35, Kuldeep 3 for 22, by 7 wickets. Venue: Dr. Y.S. Rajshekhara Reddy ACA VDCA Cricket Stadium, Vishakhapatnam. Introduction: Stark and DC sparkle in Vizag. Delhi Capitals notched their second consecutive victory in IPL 2025 with a commanding 7-wicket win over Sunrisers Hyderabad in Vishakhapatnam. Mitchell Stark starred with the ball, producing a record-breaking maiden 5-wicket haul in T20s, while Faf du Plessis set the tone with a brisk half-century in the chase. Despite Aniket Verma's explosive 74 off 41 balls, SRH's aggressive batting approach once again came under scrutiny as they collapsed under pressure, handing DC a comfortable win with 4 overs to spare. Stark sizzles with career-best spell. Mitchell Stark was simply unplayable. Bowling with pace, control, and deadly accuracy, the Australian left-armer tore through SRH's top and lower order to finish with figures of 5 for 35, the best of his T20 career. After Abhishek Sharma's needless run-out in the first over, Ishan Kishan slashed to deep third, and Nitish Reddy heaved a slower delivery to mid-on. Then came the most anticipated face-off, Travis Head vs Stark. Head managed to force early but fell trying to ramp a rising ball, KL Rahul taking a sharp catch. SRH were reeling at 37 for 4 within 5 overs. Aniket Verma's lone resistance. Enter Aniket Verma, just 3 T20s old, who played like a seasoned pro. Despite being dropped early, he punished DC's bowlers with 5 fours and 6 sixes in a blazing 41-ball 74. Alongside Henrik Klassen 36, he stitched a 77-run stand off 40 balls to revive the innings. Aniket took a particular liking to Akshar Patel, hitting him for consecutive sixes and following it up with more aggression later. Klaasen's dismissal, caught brilliantly by debutant Vipraj Nigam, triggered another collapse. Kuldeep Yadav struck twice in the middle overs, dismissing Abhinav Manohar and Pat Cummins, while Stark returned to finish things off. SRH were bowled out for 163 with 8 balls unused. Du Plessis leads the chase. Delhi's reply started in high gear. While Jake Fraser-McCurk struggled for timing, Faf du Plessis was all class and control. The veteran South African raced to 50 off just 26 balls, punishing Abhishek Sharma and Pat Cummins with powerful strokes. The 81-run opening stand in under 9 overs laid the foundation for a hassle-free chase. Ansari's return, but DC stay in control. Jishan Ansari, returning to top-flight T20 after 6 years, picked up 3 wickets including Du Plessis and Fraser-McCurk. His 3 for 42 briefly gave SRH hope, especially after he bowled KL Rahul around his legs after a quick cameo. However, Abhishek Porel and Tristan Stubbs ensured there were no further hiccups. Their 51-run partnership of 28 balls took DC home with 24 balls to spare. Key performers: Mitchell Stark, 5 for 35, lethal new ball spell and clinical death bowling. Aniket Verma, 74 of 41, a fearless innings under pressure. Kuldeep Yadav, 3 for 22, choked SRH in the middle overs. Faf du Plessis, 50 of 26, fluent and aggressive start to the chase. Jishan Ansari, 3 for 42, notable return after 6 years. Final word: DC flex their depth, SRH need recalibration. This win cements Delhi's strong start to IPL 2025. With their bowlers firing and the top order clicking, DC are looking like early contenders. Mitchell Stark's performance will be long remembered, not just for the numbers but for the authority it restored. Sunrisers, meanwhile, need to reassess their high-risk batting strategy. Despite Aniket Verma's brilliance, their inability to build partnerships or consolidate after early setbacks continues to cost them. Final result: Delhi Capitals won by 7 wickets. Player of the match: Mitchell Stark, 5 for 35.
IPL 2025 match report. Lucknow Super Giants and Gujarat Titans winning streak in high-octane clash at Ekna. Lucknow Super Giants LSG brought Gujarat Titans GT red-hot form to a screeching halt in a dramatic 6-wicket victory at the Ekna Stadium on 12 April 2025. With both teams carrying serious momentum into the clash, fans were treated to a spectacle of power-hitting, tactical bowling, and nerve-wracking finishes. Chasing 181, LSG flexed their batting muzzle, led by Adin Markram and Nicholas Puran, who made light work of the target to secure the win with 3 balls to spare. The match in a nutshell: Gujarat Titans 180 for 6 Gill 60, Sudarshan 56, Thakur 2 for 24, Bishnoi 2 for 36. Lucknow Super Giants 186 for 4 in 19.3 overs, Puran 61, Markram 58, Prasidh Krishan 2 for 26. Result: LSG won by 6 wickets. Player of the match: Adin Markram 58 of 31. First innings, GT's promising start fizzles out. Shubman Gill and Bisai Sudarshan came out with clear intent, putting together a silky smooth 120-run partnership. Sudarshan was clinical with his placements, playing low-risk cricket while Gill showcased his expansive range, dancing down the track and opening up the offside regularly. However, the game turned on its head when Ravi Bishnoi and Digvij Rathi entered the fray. Bishnoi's skiddy wrong-uns and Rathi's mystery spin stifled the momentum, triggering a collapse that saw GT lose 6 wickets for just 60 runs in the final 8 overs. Thakur's crafty variations in the death, which included dismissals of Tavasya and Rutherford in the final over, capped off a stunning fight-back. GT went from a possible 210+ to a par but defendable 180 for 6. Little did they know, it wasn't going to be enough. Second innings, Bant, Margaram, Puran Power LSG home. Mitchell Marsh's absence forced LSG to promote Rishampan to open, a move that paid dividends early. Though Pant didn't last the full distance, his brisk start 21 of 18 gave the innings early thrust. But it was Adain Markaram, the man in touch, who stole the show up top with a classy 58 of 31 balls, playing risk-free yet impactful cricket. After Markaram's departure, enter Nicholas Puran. The West Indian dynamo unleashed an all-out assault, bringing up his 50 of just 24 balls with towering sixes and innovative strokes. From lofting Rashid Khan down the ground to slog-sweeping Washington's Sundar deep into the stands, Puran showcased a calculated blend of aggression and precision. Even as GT clawed back with late wickets, Ayush Badoni kept his cool, finishing the chase in style with a 6 and a 4 off Sai Kishore to complete LSG's second biggest chase at the venue. Key moments. Gill and Sudarshan's 120-run stand laid the foundation for GT. Bishnoi's double strike in the middle overs shifted the game's momentum. Thakur's 19th over conceding just 7 runs and claiming 2 wickets kept GT in the contest. Puran's 61 of 34, a vintage blitz with 7 sixes, snatching the match away. Badoni's calm cameo 19 of 19 sealed the deal under pressure. What they said. Adain Markaram bottom, a slight change in role but happy to have found rhythm. Just stuck to my strengths today. Watching Nicky bat, I just sat back and enjoyed. Rishabh, but we weren't happy at the halfway stage, but the way our bowlers pulled it back was incredible. And Nicholas Puran, what a gem. Nicholas Puran, I surprised myself a bit. Just tried to keep my bat swing clean and back myself. When I get to bat at 3, I know it's my job to take it deep. Today was one of those days when it clicked. Shubman Gill GT captain, we needed to carry our momentum post-power play. Losing back-to-back, wickets hurt us. Still proud of how we fought to the end. Stats corner. Puran now joins Abde Villiers, Warner, and Paul Lurt for the most 50-plus scores in under 25 balls in IPL history. GT's 60 runs in the last 8 overs is their lowest finish this season after a 100-plus opening stand. LSG have now won 4 out of their last 5 matches and sit firmly in the top 3. Analysis. Lucknow have mastered the chase this season, and even without Marsh, they look like a balanced, versatile side. Markaram's adaptability and Puran's ruthlessness make them a fearsome combo. On the flip side, GT must address their inability to finish strongly after solid starts. With the league heating up, this result has shaken up the top half of the table, and with every game, the race for the playoffs only gets tighter. Final score. GT 180 for 6, Gill 60, Sudarshan 56, Thakur 2 for 24. LSG 186 for 4 in 19.3 overs, Puran 61, Markaram 58, Prasid 2 for 26. Result, LSG won by 6 wickets.
South Africa's resilience shines in thrilling 2-wicket victory over Pakistan. In a nail-biting first test at Centurion, South Africa showcased remarkable grit and composure to secure a dramatic 2-wicket victory over Pakistan. With just 32 runs required and only 2 wickets in hand, Kagiso Rabada and Marco Jansen emerged as heroes, steering their side across the finish line in a match that kept fans on the edge of their seats. The turning point. Rabada and Jansen hold their nerve. Chasing 148 for victory, South Africa endured a mid-order collapse that saw 4 wickets tumble in the space of 12 balls, leaving them reeling. Enter Rabada and Jansen, who combined their skills and mental toughness to steady the ship. Rabada's unorthodox but positive approach brought invaluable boundaries, while Jansen played a more orthodox and patient game. Together, they added 32 crucial runs, embracing the pressure and turning it into an unforgettable performance. Rabada's quickfire 31 off 26 balls included a series of well-timed strokes that belied his position as a lower-order batter. His back-to-back boundaries off Amir Jamal in the penultimate over effectively sealed the win. Reflecting on his innings, Rabada called it the best test innings of my career, a sentiment echoed by his captain and coach. Captain Bavuma and Coach Conrad, the emotional spectrum. Captain Temba Bavuma admitted to seeking refuge in the dressing room during the tense final moments, only daring to rejoin his team when the victory was nearly within reach. His emotional response underscored the significance of the match, not just for the win itself, but for what it represented in South Africa's World Test Championship (WTC) campaign. Coach Shukri Conrad, typically calm and analytical, admitted to being at a loss for words. "You can't script this," he said, summing up the collective relief and joy felt by the team and their supporters. His message to the players had been clear: back your instincts and commit to your decisions. That advice paid off in a big way. Bowling brilliance sets up the chase. Earlier in the match, South Africa's bowling unit, led by Rabada and Marco Jansen, restricted Pakistan to 211 and 237 in their 2 innings. The relentless pressure exerted by the bowlers, both pacers and spinners, ensured that the target remained within reach, despite a challenging pitch. A message of resilience. This victory not only booked South Africa's spot in the WTC final, but also underscored their resilience and adaptability under pressure. It was a classic example of believing in one's processes and embracing the moment. From Rabada's fearless shot-making to Jansen's calm demeanour and Bavuma's eventual jubilation, the match had it all. As South Africa did a lap of honour at Centurion, the message was clear. When the odds are stacked against you, it's about digging deep, trusting your teammates, and staying true to yourself. This performance will be remembered not just as a thrilling win, but as a testament to the spirit of South African cricket. Pakistan's spirit and skill push South Africa to their limits in Centurion thriller. Though South Africa emerged victorious by 2 wickets in a gripping first test at Centurion, Pakistan deserves immense credit for the tenacity, skill and heart they displayed throughout the match. In a game that swung back and forth, their effort reminded the cricketing world of their fighting spirit and the quality of their players. Bowling excellence, Pakistan's pacers deliver. Pakistan's bowlers, led by Mohammad Abbas and Naseem Shah, were relentless in their pursuit of victory. Abbas's precision and Naseem's raw pace caused constant trouble for the South African batters, especially during the second innings. The duo combined for crucial breakthroughs, including a stunning middle-order collapse that almost snatched the game from South Africa's grasp. Amir Jamal, playing in just his second test, showed immense promise. His ability to deliver under pressure highlighted Pakistan's strength in producing fearless young pacers. Collectively, the bowling unit kept South Africa under constant pressure, taking wickets in clusters and ensuring the target was no mere formality. Babar Azam's leadership and key contributions. Captain Babar Azam's composed leadership on a challenging pitch was a testament to his growing stature in world cricket. While his innings of 73 in the first innings laid a strong foundation for Pakistan, his strategic use of bowlers and field placements kept South Africa on edge during the tense final session. Babar's decision to trust his young pacers in crunch situations exemplifies his belief in nurturing emerging talent, a hallmark of Pakistan's cricketing culture. Saud Shakil's grit and determination. Saud Shakil stood tall with a gritty half-century in the second innings, showcasing his ability to adapt under challenging conditions. His partnerships with the lower order pushed Pakistan's total to a fighting 237, giving their bowlers something to defend. Shakil's performance is yet another reminder of Pakistan's deep batting reserves and their capability to produce resilient players for high-pressure situations. Unwavering spirit and sportsmanship. Even when the odds seemed against them, Pakistan's players never gave up. The energy in the field, the camaraderie among the team, and their determination to fight until the last ball made this match a true spectacle. The emotional roller coaster of the final session was a testament to Pakistan's ability to rise to the occasion, regardless of the circumstances. A battle worthy of the WTC stage. Although Pakistan narrowly missed out on victory, they have every reason to hold their heads high. Their performance in Centurion serves as a reminder of their credentials as fierce competitors on the global stage. The young talents and experienced heads in the team blend seamlessly, and this match is likely to fuel their hunger for success in the remainder of their WTC campaign. A game that honors both teams. Cricket thrives on contests like these, where neither side gives an inch and every run is hard-earned. Pakistan may not have come out on top, but they played a huge role in making this test a classic. Their resilience and skill pushed South Africa to the very brink, and their sportsmanship added to the spirit of the game. As both teams move forward, Pakistan can take immense pride in their performance. Matches like this are not just about the results, but about the stories they tell and the inspiration they provide. Pakistan's fightback in Centurion is one such story, a tale of courage, character, and the undying spirit of cricket.
Bowlers and Salt combiners RCB stormed into IPL final after 9 years. Venue New Chandigarh, batch IPL 2025 qualifier 1 result. Royal Challengers Bengaluru RCB beat Punjab Kings PBKS by 8 wickets. RCB into final. PBKS bow out, a ruthless RCB display powered by bowlers and blistering Salt. In a spectacular display of seam, spin and Salt-powered savagery, Royal Challengers Bengaluru dismantled Punjab Kings to charge into their first IPL final since 2016, ending a 9-year wait. A disciplined, ferocious bowling attack backed up by an explosive knock from Phil Salt ensured RCB made light work of PBK's modest total of 101, sealing victory by 8 wickets with a whopping 60 balls to spare. RCB bowlers wreaked havoc on the fixture. The win was built on a relentless display of fast bowling precision and deceptive spin. Josh Hazelwood returned to a quiet all misread his wrongs, committing to premeditated slog sweeps on a pitch that demanded reading on the spin. 3-wicket haul wasn't just statistical, it was surgical. Phil Salt, calm as as the ball hit and bounced over the line, many expected a nervous pace, but Phil Salt took the game away from under net to demolish that narrative. He began brilliantly, going intent from the outset, and then launched the full assault from the power play. Fast as the IPL, stepping down the This was not a one-man show. It was a cohesive, balanced, and composed team performance. Exactly the kind RCB were missing in previous years. Hazelwood's control, Suyash's deception, Dayal's aggression, and Salt's decisiveness have given this side a new character, one that's more method than madness. RCB now march into the final with confidence and cohesion. And for the first time in years, you get the feeling they're not just hoping to win the IPL, they're expecting to.
The Oval. After 5 long days in Manchester where odds, injuries and history stood tall against them, India didn't just draw a test match, they won back their spirit. And now, as the series hangs delicately at 2-1 in England's favour, a wounded but roaring Indian team is coming into the 5th test believing they can draw the series. And here's why that belief isn't just hope, it's strategy. 1. The power of momentum. What happened at Old Trafford was no accident. India batted for over 140 overs in their second innings, lost only 4 wickets, and mentally wore England down. The psychological boost from surviving near-certain defeat with their backs to the wall has forged steel in this team. Shubman Gill's calm leadership and a magnificent 4th ton of the series show he's not just a temporary captain, he's a man of mettle. Jadeja and Washington Sunder's unbeaten centuries were acts of defiance that declared, we're still in this series. England, by contrast, spent 257.1 overs in the field. That's a body blow. They're bruised, physically fatigued, and now have just 3 days to recover. 2. Tactical re-engineered batting lineup. Even without Rishabh Pant, India have shown smart batting adaptations. Washington Sundar stepping up to number 5 is a masterstroke. He's composed, technically correct, and now armed with the confidence of a maiden test 100 under pressure. KL returning to form with a classy 90, will relish the oval where stroke play is rewarded. Jadeja's all-round mastery has been vital. He now averages more than 50 in this series, and is looking like a senior batter, not just a lower-order warrior. With Sai Sutherson, Yashasvi Jaiswal, and Gill at the top, there's flair and fight in equal measure. They've adapted to the absence of Pant, and now they're better prepared for another battle. 3. England's bowling burnout. Ben Stokes, hero of the series, yes, but is breaking down. His bowling shoulder is tender, his pace dipping, and his overs are drying up. Jofra Archer looked annoyed and out of rhythm after long spells. He also had a visible altercation over field settings, not a good sign. Chris Wokes and Dawson have worked overtime and now face a flat oval pitch and weary legs. India have already played out the likes of Bryden Cuss, Archer, and Wokes for 143 overs. England's attack looks spent, and that's the moment to strike. 4. The Duke's ball factor at the Oval. The Duke's ball does swing for a while, but the Oval, especially in summer, becomes a batting paradise. India's confidence is sky high, and if they bat first or survive the early swing, they could post 400 plus again. The absence of Bumrah is a blow, no question. But 5. India's bowling still has teeth. Mohammad Siraj is still quick, hungry, and able to hit the deck guard. His fitness will be managed smartly, and has taken 10-plus wickets in the series. Ravindra Jadeja is bowling marathon spells and picking up key wickets. The oval pitch usually offers bounce and bite for spinners by day 3 and 4. Washington Sundar's tidy off-spin becomes crucial in Pant's absence, dual utility now. And don't be surprised if India spring a surprise pacer, someone like Mukesh Kumar or Evjan to freshen things up. They only need to take 20 English wickets once, and they now know what lengths and lines work. 6. Mental edge, the grit factor. The 4th test turned India from a trailing side to a threatening one. England couldn't close the game even with a 300-run lead and 5 sessions to bowl. They looked frustrated, resorted to lobs and bouncers, and allowed India to reach personal milestones that will haunt them. The body language, the fielding intensity, and the vibe favored India in those final hours. This will weigh on England going into the decider. 7. A point to prove, legacy is on the line. India hasn't lost a test series in England 3-1 or worse since 2011. This side is desperate to avoid that. A draw at 2-2 means India shares the inaugural Anderson Tendulkar Trophy result with pride. Final words: no Bumrah, no Pant, no excuses, no fear. India's engine is running on belief, intelligence, and sheer resilience. They survived the storm in Manchester, and at the Oval, they have the tools to go for one final heist. All they need is another 5 days of courage, clarity, and control. And if they do, it'll be remembered not just as a drawn series, but a legendary comeback story.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Butler, Brilliance, and Siraj's homecoming firepower flattened RCB as Titans charge ahead. Venue, M. Chinnaswamy Stadium, Belgayuru. Date, 2nd April 2025. Result, Gujarat Titans won by 8 wickets with 13 balls remaining. The roar of the Jinnaswamy faithful was hushed twice. First, by the unlikeliest antagonist, their once beloved pacer Monsuch, who lit up the power play with furious accuracy and emotion. Then, by the clinical brilliance of Jos Buttler, who remained unbeaten on 73, dismantling RCB's challenge with a calm yet commanding chase. Gujarat Titans GT not only ended RCB's winning streak, but did so at their fortress with calculated ruthlessness. What started as a stirring redemption arc for Siraj ended as a reminder that Buttler, when composed, can make any total feel insignificant. Siraj's statement, "Rewind serve fast and full." If there's ever been a more personal spell in this IPL, it might be hard to find. Discarded by Royal Challengers Bengaluru before the mega auction, Siraj walked into the cauldron of Chinnaswamy with nothing but fire in his belly and a point to prove. What followed was a near-perfect power play spell, full of venom and precision. Clocking speeds above 145 km per hour, Siraj took the pitch out of the equation and zeroed in on the stumps, a rare blend of hostility and discipline. Padikkal was balled trying to charge down the track. Phil Salt was dismantled. His off-stump rattled after a 105-meter six the ball before. Later, Liam Livingstone, RCB's best hope, was bounced out and caught the cap of a stirring performance. Siraj's figures, 3 for 19 in 4 overs, including 14 dots, were not just numbers. They were a message. This wasn't just about wickets. This was emotion, redemption, and a celebration of relentless hard work. His iconic Sioux celebration, it returned, but not for the home crowd. RCB faltered before mid-innings revival. Despite losing 4 wickets inside 6.2 overs, RCB clawed their way back to 169 for 8, thanks in large part to Liam Livingstone 54 and a fiery cameo from Tim David 32 off 18. For much of the innings, RCB were stuck between consolidation and acceleration. After Salt, Padikkal, Paradar, and Kohli were all dismissed in single digits, it was up to Jitesh Sharma and Livingstone to rebuild. Jitesh's 33 of 20 included powerful pulls and late cuts, but he fell just when he started to look dangerous. Livingstone, dropped twice and surviving a mistumping, finally found his rhythm, taking on Rashid Khan like few dare to. In 1 over, Livingstone smashed Rashid for 3 massive sixes, bringing up his 50 and pushing RCB toward a somewhat respectable total. But with wickets falling in clusters and GT spinners like Sai Kishore applying the brakes 2 for 24, RCB had no momentum heading into the death. Still, 64 runs in the final 5 overs gave them hope. Buttler and Sudarshan, smooth operators in the chase. Gujarat Titans' reply was calm and calculated. Despite losing skipper Shubman Gill early for 8, Sai Sudarshan 49 of 32 and Jos Buttler made the target look trivial. Their stand of 75 of 48 balls was laced with timing, placement, and the occasional boundary flourish. Sudarshan, all elegance and intent, fed off Butler's presence, while Buttler picked his moments to accelerate. Bhuvneshwar Kumar was effective with the new ball, but once the power play ended, RCB's bowlers lacked bite. Buttler shifted gears seamlessly, moving from 25 of 20 to 73 not out of 39, never really looking troubled. When Sudarshan fell 1 short of a deserved 50, in came Sherfane Rutherford, whose clean hitting 30 runs not out of 17 took GT home in a canter. Their unbroken 63-run stand of 32 balls flattened any RCB hopes and finished the match with 13 balls to spare. Match summary: Royal Challengers Beru 169 for 8. Livingstone 54 of 39, Jitesh 33, David 32. Siraj 3 for 19, Sai Kishore 2 for 24, Ishant 1 for 27. Gujarat Titans 170 for 2 of 17.5 overs. Buttler 73, Sudarshan 49, Rutherford 30. Bhuvneshwar 1 for 23, Hazelwood 1 for 26. Result: Gujarat Titans won by 8 wickets. Player of the match, Mohammad Siraj. Talking points and tactical triumphs. Siraj's power play impact. RCB were rocked by Siraj's discipline and pace, a spell of raw intent and tactical bowling that set the tone for the match. Livingstone's one-man show. He was lucky to survive early but cashed in spectacularly, especially against Rashid Khan, whom he punished for 39 runs off 17 balls. Butler's anchoring masterclass, a vintage display, controlled, measured, and aggressive when needed. He never allowed RCB to claw back. GT's use of spin and slower ball bowlers on a slower pitch, Sai Kishore, Rashid, and Hardik mixed up their pace brilliantly. Even Ishant Sharma played his role by taking pace off at the right time. RCB struggles. Top order collapse. 42 for 4 in the power play left them playing catch-up. Middle order carrying the burden. Despite Livingstone and David's fireworks, the lack of partnerships hurt them. Bowling lackluster at the death, once Hazelwood and Bhuvi were done, GT's batters found little resistance from the rest of the attack. Final word: Gujarat Titans look formidable again, adaptable, strategically sharp, and brimming with match winners. If Mohammad Siraj continues to bowl like this, and Buttler continues to lead chases like a maestro, GT will once again be one of the hardest sides to beat in IPL 2025. RCB, meanwhile, need to reassess their top-order game plan. Power play failures, over-reliance on late surges, and limited bowling depth beyond Hazelwood and Bhuvi could haunt them deeper into the tournament.
Prabh Simran ignites PBKS charge as Kings outclass Lucknow Super Giants. Date, 1st April 2025. Venue, Mohali. Result, Punjab Kings beat Lucknow Super Giants by 8 wickets with 20 balls to spare. Punjab Kings, PBKS may have started the season quietly, but with 2 clinical wins in 2 games, they are now roaring with confidence. On Tuesday evening, it was all about Prabhsimran Singh's dazzling 69, a clever bowling display spearheaded by Arshdeep Singh, and Shreyas Iyer's smooth finishing touch that dismantled Lucknow Super Giants, LSG in Mohali. LSG's 171 for 7, once thought to be par, quickly looked undercooked the moment Prabhsimran walked out. With effortless aggression and incredible timing, he put PBKS in cruise control. And once he departed to a remarkable boundary catch, Iyer took over the wheel and drove the Kings home with an unbeaten 52, reaffirming PBK's depth and intent in IPL 2025. LSG's misfire, top-order blows and pants woes. Opting to bat on a red soil surface with some bite early on, LSG's innings never truly gained stability. Mitchell Marsh's Golden Duck, caught off the first ball he faced, set the tone for a wobbly start. Adin Markaram, despite looking fluent with a few boundaries, fell for 28 to Lockie Ferguson's clever inside-seeking delivery. The big concern continues to be Rishabh Pant, who is enduring a torrid IPL with scores of 8, 7, and now just 2 in his first 3 innings. PBKS used Glenn Maxwell's off-spin as the perfect matchup, and Pant once again fell prey. His strike rate of 65.38 this season, given his price tag and reputation, is causing serious tension in the LSG camp. Pooran, Badoni and Samad inject fire, but too late. Amid the chaos, Nicholas Pooran tried to resurrect the innings with a typically flamboyant 44 off 30. He pierced gaps, muscled boundaries, and launched counterattacks even against Yuzvendra Chahal's guileful wrist spin. But Chahal, calm as ever, had the last laugh, floating a slower wrong and wide that Pooran miscued straight to long off. Ayush Badoni and Abdul Samad then gave the innings its late pulse, hammering 47 runs in just 21 balls to lift LSG to 171. The highlight? Samad's outrageous reverse scoop for 6 over the keeper, followed by a 20-run over against Arshdeep that momentarily stunned the hosts. Yet, Arshdeep would return. Both Samad and Badoni were caught in the final over as PBKS closed the innings with crucial momentum. Arshdeep's 3 for 43 was expensive but effective. Prabhsimran sparks the run chase. With the ball coming on better in the second innings, Prabhsimran Singh wasted no time. He took advantage of the hard new ball and LSG's pace-heavy attack, finding gaps, clearing boundaries, and dancing down the track with purpose. In a 34-ball blitz, he clobbered 6 fours and 4 sixes, treating Shardul Thakur and Avesh Khan with disdain. Pant's move to bring in Digvesh Rathi, LSG's mystery spinner, nearly worked when Marsh dropped a sitter at slip, but Rathi got Priyansh Arya soon after. But Prabhsimran wasn't done. He slog-swept Ravi Bishnoi twice in 1 over and switch-hit M. Siddharth for 4. When he finally perished for 69, thanks to a brilliant boundary relay catch between Badoni and Bishnoi, PBKS needed only 62 off 59. The damage was done. Shreyas Iyer, calm amid the chaos. If Prabhsimran was fire, Shreyas Iyer was cool, calm, and calculated. Knowing the chase was well under control, he paced his innings beautifully, pushing ones and twos, punishing the odd bad ball, and rotating strike with ease. He raised his half-century in style and remained unbeaten on 52 off 30 balls, his timing as smooth as ever. Alongside him, Nehal Vadhera played the supporting role to perfection, finishing unbeaten on 24 off 19 as the pair added an unbroken 67-run partnership. PBKS sealed the deal with 20 balls to spare, making it one of the more dominant run chases of the tournament so far. Match summary. Lucknow Super Giants, 171 for 7 off 20 overs. Pooran 44 off 30, Badoni 41 off 24, Samad 23 off 10. Arshdeep 3 for 43, Maxwell 1 for 17, Ferguson 1 for 29. Punjab Kings, 177 for 2 from 16.4 overs. Prabhsimran 69 from 34, Iyer 52 not out from 30, Vadhera 24 not out of 19. Rathi 2 for 30. Result: Punjab Kings won by 8 wickets. Player of the match: Prabhsimran Singh. Talking points: PBKS winning without overseas firepower. Neither Ferguson, Maxwell, nor Johnson dominated the headlines. The Indian core stepped up, and that's huge for PBKS moving forward. Pants slump deepens, 3 games, just 17 runs, and a troubling strike rate. Questions will rise, and LSG may have to re-strategize. Samad's rise: Abdul Samad is slowly turning into one of the most dangerous late-over batters in IPL, and he's loving his new responsibility. PBKS bowling flexibility: mixing up new ball roles, introducing Maxwell early, and utilizing Arshdeep at the death. PBKS are showing tactical fluidity. Final word: with back-to-back wins, Punjab Kings have quietly become one of the early title favourites. They're not relying on flashy overseas signings, but on smart strategies, domestic depth, and role clarity. In contrast, LSG need to patch leaks quickly, especially with Pant's form, middle-order frailty, and erratic death bowling. As the IPL 2025 caravan rolls on, keep your eyes on Prabhsimran and Iyer. Their form could just be the heartbeat of PBKS this season.
KL Rahul silences Jinnaswamy with sublime 93 as Delhi Capitals humble RCB again *. In a contest brimming with momentum shifts and raw emotion, it was KL Rahul, the local boy turned visitor, who had the final word. His commanding, unbeaten 93 of just 53 balls led the Delhi Capitals to a stirring 6-wicket win over Royal Challengers Bangalore, extending DC's unbeaten run in IPL 2025 and leaving RCB still winless at home. The night had begun with fireworks for RCB as Phil Salt came out all guns blazing. In an exhilarating opening burst, Salt tore into the Delhi Capitals attack, particularly targeting Mitchell Starc in an over that yielded 30 runs. Smashing 3 sixes and 4 boundaries in just 17 balls, Salt helped RCB race to 53 without loss in just 3 overs, their second fastest team 50 in IPL history. However, the euphoria in the stands quickly evaporated. A miscommunication between Salt and Virat Kohli led to a run-out, triggering a dramatic collapse. Devdutt Padikkal struggled to get going, managing only 1 of 8 balls before falling to Mukesh Kumar. With the openers gone and momentum lost, RCB's middle order came under pressure. Enter Kuldeep Yadav and Vipraj Nigam. On a surface often dubbed a graveyard for spinners, the Delhi duo turned the tide with a masterclass in control and deception. Nigam removed Kohli, who miscued an attempted lofted drive, while Kuldeep baffled the batters with his variations, accounting for Jitesh Sharma and Rajat Patidar. Krunal Pandya also fell to Nigam, and suddenly RCB had slumped to 125 for 7 by the 18th over. Only Tim David offered resistance at the back end of the innings. With 4 sixes and the boundaries in a brisk 37 of 20 balls, David's late onslaught ensured RCB had something to ball at, finishing on 163 for 7. While not a daunting total by Jinnaswamy standards, it was enough to give their bowlers hope, at least momentarily. Delhi's chase began on shaky ground. Fab du Plessis fell early, mistiming Yash Dayal to mid-off, and Jake Frizzemaker continued his quiet season with a top edge of Bhuvneshwar Kumar. Abhishek Porel became Bhuvneshwar's second victim, and by the end of the power play, DC were reeling at 39 for 3. When Krunal Pandya trapped Axar Patel in the 9th over, Delhi had slid to 58 for 4, and the atmosphere inside the stadium buzzed with expectation. That was when KL Rahul took charge. Until the 11th over, Rahul had struggled for fluency. He was 29 of 29 balls, out of rhythm, and had already survived a difficult chance on 7. But from that point on, he was a man transformed. Together with Tristan Stubbs, he stitched together an astonishing counterattack. The pair added 111 runs in just 41 deliveries, turning the match on its head with sheer timing and composure. Rahul began his assault with a pair of classy boundaries against Liam Livingstone. He followed that up with a merciless takedown of George Hazelwood, scoring 22 runs in 1 over with a flurry of fours and a towering 6. Stubbs played his part too, reverse sweeping Krina to the boundary and lofting Suyash Sharma for 4 and 6 in the same over. The required run rate, which had hovered around 11 at one point, melted away. With just 18 balls left, Delhi needed 19. Yash Dayal returned, but Rahul was already in overdrive. He smashed the sixes over fine leg and pulled a thunderous boundary to finish the chase with authority. As the winning 6 sailed into the night sky, Rahul roared and slammed his bat into the turf, a celebration of dominance, relief, and homecoming rolled into one. His 93 not out, built with finesse and power, turned the game after DC's when probability had dropped to 14% earlier in the innings. It was an innings that not only highlighted Rahul's class but also stamped Delhi's credentials as genuine contenders this season. For RCB, it was another case of what might have been. After such a blistering start with the bat and a strong power play with the ball, they once again let the game slip. Their spinners failed to exert control, and their pace bowlers crumbled under pressure. Despite Salt's early fireworks and Tim David's late surge, their total proved insufficient. Delhi Capitals, meanwhile, remain unbeaten, now 4 games in, looking like one of the most well-rounded sides in the tournament. For KL Rahul, the match was personal, and he delivered with performance for the ages.
Marsh, Puran Masterclass helps LSG edge past KKR in Eden thriller. LSG survive KKR scare in high-scoring classic at Eden Gardens. Lucknow Super Giants LSG pulled off a thrilling 4-run win against Kolkata Knight Riders KKR in a high-scoring contest at Eden Gardens, where more than 470 runs were scored and several moments flipped the script. Despite Nicholas Puran's blistering 87 not out of 36 balls and Mitchell Marsh's solid 81, it took a late collapse by KKR's middle order and some tight death overs from LSG to seal the win. Power hitters dominate, Marsh, Markaram and Puran go big. Sent in to bat first, LSG piled up their second-highest IPL total of 238 for 3. The start was led by Mitchell Marsh 81 of 44 and Adin Markaram 47, who combined for 99 runs, the best opening partnership of the season so far. The duo attacked the shorter leg side boundary relentlessly, punishing pace with flicks, pulls, and power cuts. They took Spencer Johnson and Harshit Rana to task in particular. Markaram fell to Harshit, but Marsh kept up the tempo, notching a 36-ball 50. Then came Nicholas Puran. Puran entered with intent and launched a calculated assault. He started with clean cuts and built into audacious stroke play against spinners and pacers alike. He brought up his 50 off just 21 balls and took 24 runs off an Andre Russell over that featured 3 boundaries and 2 towering sixes. Despite losing Marsh and Markaram, Puran and the finishers ensured LSG ended strong. Vaibhav Arora and Harshit bowled commendably in the final overs, with well-directed Yorkers limiting what could have been a 250-plus score. KKR's blazing reply and sudden collapse. KKR began their chase with aggression, hammering 90 in the power play, the highest of IPL 2025. Ajinkya Rahane 61 of 35 and Venkatesh Iyer 45 were in sublime touch, adding 71 of 40 for the third wicket. Sunil Narine, too, gave them a flying start, despite falling in the 7th over to leg spinner Digvesh Rathi. Rahane's timing, elegance, and aggression had Eden buzzing. But his dismissal, chipping to cover off Shardul Thakur, sparked a collapse. From 162 for 2 in the 13th over, KKR slumped to 195 for 7 by the 18th. Rinku Singh tried to salvage the chase with a 15-ball 38 not out, including some crisp strikes in the final over, but it was too late. The collapse was led by Bishnoi removing Ramandeep Singh, Avesh Khan dismissing Angakrish Raghuvanshi, Akash Deep and Thakur picking up Venkatesh and Russell, respectively. Shardul Thakur's 18th over, despite earlier leaking runs, was a game-turning effort, showcasing control under pressure. LSG's tactical brilliance in the death overs. LSG stuck with 5 bowlers and rotated them intelligently. They refrained from bowling spin to Dubey and timed Bishnoi and Rathis overs strategically. The decision to bowl spin at the death was bold, and it paid off with Bishnoi tightening things up in the penultimate overs. Their fielding, especially Markaram's catch at long off and Pant's gloves behind the stumps, proved crucial. Match summary: LSG 238 for 3 Pooran 87, Marsh 81, Markaram 47, Harshit 2 for 51. KKR 234 for 7 Rahane 61, Venkatesh 45, Rinku 38, Thakur 2 for 52. LSG won by 4 runs. Final word. This game was a spectacle of attacking batting, tactical twists, and high-pressure nerves. For LSG, Pooran's return to form and Marsh's stability are huge boosts. For KKR, the inability to finish a solid start with composure will be a concern. As IPL 2025 heats up, this thriller may go down as one of the most memorable clashes of the season so far.
IPL 2025, top 10 batsmen so far, who's dominating the race for the orange cap. We are nearly halfway to the IPL 2025 season, and the race for the orange cap is heating up, with consistent fireworks across grounds and some surprise entries climbing the ranks. Here's your updated look at the top 10 batsmen of the season so far. No major shakeup in the top 3, but the real story is who's quietly moving into the spotlight. 1. Nicholas Pooran, LSG. Runs 245, strike rate 190 plus. Pooran is setting the pace this season. With his mix of flair and power, he's been LSG's match winner-in-chief, turning games single-handedly. Whether it's clearing the ropes or anchoring chases, Pooran looks unstoppable. 2. Bisai Sudarsan GT. Runs 230 plus consistency king. Sudarsan has quietly emerged as one of GT's most valuable players. Blending elegant stroke play with match awareness, he's already compiled 3 half-centuries. A rising star shining bright. 3. Mitchell Marsh LSG. Runs 220 plus 50s, 4 in 5 innings. Marsh is making a serious orange cap statement. Every time he walks out, runs follow. He's hammering pace, bullying spin, and doing it all with ruthless regularity. He's in red-hot form, and LSG are reaping the benefits. 4. Jos Buttler GT. Runs 203 explosive opener. GT's dynamo has quietly racked up to 100-plus runs. Even without his trademark big centuries, Buttler has laid strong platforms every time. With him still warming up, expect fireworks in the second half of the tournament. 5. Ajinkya Rahane KKR. Runs 200-plus, underrated finisher. Yes, you read that right. Rahane, with a calm 20 on a slow chip-o pitch, quietly became the 5th man to pass 200 runs this season. He's reinvented himself as a composed finisher, and KKR are loving the veteran's cool touch. 6. Suryakumar Yadav MI. Runs 190 plus, strike rate high 170s. Sky's shot-making remains outrageous. He's not quite peaked yet, but even his cameos light up the innings. If he strings together a few big scores, expect him to rocket up the charts. 7. Virat Kohli RCB. Runs 185 plus. The king is consistent. Kohli's back to his calculated best, building innings, rotating strike, and accelerating just when needed. While others blast, he balances. And as always, he's the heartbeat of RCB's batting. 8. Rajat Pradar RCB. Runs 180 plus vertical bar middle order muzzle. In an RCB lineup full of stars, Paradar's clean hitting has stood out. He's already played a couple of match-winning knocks and is proving he can dominate spin and pace alike. A quiet hero for Bengaluru. 9. KL Rahul DC. Runs 180 plus, match winner mode activated. Fresh of a stunning 93 against RCB at his home ground, Rahul is finding his rhythm. Once again, he's anchoring Delhi Capital's innings while accelerating when needed. A few more knocks like that, and he's climbing fast. Sparkles 10. Ruturaj Gaikwad, CSK. Runs, 170 plus vertical bar, solid but needs more support. The CSK skipper has been steady at the top, but with little support from the middle order, his efforts often go in vain. Still, his technique and timing remain top class. Bar chart in summary, the 200-run club. Nicholas Puran LSG 245, B. Sai Sudarshan GT 230 plus, Mitchell Marsh LSG 220 plus, Jose Butler GT 203, Ajinkya Rahane Kikya 200 plus, and the rest breathing down their necks. The orange cap race is far from over. Expect drama, big knocks, and new contenders in the coming weeks. Who's your pick for the orange cap this season? Drop your predictions below. And stay tuned for our next Top 10 update. As the IPL 2025 Purple Cap race, ballers rise as batting fireworks continue. While the 2025 IPL season has been ablaze with power-packed batting and record-breaking sixes, it's the ballers quietly stacking up game-changing spells, fighting toe-to-toe in the race for the prestigious Purple Cap. At this crucial juncture, one name stands tall above the rest, Noor Ahmed of Chennai Super Kings. Noor Ahmed holds on. But for how long? Afghanistan's left-arm mystery spinner Noor Ahmed got off to a dream start, scalping 9 wickets in just his first 3 games. Although his wicket-taking pace has slowed, grabbing only 1 wicket in each of his last 3 games, his consistency keeps him to clear at the top with 12 wickets at a stellar average of 13.16. His best? A fiery 4 for 18, which derailed the top order in vintage CSK style. But with the chasing pack closing in, Noor will need another big haul soon to retain his grip on the cap. Hardik Pandya, captain, all-rounder, wrecking ball. The revival arc of Hardik Pandya in IPL 2025 is sensational. The MI captain's new ball destruction has been pivotal. 10 wickets in 4 matches, including a blistering 5 for 36, the best bowling figures of the season so far. With the lowest bowling strike rate among the top 10, just 8.4 balls per wicket, Hardik is steamrolling opponents. He may have conceded runs at 8.57 RPO, but MI isn't complaining as long as he continues knocking over opposition top orders. Titans of Gujarat, Siraj and Sai Kishore Power GT's surge. Gujarat Titans sit top of the table, and it's not just their batters who have delivered. Their bowling unit, too, is humming. Our Sai Kishore, with 10 wickets in 5 games, has been GT's spin spearhead. His miserly economy of 7.25 on batting-friendly wickets stands out, as does his control in the middle overs. Mohammad Siraj, meanwhile, has returned with 10 wickets, including a breathtaking 4 for 17 that rattled SRH. Siraj's bounce and reverse swing under lights have turned him into GT's go-to strike bowler. GT are the only side with the bowlers in the top 5, a testament to their all-round dominance. Khalil Ahmed in the curious case of CSK's fight back. In a CSK squad struggling for consistency, Khalil Ahmed has emerged as a bright spot. His 10 wickets in 6 matches, including 3 for 29 against DC, have been crucial in applying pressure despite CSK's struggles elsewhere. His economy of 8.91 may raise eyebrows, but he's often bowled at the death when chaos reigns. Chasing back, Stark, Kuldeep and the X Factors. Mitchell Stark DC made headlines with his maiden 5-wicket haul in T20 S5 for 35. With 9 wickets in 4 matches, he's averaging just 15.44. Shardul Thakur LSG has been the chaos agent, 9 wickets, high economy 10.82, but game-changing bursts. Kuldeep Yadav DC is quietly brilliant, 8 wickets, including multiple middle-over strangleholds. His economy of 5.56 is the best among the top 15. Varun Raikikar is spinning it big again. His tight control, 6.39 economy and clever variations make him a tough nut to crack. Honorable mentions Hazelwood, Krenal and Rathi. Josh Hazelwood RCB, always dependable, has 8 wickets, keeping RCB in games with his calm death bowling. Krenal Pandya RCB boasts the best strike rate, 12.85 among spinners in the top 15, including a spectacular 4 for 45 in a match-turning spell. D. Grace Rathi LSG rounds out the list with 7 wickets in 5 games, proving his mettle with economical middle overs and timely breakthroughs. Purple Cap Watch, what lies ahead? As the IPL 2025 heats up, with pitches wearing down and slower surfaces dominating the second half, spinners like Kuldeep, Chakravarti and Rathi might become even more dangerous. Meanwhile, the Pacers, Siraj, Stark and Hardik will be licking their lips at night matches and power plays. Expect this leaderboard to keep shifting, and possibly even see someone like Rashid Khan or Harshal Patel making a late dash. Who's your purple cap favorite for 2025? Will Noor hold on? Will Hardik's storming comeback continue? Or is Kuldeep quietly spinning his way to the crown? Stay tuned. The IPL 2025 Purple Cap race is far from over, and it's shaping up to be a thriller till the very last match.
Gujarat Titans vs Sunrisers Hyderabad, 6th April 2025. Siraj's fiery spell and Gill Washington combo hand SRH 4th straight defeat. Result: Gujarat Titans 153 for 3, Gill 61, Washington 49, Shami 2 for 28 beat Sunrisers Hyderabad 152 for 8, Reddy 31, Siraj 4 for 17, Sai Kishore 2 for 24, Prasidh 2 for 25, by 7 wickets. Venue: Rajiv Gandhi International Stadium, Hyderabad. Introduction: Titans steamroll SRH as slide continues. A clinical Gujarat Titans side handed Sunrisers Hyderabad their 4th straight defeat of the season, chasing down 153 with 7 wickets and nearly 4 overs to spare. It was a game where local hero Mohammad Siraj made an emotional and emphatic return, tearing through SRH's top and lower order with a career-best 4 for 17, while Shubman Gill and Washington Sundar led a methodical chase on a slow surface. SRH's innings lacked momentum and authority, and despite a cameo from Pat Cummins and a spirited middle-order fight from Nitish Reddy, they never truly recovered from the blows delivered by Siraj early in the innings. Siraj's dream homecoming. Hyderabad-born Mohammad Siraj rose to the occasion in front of his family and home crowd, delivering a spell that defined the match. He dismissed Travis Head with a trademark wobble seam delivery after Head had taken him for 2 early boundaries. Then came Abhishek Sharma, miscuing to mid-on in Siraj's 3rd over of the power play, his 100th IPL wicket. Siraj returned at the death to clean up Aniket Verma and Simarjeet Singh, finishing with 4 for 17 in a superb display of seam, swing, and precision. His celebration showed what it meant, an emotional release from the hurt of national omission and a signal that he's back at his best. SRH's batting malfunction, again. SRH, playing at home on a slow, black soil pitch, were again undone by poor shot selection and a lack of adaptability. Their first 6 came in the 13th over, and they managed only 2 in total. After Siraj's early strikes, the middle order offered resistance but couldn't shift gears. Reddy's 31 was the top score, but no batter took charge or imposed themselves. Even the usually explosive Klassen and Maxwell struggled to rotate strike consistently. Pat Cummins added a late 22 off 9 balls, but it was more cosmetic than competitive. Titans tamed the chase. SRH got a glimmer of hope when Cummins removed Jos Buttler for a duck, but Washington Sundar and Shubman Gill quickly extinguished it. Promoted to number 4, Washington played with freedom and awareness, smashing 23 runs in the power play and finishing with 49 off 29 balls, the highest IPL score of his career. Gill, meanwhile, remained the anchor, seamlessly blending elegance and precision. His unbeaten 61 off 43 balls was the glue holding GT's chase together. Once Sundar fell attempting to reach his half-century, Sherfane Rutherford took over. He unleashed a barrage of boundaries against Abhishek Sharma, sealing the game with a 6, a 4, and a couple of singles as GT crossed the target in the 17th over. Tactical mastery and composure. GT's bowling plans were precise. Sai Kishore and Prasidh Krishna kept the pressure after Siraj's breakthroughs. Their spinners, though not needed in abundance, kept things tight, not allowing any easy runs. The batting, on the other hand, was anchored in communication and trust. Gill and Washington kept recalibrating their approach, capitalizing on SRH's bowling changes. Cummins and Shami were effective early, but once they finished their spells, the attack lost bite. SRH's decision to leave out Rahul Chahar in favour of Simarjeet didn't pay off, and the middle overs execution, especially post-power play, lacked imagination. What they said. Mohammad Siraj, when the ball is listening to you, it gives a different feeling. I wasn't selected for India, but I prepared for this. I'm enjoying my bowling now. Shubman Gill, people talk a lot about batting in T20s, but we believe bowlers win games. That's where our emphasis is. Washington Sundar, I was told to go deep and bat with intent. This pitch suits chasing, and we read it well. Pat Cummins, tough pitch to get fluency. We started well but faded. Depth and consistency with the ball were missing. Key performers. Mohammad Siraj, 4 for 17, lethal power play and death spells. Shubman Gill, 61 not out of 43 balls, composed anchor. Washington Sundar, 49 of 29, attacking intent, stabilizing presence. Sai Kishore and Prasidh Krishna, controlled middle overs. Pat Cummins, 22 and 1 for 18, lone bright spot. Final word, Titans in control, SRH in crisis. With 3 wins on the trot, Gujarat Titans are quietly building momentum. Their all-round balance, calm leadership, and clarity in roles are setting them apart. Sunrisers, meanwhile, find themselves staring at an identity crisis. The feared batting unit looks meek, and the bowling lacks depth post Cummins and Shami. Unless they recalibrate soon, IPL 2025 could slip away quickly. Final result, Gujarat Titans won by 7 wickets. Player of the match, Mohammad Siraj, 4 for 17. Rajasthan Royals vs Punjab Kings. Jaiswal, Archer and Royals in sync as PBKS suffer first loss in Mullanpur. Result, Rajasthan Royals to 0-5 for 4 Jaiswal 67, Parag 43 not out, Samson 38, Ferguson 2 for 37 beat Punjab Kings 155 for 9 Vadhera 62, Maxwell 30, Archer 3 for 25, Sandeep 2 for 21, Thikshana 2 for 26 by 50 runs. Venue, Maharaja Yadvindra Singh International Stadium, Mullanpur. Introduction, Royals tick every box in a commanding win. Rajasthan Royals executed a near-flawless performance on both sides of the innings to dismantle a spirited Punjab Kings outfit by 50 runs in Mullanpur. It was a match where everything on the Royals' wish list came true. Yashasvi Jaiswal returned to form, Riyan Parag exploded at the death, and Jofra Archer delivered a vintage spell of hostile pace bowling. Royals became the first team to breach the 200-run mark at Mullanpur, and then backed it up with a collective bowling performance that left Punjab Kings reeling and eventually deflated. For PBKS, it was their first loss at their new home and a timely wake-up call. Jaiswal and Samson lay the groundwork. Yashasvi Jaiswal had a nervous start against the swinging new ball from Arshdeep Singh and Marco Jansen. After mistimed pulls and streaky edges, he settled in with a ramp and slog off Jansen to get his innings going. Sanju Samson, leading the side on the field for the first time this season, looked far more assured early on. By the end of the power play, the Royals were 53 for 0, setting the tone for a strong batting display. Samson's innings ended trying to up the ante against Lockie Ferguson, but not before contributing 38 in a 71-run opening stand. Jaiswal, having grown into the innings, moved from 46 off 39 to a brisk 67, including big hits off Chahal and Stoinis. His knock helped Ara reach a strong platform before departing in the 13th over. Parag powers the finish. Riyan Parag took time to adjust but exploded late with a flurry of boundaries. From 12 of 14, he finished on 43 of 25 balls. His shift in gears was crucial, especially with cameos from Nitish Rana, Hetmeyer, and Jural adding to the late burst. Marcus Stoinis, economical early, was taken apart at the end, conceding 36 runs in his final 2 overs as Ara rocketed past 200. Archer's thunderous opening. PBK's chase was derailed before it began, thanks to a masterful first over from Jofra Archer. First ball, Priyansh Arya bowled by an absolute peach at 144.6 km per hour. Fourth ball, Shreyas Iyer cleaned up by a 148.6 km per hour thunderbolt. Archer was back to his brutal best, and the scoreboard showed it: 4 balls, 2 wickets, 0 runs. The early strikes set the tone. Marcus Stoinis chipped a return catch to Sandeep Sharma, and Prabhsimran Singh holed out to deep mid-wicket off Karthikeya. Vadhera and Maxwell offer hope. At 40 for 4, PBKs were in tatters, but Nehal Vadhera and Glenn Maxwell stitched an 88-run standoff 54 balls to breathe life into the chase. Maxwell used ramps and reverse hits effectively, while Vadhera played down the ground and over extra cover with elegance. Their partnership offered PBKs a flicker of hope as the run rate was kept in check temporarily, with 75 needed off 30 balls after the 15th over. The spin clamped down. Mahesh Theekshana and Vanindu Hasranga ensured the momentum didn't last long. Their tight lines and tempting lengths outside the hitting arc frustrated PBKs. The spinners' defensive tactics paid off. Maxwell was caught at long off trying to force the issue off Theekshana, and Vadhera was out slog sweeping Hasranga immediately after. From that point, PBKs collapsed, hitting just 1 boundary in the final 5.4 overs as wickets stumbled and hopes faded. Key performers: Yashasvi Jaiswal, 67 of 40, a return to form after early season struggles. Riyan Parag, 43 not out 25, accelerated perfectly at the death. Jofra Archer, 3 for 25, lethal with pace and control. Sandeep Sharma and Theekshana, 2 wickets each, clinical middle-overs execution. Nehal Vadhera, 62 of 45, lone bright spot for PBKs. Final word: Royals on a roll, Kings stumble at home. Rajasthan Royals delivered a well-rounded performance in Mullanpur, blending explosive batting with intelligent bowling. With Archer firing and spinners in control, they look like a unit peaking at the right time. Punjab Kings, despite promising signs from Vadhera and Maxwell, were always chasing the game. They'll need to regroup quickly as the tournament intensifies. Final result: Rajasthan Royals won by 50 runs. Player of the match: Jofra Archer, 3 for 25. Power-packed and composed, LSG hold nerve to seal 6th win over MI despite Hardik's heroics. Lucknow Super Giants to 0-3 for 8 beat Mumbai Indians 191 for 5 by 12 runs. LSG now lead the head-to-head 6-1. In a game brimming with tension, tactics, and tantalizing momentum swings, Lucknow Super Giants maintained their dominance over the Mumbai Indians, scripting a clinical 12-run victory at home despite a dazzling 5-wicket haul by MI captain Hardik Pandya. This was LSG's 6th win in 7 IPL encounters against the 5-time champions, and while the headlines may laud Hardik's record-setting bowling performance, it was the strategic mastery of Mitchell Marsh, Aden Markaram, and the calm execution by LSG's bowlers, particularly Shardul Thakur, Avesh Khan, and the rising enigma Digvesh Rathi, that sealed the deal. The final stretch, death bowling masterclass. With 52 runs needed from 24 balls, Mumbai had the advantage. Suryakumar Yadav was in fluid touch, unbeaten on 67, and Tilak Verma was set at the other end. But cricket, especially T20 cricket, turns quickly. Avesh Khan's pivotal 17th over tilted the game when he removed Suryakumar with a well-executed slower ball. That dismissal, with Sky sweeping a wide delivery straight to deep square leg, broke Me's rhythm. Hardik entered with intent, but Rathi stifled scoring in the 18th, conceding just 5 runs. Shardul Thakur's penultimate over was nothing short of surgical. With 24 needed off 12 balls, Thakur's mix of Yorkers and wide-angle deliveries restricted MI to just 7 runs. Then came a tactical call from the MI dugout. Tilak Verma was retired out to bring in Mitchell Santner, but the ploy fizzled as Avesh held his nerve in the final over. Hardik began with a mighty 6, but the rest of the over yielded just 3 more runs. Avesh's Yorkers were spot on, and the 22-run target proved too steep. Collision symbol Sky lights up the night, Dheer provides the spark. Naman Dheer set the tone for Me's chase with a fearless 46 off just 21 deliveries. His composure and clean striking allowed Surya Kumar to settle into a rhythm. The duo recovered from the early loss of Will Jacks and Ryan Rickalton, both falling 2 mistimed slogs. Sky's 43-ball 67 was vintage, flicks, scoops, drives, it had all the hallmarks of his repertoire. His ability to thread the field made even good deliveries disappear to the boundary. But Me's middle order couldn't keep pace. While Tilak remained unbeaten, he struggled for fluency and eventually was sacrificed in a tactical substitution. The Marsh Markaram Launchapat. Put into bat, LSG flew off the blocks, racking up 69 in the power play. Mitchell Marsh, who survived a caught-behind chance off the very first over, made full use of the reprieve. His 60 off 31 balls included thunderous strokes down the ground and 2 majestic sixes. It was the Marsh of old, confident, commanding, and explosive. Adin Markaram, calm and efficient, provided the perfect foil. His 53 off 38 balls wasn't just about strike rate, it was about holding the innings together after Marsh's departure. Markaram mixed classical drives with the occasional big shot, reaching his 50 off 34 balls. Hardik Pandya's record-breaking spell. Despite an eventual loss, Hardik Pandya etched his name in the record books. His 5 for 36 was the best-ever bowling figure by an IPL captain, surpassing Anil Kumble. His scalps included the prized wickets of Nicholas Pooran, undone by a slower bouncer. Rishabh Pant, caught at mid-off with a mistimed flick. Markaram, falling to an off-cutter at the death. David Miller and Akash Deep, both gone in the final over. His mix of pace-off deliveries, slower balls into the pitch, and cutters worked well on the sticky Lucknow surface. Without Jasprit Bumrah, Hardik led the bowling with aplomb. But in the end, he was left with too much to do. Digvesh Rathi, the game-changer. In a match full of stars, Digvesh Rathi quietly spun his way into the spotlight. The unassuming spinner, often compared to Sunil Narine for his action, bowled 4 overs for just 21 runs and picked up the crucial wicket of Dheer. He not only stifled boundaries but created pressure in the middle overs, a phase MI were banking on to tee off. Key tactical moments. Marsh's non-dismissal early on changed the tone of LSG's innings. LSG promoting Markaram to open proved successful. Tilak's tactical retirement was bold but backfired. Hardik bowling at the death, a move necessitated by Bumrah's absence, was both brilliant and unfortunate. Shardul and Avesh saving their best for the end, LSG used them at the right time. Match summary. LSG, 203 for 8, Marsh 60, Markaram 53, Badoni 30, Hardik 5 for 36. MI, 191 for 5, Surya Kumar 67, Dheer 46, Avesh 1 for 36, Thakur 1 for 32, Rathi 1 for 21. Result, LSG won by 12 runs. Player of the match, Mitchell Marsh. His power play blitz set the platform for LSG's commanding total and proved decisive. Final takeaway. For Mumbai, Hardik Pandya's all-round brilliance was a silver lining, but the inability to capitalize on middle overs momentum and lack of death overs dominance hurt them once again. For Lucknow, it was a complete team effort, smart batting, tactical use of spin, and composure in the death overs. If LSG continue this form, they could be serious contenders this season. Mumbai Indians vs Royal Challengers Bengaluru, 7th April 2025. RCB survive Hardik Tilak storm to break 10-year Wankhede curse. Result, Royal Challengers Bengaluru to 21 for 5, Kohli 67, Patidar 64, Hardik 2 for 45, Bolt 2 for 57 beat Mumbai Indians to 09 for 9, Tilak 56, Hardik 42, Crinell 4 for 45, Hazelwood 2 for 37, by 12 runs. Venue, Wankhede Stadium, Mumbai. Introduction, RCB end another long drought in a thriller. RCB continued their jinx-breaking spree in IPL 2025 by clinching their first win at the Wankhede Stadium in a decade, just days after ending a 17-year drought at Chepauk. In a high-scoring clash filled with big hits, standout performances, and late drama, they held their nerve to edge past Mumbai Indians by 12 runs. It wasn't a cruise despite posting a massive 221, as Hardik Pandya and Tilak Verma threatened to pull off a miraculous heist. But the composed Crinell Pandya and death bowling brilliance from Hazelwood and Bhuvneshwar secured the crucial win. Kohli's intent lights the fuse. Trent Boult started proceedings with his 31st first-over wicket in the IPL, but it was all RCB after that. Devdutt Padikkal responded immediately with a boundary, and the aggression never stopped. Virat Kohli, often an anchor, flipped the script with a blazing 29-ball 50, his fastest since 2019. Kohli took 36 off 19 balls in the power play and displayed rare aggression against spin, unleashing slog sweeps in the middle overs. His early charge set the tone, allowing Patidar to settle at the other end. Patidar's middle-order firepower. Hardik Pandya initially choked the flow with his wide lines and pace variations, picking up the key wickets of Kohli and Livingstone in the same over. But Rajat Patidar turned the tide, launching into Hardik and dismantling Santner's figures with 20 off a single over. Patidar went from 8 off 10 to a 33-ball 64, creating the platform for a big finish. Jitesh Sharma joined the onslaught, smashing 24 off just 8 balls as Boult leaked 57 in his 4 overs, his most expensive IPL spell. Despite 3 clinical overs from Bumrah, who conceded only 14, RCB pushed the total to 221 for 5. Hazelwood and Suyash stalled the chase. The MI chase began in stuttered fashion. Hazelwood's tight lengths and Suyash Sharma's unorthodox action created early pressure. Hazelwood removed Rickalton with help from a sharp DRS call, and after the power play, MI had only 41 on the board. Suryakumar Yadav, unable to find rhythm, laboured to 8 off 13 before falling to Suyash. With Will Jacks also failing to accelerate, MI needed a miracle with 123 required off the last 8 overs. Hardik and Tilak spark hope. Enter Hardik Pandya and Tilak Verma. The pair added 89 off 34 balls, injecting belief into Me's camp. Tilak took 17 off Suyash's final over and raced to a 29-ball 56. Hardik was electric, smashing 42 off just 15 balls with a mix of straight lofts and flicked sixes. From a near-impossible equation, MI brought it down to 41 off the final 3 overs. Crinell, Bhuvneshwar and Hazelwood delivered a death bowling masterclass, yorkers, slower balls, and variations that kept MI at bay. Crinell's final blow. With 19 needed off the final over, Crinell Pandya was handed the responsibility. Bowling to his former side, he kept his composure. He dismissed Santner and Deepak Chahar, denying MI the boundaries they craved. Crinell's 4 for 45 were his best IPL figures and the final dagger in Me's hopes. Key performers. Virat Kohli, 67 from 38, blistering knock that set the tone. Rajat Patidar, 64 from 33, high-impact middle-order innings. Hardik Pandya, 42 from 15 and 2 for 45, an all-round spark that almost stole the game. Tilak Verma, 56 from 29, smart acceleration and stroke play. Crinell Pandya, 4 for 45 from 4, nerves of steel in the final over. Josh Hazelwood, 2 for 37, clinical execution in both power play and death. Final word, RCB saw, MI stagger. RCB will be elated with another statement win away from home, and the breaking of long-standing venue hoodoos. Kohli's intent, Patidar's power, and Crinell's poise were key ingredients in this balanced performance. For MI, this was a missed opportunity. Despite the late fireworks, they remain plagued by inconsistent top-order starts and leaking runs at the death. 2 losses in a row will ring alarm bells, especially with their bowling depth stretched. Final result, Royal Challengers Bengaluru won by 12 runs. Player of the match, Rajat Patidar, 64 from 33. Venkatesh blasts, Arora strikes, and KKR crush SRH by 80 runs in statement victory. There are thrashings, and then there are warning shots fired to the rest of the league. Kolkata Knight Riders delivered the latter at Eden Gardens with a performance that fused resilience, power, and ruthless pace bowling to hand Sunrisers Hyderabad their biggest ever IPL defeat by runs, a humbling 80-run margin. After a solid foundation lead by Ajinkya Rahane and the rising star Angakrish Raghuvanshi, KKR exploded in the final overs thanks to a vintage Venkatesh Iyer blitz and a finishing touch from Rinku Singh to post 200 for 6. What followed was a bowling demolition, led by Vaibhav Arora's early triple strike and Varun Chakravarti's middle-over wizardry, which broke the backbone of SRH's supposedly formidable top order. KKR's fight back begins with the bat. The innings didn't start smoothly. KKR were struggling at 17 for 2, with Sunil Narine and Quinton de Kock dismissed cheaply, both failing for the second game in a row. De Kock's woes against short-pitched bowling continued, and Narine's attacking instincts again betrayed him. But the middle order rose. Ajinkya Rahane, calm and classic, and Raghuvanshi, bold and brutal, combined for an 81-run partnership. They hit a combined 7 boundaries and 4 sixes, mostly targeting SRH's inconsistent fast bowlers. Raghuvanshi, in particular, peppered the leg side with some disdainful flicks and pulls. Then came the acceleration. After Rahane's dismissal 38 of 27, Venkatesh Iyer picked up the baton. He didn't just score a half-century, he sent a message. A 29-ball 60 laced with 5 fours and 4 sixes, including a withering assault in the 19th over against Pat Cummins. Even with Harshal Patel delivering a decent final over, KKR's death overs yielded 78 runs, and they reached a daunting 200. SRH's star-studded top order blown away. If the Eden crowd was still buzzing after Venkatesh's fireworks, they were positively roaring moments later. Enter Vaibhav Arora. First came Travis Head, undone by a clever change of pace, mistiming a simple catch to mid-off. Then Abhishek Sharma fell to Harshit Rana, pocking tamely to slip. And when Ishan Kishan drove straight into Rahane's safe hands at cover, SRH had slumped to 9 for 3 inside 2.1 overs. The once explosive, Trevisan opening pair had self-destructed. In came Henrik Klassen, SRH's middle-order anchor, but the fight back never truly materialized. He attempted resistance, striking a few boundaries in a top score of 33, but fell to Arora's second spell, top-edging a slower ball to backward point. Meanwhile, KKR squeezed relentlessly. Sunil Narine and Varun Chakravarti bowled 5 overs of spin straight through the middle, giving away just 33 runs and snaring 2 key wickets. Varun nearly even took a hat-trick in the 16th over. The final wicket stumbled with little resistance. SRH were bowled out for 120, a total that not only marked their lowest against KKR but also highlighted serious flaws in their batting approach this season. Vaibhav Arora and Venkatesh Iyer, stars of the night. Arora's 3 for 29 was not just clinical, it was destructive, dismantling the famed top order with smart variations and probing lengths. Backed by Harshit Rana and Russell's short spells, KKR's quicks outclassed SRH's celebrated power hitters. Venkatesh, meanwhile, was a man transformed. Known for his silken stroke play, this was a statement knock, precise, powerful, and perfectly timed. Eyes what this means. KKR jumped from bottom to 5th, showcasing their depth and intent as defending champions. SRH slide to last, reeling from a 3rd straight loss and the ignominy of being bowled out under 130 for the second time in 4 days. Travis Head and Abhishek Sharma, the heroes of SRH's opener, are now under pressure after back-to-back failures. SRH's think tank, led by Cummins and Boucher, will now need to rethink their batting combinations and middle-order game plan. Key stats and moments. KKR's 200 was their highest total this season. SRH's top 3 contributed just 8 runs, their second worst start ever. Raghuvanshi's second IPL 50 in 3 innings cements his place as a future star. SRH's 80-run defeat is their biggest loss by runs in IPL history. Final word. This was more than just a win for Kolkata Knight Riders, it was a reassertion of dominance. With players like Venkatesh, Rinku, and Arora firing, and spin strangulation as reliable as ever, the Knights seem to have shrugged off their Mumbai misfire and are galloping toward the top. As for SRH, their explosive style might bring fireworks, but unless they address the fragile top order and muddled middle, the season might explode for all the wrong reasons. Delhi Capitals vs Chennai Super Kings, 5th April 2025. KL Rahul anchors as Delhi Capitals outclass CSK to break 15-year Chepauk drought. Result: Delhi Capitals 183 for 6, Rahul 77, Khalil 2 for 25 beat Chennai Super Kings 158 for 5, Vijay 69 not out, Nigam 2 for 27 by 25 runs. Venue: M.A. Chidambaram Stadium, Chennai. Introduction: Fortress Chepauk breached again. For the second time in IPL 2025, Chennai Super Kings suffered defeat at their home ground to a side that had not beaten them there in 15 years. This time, it was Delhi Capitals who rewrote the script with a comprehensive 25-run win that not only broke a long-standing jinx but also exposed chinks in CSK's famed armour. KL Rahul, stepping in for the rested Faf du Plessis, crafted a vital 77 of 51 balls to anchor DC's innings. The bowlers, led by Khalil Ahmed and debutant Vipraj Nigam, choked CSK's chase with discipline and precision, turning Chepauk into unfamiliar territory for the hosts. KL Rahul's measured masterclass. Opening the innings, Rahul took his time to assess the slow, dry pitch. He was 25 off 20 balls before shifting gears, thanks largely to his calculated assault on Noor Ahmed, the tournament's leading wicket-taker. With finesse and timing, Rahul took 20 off Noor's 9 deliveries. He dissected the field with sweeps, pulls, and even a delicate reverse scoop off Mukesh Chaudhary. Mukesh bore the brunt of Rahul's aggression, conceding the most boundaries, 40% of DC's total. Rahul's eventual 77 was a lesson in adapting to conditions, accelerating when set, and anchoring when needed. DC's innings lost a bit of momentum toward the end, as Rahul managed just 16 runs off his final 13 balls. Still, the foundation he laid proved invaluable. DC's controlled finish. While Rahul held one end, cameos from Abhishek Porel 29 and Tristan Stubbs 26 ensured DC crossed 180. Though no batter exploded in the death overs, the innings was built on intelligence rather than brute force. They understood the pitch and the venue and backed their bowlers to defend a competitive total. CSK's shaky start and familiar failings. Chasing 184, CSK stumbled early. Rachan Ravindra was undone by Mukesh Kumar's slower delivery that held in the pitch. Rituraj Gaikwad struck a clean pull off Mitchell Starc, only to pick out the deep fielder. At 20 for 2 in the third over, the pressure was already telling. CSK have not chased down a total above 180 in the last 6 seasons, a trend that looked destined to continue as DC's bowlers suffocated the middle order. Vijay Shankar's laboured innings. Vijay Shankar's unbeaten 69 of 54 balls summed up CSK's batting woes. He scored just one boundary in his first 31 deliveries, struggled to find timing, and nearly ran himself out twice. Despite surviving, he couldn't find fluency on a sluggish pitch. His grimaces and frustrated reactions painted the picture. While CSK hit out on 38 balls and found the boundary just 12 times, DC were successful 21 times from 37 attacking deliveries, a clear indicator of which side managed the conditions better. Dhoni's early arrival, quite impact. For once, MS Dhoni walked out in the 11th over, not the 19th. With the top order collapsing, there was little choice. Dhoni, playing in front of his parents for the first time, scored 30 off 26 balls, including one boundary and one six. Despite the emotional moment, the innings lacked punch. CSK fans, who often erupt at the mere sight of Dhoni, watched in eerie silence as the legend fought a losing battle. Bowling brilliance, Nigam and Kuldeep star. Vipraj Nigam continued to impress, picking up 2 wickets and conceding just 27 runs. His dismissal of Moeen Ali, who was beaten in flight, set the tone. Kuldeep Yadav delivered the ball of the match, a killer googly that castled Ravindra Jadeja. Stark and Khalil complemented the spinners by varying pace and lengths, never letting CSK settle. CSK's numbers tell the story. Jadeja has not completed his full quota of overs in 4 matches. Ashwin has bowled 4 overs only twice. CSK have hit the fewest sixes in the tournament. Their middle order, positions 4 to 7, average just 21.76 with a strike rate of 116.94, the lowest in the league. These stats reflect deeper issues with balance and strategy. Final word, DC rising, CSK reeling. Delhi Capitals executed their plans perfectly, win the toss, bat first, post a par-plus score, and let their bowlers choke the chase. KL Rahul's composed 77, backed by disciplined bowling and alert fielding, handed DC a memorable win. For CSK, back-to-back defeats at home raise serious questions. Their aura at Chepauk is fading, and unless the middle order steps up and spin combinations are used better, more heartbreaks may follow. Punjab Kings vs Chennai Super Kings, 8th April 2025. Arya's record century crushes CSK as Punjab Kings extend Chennai's misery. Result: Punjab Kings to 19 for 6, Arya 103, Shashank 50 to not out Khalil 2 for 45, beat Chennai Super Kings to 0-1 for 5, Conway 69, Dubey 42, Ferguson 2 for 40 by 18 runs. Venue, Mullanpur. Introduction: Arya ignites IPL with record-breaking tone. The IPL 2025 continues to dazzle, and this time it was 24-year-old Priyansh Arya who lit up the tournament with a blistering 103 off just 42 balls, the fastest century by an uncapped Indian and joint 4th fastest in IPL history. His audacious assault propelled Punjab Kings, PBKS to 219, a total that ultimately proved too steep for Chennai Super Kings, CSK, who slumped to their 4th consecutive loss. This defeat deepens CSK's batting woes as they failed once again to chase a target over 180, their 11th such failed attempt since 2020. Arya's explosive knock. Arya walked out with a reputation forged in Delhi Premier League folklore, having hit 6 sixes in an over. His IPL breakthrough, however, was forged in a cauldron of missed chances and ruthless punishment. Dropped twice, once by Khalil Ahmed on 6 and again by Vijay Shankar on 35, Arya made CSK pay dearly. He clobbered 28 off Ashwin's 4 overs and took Pathirana for 22 in 1 over to bring up his century in the 13th over. Arya's knock included 9 fours and 8 sixes, exuding fearless stroke play and composure. The highlight was his back-to-back sixes over point and mid-wicket against Pathirana, an exhibition of hand speed and timing. Middle-order muscle, Shashank and Jansen finished strong. After Arya's dismissal, PBKS didn't let momentum slip. Shashank Singh took over seamlessly, belting an unbeaten 52 off 29, and found an equally willing partner in Marco Jansen 34 not out. Their unbroken 65-run stand pushed PBKS to 219. The pair played innovative shots, including Jansen's no-look 6 and Shashank's audacious loft over Ashwin as CSK's fielders and bowlers wilted under pressure. CSK's sloppy fielding and another faltering chase. CSK were their own worst enemy early on, dropping 5 catches and offering Arya 2 lives. With the ball, Ashwin 48 for 2 and Pathirana 51 for 1, from their allocations, were expensive, unable to contain PBKS's middle-over surge. Despite a decent start to the chase, Conway and Ravindra added 59 in the power play, the middle order couldn't hold firm. Conway batted fluently but eventually retired out on 69 off 49, leaving too much for Dhoni and Jadeja. Rituraj Gaikwad fell cheaply, while Shivam Dube played a brisk 42 but was dismissed before the final push. PBKS used clever matchups, withholding spin from Dube and unleashing Chahal against Dhoni late in the chase. Dhoni arrives, but too late. With CSK needing 49 of the final 13 balls, Conway retired out to give Dhoni room. The legend hit 3 sixes, briefly igniting hope, but the required rate had climbed too high. A mistimed flick of Yash Thakur in the final over sealed the match in PBKS's favour. Key moments. Priyansh Arya, 103-42, a record-breaking innings full of intent. Shashank Singh, 52 not out of 29, composed and destructive in the death. Marco Jansen, 34 not out of 15, played crucial cameos at the end. Devon Conway, 69 of 49, steady but lacked acceleration. Shivam Dubey, 42 of 25, spark in the middle that faded. Fielding lapses, 5 dropped catches critical for CSK's downfall. Final word, PBKS rise, CSK stumble. Punjab Kings will be elated with this statement win, not just for the points, but for the arrival of a young star in Arya. His fearless century has set the tone for their campaign. CSK, meanwhile, must go back to the drawing board. Their fielding woes, failure to close out chases, and over-reliance on the top order continue to haunt them. The Dhoni cameo once again came too late to reverse the tide. Player of the match, Priyansh Arya from 103 from 1942.
CSK crashed to fifth straight defeat as ruthless KKR humiliate hosts at Japoik. Japoik is no longer a fortress. On a balmy Friday night in Chennai, the Kolkata Knight Riders KKR stormed into MS Dhoni's backyard and handed Chennai Super Kings CSK their worst ever total at home, chasing down a paltry target of 104 in just 10.1 overs to win by 8 wickets. The victory was not only emphatic but symbolic. A powerhouse like CSK, 5-time champions, were dismantled in their own conditions by a side that hadn't looked as assured all season. It was CSK's 5th consecutive loss, a new and unwanted record for a team long associated with consistency and control. Nareen leads the spin assault. KKR's revival was built on a classic spin strangle, executed to perfection by Sunny Nareen, Varun Chakravarti, and Harshit Rana. Nareen in particular rode back the years with a dazzling spell of 3 for 13, including a rare feat of bowling 4 overs without conceding a boundary, the 16th time he's done that in the IPL, the most by any bowler. Introduced early to target CSK's 2 left-handed openers, Nareen struck immediately. He dismissed Devon Conway with a wicket maiden and exposed the brittle CSK middle order within the power play. Mean Ali, returning to the 11, set the tone with a tight spell that prevented any momentum. Rachin Ravinder followed Conway soon after, and by the end of 6 overs, CSK were 31 for 2, a crawl by T20 standards and the second worst power play performance this season. CSK's middle order falters again. The cracks in CSK's lineup are now deep and obvious. Their much-wanted middle order ones again fell apart. Rahul Tripathi, brought in for the out-of-form Raj Gaikwad, played a muddled knock of 16 of 22 balls. Vijay Shankar received 2 lifelines through dropped catches but could only muster 29 of 27, struggling to find timing or confidence. And then came the collapse. From 59 for 3, CSK nosedived to 75 for 8. In a 20-over game, that is nothing short of catastrophic. The most damning phase was a 63-ball stretch without a boundary, a statistic that underlines the helplessness of CSK's batters against relentless KKR bowling. In that stretch, the only joy came via a toppage 4. MS Dhoni, brought back into the captaincy hot seat, walked into deafening cheers, but left under a cloud of uncertainty. He was trapped LBW by Nareen for a duck, and the replays showed a faint edge that stirred debate. The on-field decision stood. A tankless defense. With just 103 to defend and Madhishapana unable to bowl, CSK were down a bowler even before the first over was completed. They took the gamble of using Deep Huda as their impact player to bolster the batting, but he fell for a duck, compounding their woes. The new ball bowlers went hard searching for wickets, but in doing so, only bled runs. KKR ransacked 71 runs in the power play, effectively putting the result beyond doubt in the first 6 overs. Nareen wasn't done with just the ball. He returned with the bat to smash a 20-ball 44, snatching the chase away from CSK before they could even entertain thoughts of a miracle. A statement win for KKR. KKR finished the job in style, reached ING 107 for 2 in just 10.1 overs, led by Nareen and a calm finish from Ankrish Rawanshi and Ramla Gurbaz. The win was not just about the points. It was a statement that KKR are figuring out their combinations and, when conditions suit their bowlers, they are as dangerous as any side in the IPL. CSK in crisis mode. For CSK, this is now 5 straight defeats, a run that leaves them 9th on the points table. Their batting depth has been exposed, their bowling plans haven't worked, and their star players are out of rhythm. They've now failed to chase totals above 180 in 11 consecutive attempts, and even defending middling totals has become a nightmare. Captain MS Dhoni summed it up bluntly: we need to look deep down inside. And they must, quickly. Because from here, every game could be the difference between a playoff run and forgettable campaign.
Titans rise to the top, Sudarshan and Prasidh orchestrate commanding victory over Royals. Ahmedabad roars for Titans' dominance. On a red soil pitch in Ahmedabad, Gujarat Titans GT delivered a clinical performance with both bat and ball to dismantle Rajasthan Royals RR by 58 runs in match 23 of IPL 2025. With this emphatic win, GT stormed to the top of the points table, boosting 4 consecutive victories. At the heart of the triumph were Sai Sudarshan's scintillating 1982 and Prasidh Krishna's razor-sharp 3-4, sealing the deal in dew-free conditions at home. Sudarshan blazes away, Titans surge past 200. After RR chose to field first, Sai Sudarshan came out all guns blazing. Normally a slow starter, Sudarshan flipped the script with an aggressive onslaught. He made full use of the field restrictions, showcasing a classy range of strokes, scoops, cuts, and powerful drives. GT zoomed to 50 in just 5.1 overs, with Sudarshan anchoring the charge. Sudarshan brought up his half-century off just 31 balls and continued to dominate, punishing anything over-pitched or short. He found good support from Jos Buttler, who shifted gears after a slow start and contributed 36. Their 80-run partnership laid a strong platform before Mahesh Theekshana trapped Buttler LBW. M. Shah Rukh Khan then took over in the middle overs with a quickfire 36 off 20, while Sudarshan moved into the 80s. Though he was dropped on 81 by Shubham Dubey, Sudarshan could only add one more run before departing for 82 off 53. In the death overs, Rahul Tewatia and Rashid Khan provided fireworks with 30 runs in the final 12 balls, propelling GT to 217 for 6. Archer returns with fire. Jofra Archer, after a lackluster start to the season, looked back to his menacing best. He clocked over 150 km per hour consistently and knocked over GT skipper Shubman Gill with a pitch that jagged in at 147.7 km per hour. Archer also rushed Sudarshan with a short-pitched missile, proving his pace was still elite. He finished with 1 for 33 and was one of the rare positives in RR's bowling effort. Royals falter early in chase. Chasing 218, RR stumbled right from the start. Yashasvi Jaiswal and Nitish Rana both fell cheaply, undone by Arshad Khan and Mohammad Siraj. Despite a spirited counterattack by Sanju Samson and Riyan Parag, Kulwant Khijrolia removed Parag in a controversial decision upheld by the third umpire, triggering a downward spiral. Rashid finds his mojo. After a quiet season so far, Rashid Khan found his groove. He struck in his first over, dismissing Dhruv Jural with a deceptive shorter delivery. He then removed impact sub Shubham Dubey with a classic googly, adding more woes to RR's sinking ship. Though Hetmeyer got the better of Rashid momentarily with 2 sixes and 2 fours, the Afghan maestro had the last laugh by keeping the pressure intact. Prasidh crushes the middle order. GT's enforcer Prasidh Krishna turned the screws further with a masterful spell. He removed Sanju Samson with a well-directed short ball before dismantling Archer and Hetmeyer in the same over, both falling to bouncers misjudged by the batters. Prasidha's 3 for 24 from 4 overs ensured that any lingering RR hopes were extinguished. At 145 for 8 in 16 overs, the chase fizzled out. RR were eventually bowled out for 159 in 19.2 overs, falling short by a massive 58-run margin. Titans' statement win. This performance solidified GT's status as frontrunners for the IPL 2025 title. Sudarshan's consistency at the top, Shahrukh's finishing prowess, and the precision of Prasidh and Rashid give GT a fearsome balance. For Rajasthan Royals, it was a night of missed chances, dropped catches, poor execution, and an over-reliance on the lower order. Gujarat Titans are peaking at the right time, while RR will need to recalibrate their bowling and top-order strategies to stay in playoff contention. Player of the match, Sai Sudarshan 82 of 53 balls. Turning point, Prasidh Krishna's double strike in the 16th over to dismiss Archer and Hatemeyer, crushing RR's momentum. Next up, GT gear up for a top-of-the-table clash, while RR must regroup ahead of a crucial mid-season fixture.
West Indies triumph in Multan, a masterclass in spin and resilience. The second test between Pakistan and West Indies concluded with a historic victory for the visitors, who leveled the series 1-1 by defeating Pakistan by 120 runs on a spin-friendly track in Multan. This was West Indies' first test win in Pakistan since 1990, a testament to their grit, resilience, and adaptability against the odds. A match defined by spin. Spin dominated every aspect of the game, with 69 wickets falling to spinners across the two-match series, the most in a test series of this length. The pitch offered sharp turn and inconsistent bounce from the outset, testing batters' technique and temperament. However, it was the West Indies spin trio of Jomal Warrican, Gudkesh Modi, and Kevin Sinclair who outperformed their Pakistani counterparts, delivering a stunning performance to secure the victory. Key performances. 1. Jomal Warrican. The left-arm spinner was the standout performer, taking 5 for 27 in Pakistan's second innings and finishing with match figures of 9 for 70. His series tally of 19 wickets at an average of just 9 underlined his dominance. 2. Gudkesh Modi complemented Warrican with crucial breakthroughs, including a fighting 55 with the bat in the first innings. 3. Craig Brathwaite. The captain led from the front with a gritty 52 in the second innings, setting a competitive target. How the match unfolded. First innings. Pakistan failed to capitalize. Pakistan spinners, led by Noman Ali 6 for 41, bowled out the West Indies for 163 in their first innings, seemingly putting the hosts in control. However, Pakistan's batting faltered on the same challenging surface, managing just 154 in reply. Mohammad Rizwan's 49 and Saad Shakil's 32 were the only notable contributions, as Jomal Warrican 4 for 43 and Gudkesh Modi 3 for 49 spun webs around the Pakistani lineup. Second innings. West Indies take control. West Indies showcased their resilience with the bat in the second innings, posting 244. Craig Brathwaite's 52 anchored the innings, while crucial lower-order contributions from Tevin Imlak and Gudkesh Modi extended the lead. Noman Ali 4 for 80 and Sajid Khan 4 for 76 worked hard, but the visitors' total set Pakistan a stiff target of 254. Pakistan's collapse under pressure. Chasing 254, Pakistan crumbled under the relentless pressure of West Indies spinners. Resuming on day 3 at 76 for 4, the hosts lost wickets quickly. Mohammad Rizwan 25 and Salman Agha 15 briefly resisted, but the brilliance of Jomal Warrican and Kevin Sinclair 3 for 61 ensured a dramatic collapse, bundling Pakistan out for 133. A test of resilience and adaptation. This victory was more than just a win for the West Indies. It was a masterclass in adapting to challenging conditions. Spin dominance. West Indies spinners were relentless in their accuracy, exploiting the conditions better than their Pakistani counterparts. Lower order contributions. Contributions from the lower order, particularly Warrican and Modi, proved decisive in both innings. Fielding and keeping. Tevin Imlak, Making his debut as wicketkeeper, was exceptional in difficult conditions, providing vital support to the bowlers. Fair or flawed? The debate over Multan's pitch. The Multan surface has reignited the debate about the balance between bat and ball in Test cricket. While spin-friendly pitches are a hallmark of subcontinental cricket, the extremes witnessed in Multan have raised concerns. Arguments against such pitches. 1. Skewed contest. With spin dominating from day one, the contest felt one-dimensional, leaving little room for pacers or batters to make an impact. 2. Impact on touring teams. Such conditions disproportionately disadvantage visiting teams, risking the integrity of the competition. 3. Global appeal. Extreme pitches may alienate fans and players, reducing the appeal of Test cricket. Pakistan strategy. Pakistan's reliance on spin-friendly tracks has delivered mixed results. While it leverages their spin resources, it exposes the fragility of their batting lineup and risks undermining their development in other areas, such as pace bowling and batting against high-quality spin. West Indies triumph, a turning point? This victory marks a significant achievement for West Indies cricket, proving their ability to compete and succeed in tough conditions. The performance of their spinners, combined with their captain's leadership, offers hope for a resurgence in their Test cricket fortunes. Lessons for touring teams. 1. Adaptability is key. Success in the subcontinent requires patience, resilience, and a proactive approach to batting against spin. 2. Strength in depth. Lower-order contributions can be match-defining, as demonstrated by West Indies in this game. The road ahead. With the series ending 1-1, both teams will reflect on their performances. For Pakistan, this loss highlights the need for a more balanced strategy and better preparation for challenging conditions. For West Indies, this win is a morale boost and a testament to their potential. Building on this momentum will be crucial for their progress in Test cricket. Conclusion: a historic victory. The Multan Test will be remembered as a historic moment for West Indies cricket. It showcased the beauty of Test cricket, resilience, skill, and the ability to adapt under pressure. However, it also highlighted the need for balanced pitches that preserve the essence of the format. As the cricketing world celebrates West Indies' triumph, the lessons from Multan must not be forgotten.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. tide. Every swing of hope's we chase, victory shines on every face. Your mind they are rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Hazelwood's ruthless spell powers Australia to Barbados Test victory in just 3 days. Barbados, June 27, 2025. Joe Hazelwood roared back into the spotlight with a vintage 5-wicket haul as Australia demolished West Indies by 159 runs in a dramatic final session at Kensington Oval, sealing a crushing win inside 3 days. Having been set a challenging target of 301 on a deteriorating pitch, West Indies crumbled for 141, losing all 10 wickets in the final session of the day. Hazelwood's 5 for 43 tore through the host's brittle lineup, while Nathan Leon cleaned up the final 2 wickets in back-to-back balls to complete the rout just minutes before stumps. Australia's old guard prevails in fiery finale. Despite question marks around Australia's top order and an uneven start in the first innings, it was their reliable middle-order trio of Travers Head 61, Ball Webster 63, and Alex Carey 65 that turned the tide in their second innings. The trio added valuable runs on a pitch full of venom, lifting Australia from a precarious position to a dominant 310 all-out, giving their bowlers plenty to work with. Head, who also scored 59 in the first innings, was later named player of the match for his twin 50s. Webster and Carey combined for crucial partnerships that drove Australia's lead to just beyond 300, a psychologically daunting figure on this spicy Barbados track. Carey's elegant stroke play and fearless footwork shone as he launched a blistering assault on the second new ball, notably striking a glorious 6 straight over the sight screen, a defining moment that showcased his class and Australia's intent. West Indies collapsed in a session of chaos. West Indies entered their chase with hope, needing 301 to script a memorable victory. But in true Test cricket fashion, those hopes were shattered under the lights and pressure of Day 3. Mitchell Starc made the first incision early, dismissing Craig Brathwaite for a duck. Then Hazelwood unleashed havoc, scalping Campbell, King, Chase, and Carty in quick succession, breaking the spine of the innings. Pat Cummins joined the party with a lethal delivery that skidded under Shy Hope's bat. From 49 for 1, West Indies plummeted to 85 for 7. Shamar Joseph tried to delay the inevitable with 2 monstrous sixes, but it was too little, too late. In a fitting climax, Leon removed Shamar Joseph and Jaden Seals in consecutive deliveries to wrap up the innings in the final over of the day, ensuring Australia wouldn't have to bat again or return on day 4. Tactical brilliance and ruthless execution. Captain Pat Cummins praised the middle order, stating, "Those 3 were brilliant. On a surface like that, you need players who can adapt quickly. Head, Carey, and Webster show what Test temperament is all about." Hazelwood's relentless discipline earned him his 11th 5-wicket haul in Test and cemented Australia's strength in fast bowling resources. Match summary. Innings team score. First innings, Australia won 80, had 59, Seals 5 for 60. First innings, West Indies won 90, S. Joseph 44, won 4 for 49. Second innings, Australia 310, Carey 65, Webster 63, S. Joseph 5 for 87. Second innings, West Indies 141, Hazelwood 5 for 43, Lee on 2 for 12. Result, Australia won by 159 runs. Player of the match, Travis had 59 and 61. Key takeaways. Hazelwood's rhythm and relentlessness made him virtually unplayable on this surface. Shamar Joseph's effort 9 wickets in the match continues to show promise despite West Indies' collapse. Fielding errors proved costly for West Indies. 7 drops over the match, including key chances. Australia's middle-order strength compensated for another shaky top-order showing. A thrilling encounter in the Caribbean sun, and with the series now in Australia's favour, the pressure mounts on West Indies to find answers before the second test. WTC Final 2025 Day 1. Rabada rattles, Aussies respond, and quickfire collapse opens the door. At Lord's, where Test cricket breathes its most iconic air, Day 1 of the World Test Championship Final 2025 lived up to the occasion, but not in the manner the batters would have wanted. It was a day where seam ruled, spin surprised, and the scoreboard swung like a pendulum caught in a storm. Rabada leads with fire and fury. South Africa's decision to bowl first under thick clouds was vindicated almost immediately. Kagiso Rabada, relentless and ruthless, stormed into the history books with 5 for 51, etching his name on the Lord's Honours Board for the second time. He wrecked the top and tail of the Australian lineup with venom and precision, with support from Marco Jansen, who chipped in with 2 crucial wickets, including Travis' head on the stroke of lunch. Notably, South Africa's plan to bowl around the wicket to Usman Khawaja worked again. Khawaja's persistent weakness to that angle continued to haunt him, while Cameron Green, elevated to number 3, was undone by a stunning catch from Markram. Smith and Webster stand tall briefly. Stephen Smith crafted the familiar Lord's innings, elegant and exact, reaching 66 fluently despite suffering from the flu. His 50 made him the leading overseas run scorer at Lord's, but his surprising dismissal to aid in Markram's part-time spin, yes, really, triggered a collapse. Meanwhile, Bo Webster, riding his luck, scratched and scraped to a valuable 72, not always convincing, but crucial nonetheless. He survived a review where the LBW called that South Africa didn't opt for, a decision that cost them. Their dismissal sparked an all-too-familiar Australian tail collapse. From 192 for 5, they were rolled for 212, losing the final 5 wickets for just 20 runs in a spectacular late-afternoon slide. Stark sets the tone, S.A. in trouble. If Day 1 was a rebarter show, Mitchell Stark stole the evening spotlight. First over, first wicket, Ed Macram gone. Next, Rickleton nicked a slip. Cummins then removed Mulder after an unconvincing 6 off 44 balls, and finally Hazelwood, clinical and composed, castled Tristan Stubbs with a ripper to leave South Africa gasping at 43 for 4 at stumps. Timber Baima 3 and David Bedingham 8 are the last hopes of resistance, with Australia firmly on top, already leading by 169 runs and licking their lips at the prospect of making this a short test. Key takeaways. Rebarter's second was 5-4. Pure pace, pinpoint plans, and pride for South Africa on a tough day. Australia's collapsing tail, from 192 for 5 to 212 all out, a familiar frailty exposed again. Australia's new ball impact, Stark, Cummins, and Hazel would combine for 4 for 43 in 18 overs of relentless pressure. Smith at Lord's, 66 more runs at the home of cricket, but his flu-struck fluency ended with a surprise scalp. South Africa's fragile batting, their inexperience showed as they ended the day in tatters. The battle ahead. There too beckons with high drama. Can South Africa's middle and lower, or defy the odds and drag their side back into contention? Or will the Aussies run riot and take a stranglehold on the mace?
England crush West Indies as Brooke era begins with a bang. Edgbaston, May 29th, 2025, first men's ODI. In a performance that could only be described as a dream debut for a new captain, Harry Brooke led England to a massive 238-run victory over the West Indies at Edgbaston, igniting hopes of a bold new chapter for English cricket. Not only was it a win, it was a statement of renewal. A statement performance, 400-plus and ruthless with the ball. Winning the toss and electing to bat would have been the traditional move, but being put in gave Brooks England the chance to dictate, not react. And dictate they did. England 400 for 8 in 50 overs. West Indies all out for 162 in 30.3 overs. From the opening 10 overs, England batted like a team with purpose, maturity, and firepower. It marked a reversal of their recent ODI woes, snapping a 7-match losing streak, their worst since 2000-2001. Batting highlights, intent meets intelligence. Jacob Bethel, 82 off 52 dynamic. His late innings acceleration, scoring 56 off his last 22 balls, turned a great score into an imposing one. Harry Brooke, 58 off 47, calm, authoritative, and fluent. A captain's knock that set the tone. Ben Duckett and Jamie Smith set the tone early with an assertive 90-run power play. Will Jack's 45 off 22, a late innings blitzkrieg with Bethel that left the Windies reeling. The team struck the ideal ODI balance. Build with tempo, explode late. Bowling brilliance, ruthless and relentless. England's bowlers backed up the batters perfectly. Saqib Mahmood and Jamie Overton, 3 wickets each, mixing pace with discipline. Brooks' record 5 catches underlined his fielding instincts and positional intelligence. West Indies were never in the chase. The collapse was stark. Only Seals 29 showed resistance. Their power play score of 45 for 3 quickly unraveled into chaos. Brooks' message, forget the past, embrace the new. In his post-match interview, Brooks' tone was philosophical yet forward-looking. We're trying to forget about the past, take one game at a time. We done pretty well today. Hopefully we can top that. It wasn't just about victory, it was about rewriting the script. England's recent ODI form had been dismal, and Brooke knows results must replace reputations. West Indies falter, tactical confusion, and indiscipline. Head coach Darren Sammy was visibly frustrated post-match. Our bowlers were not disciplined enough. We were chasing the game from early. Captain Shai Hope's decision to bowl first backfired as the Windies failed to maintain tight lines, especially on a surface that demanded it. With square boundaries easily accessible, the lack of discipline proved fatal. What this means going forward: England's new era could not have started on a better note. The squad, featuring young blood like Bethel, Jacks, and Smith, offers depth, clarity, and fearlessness. For the West Indies, it's back to the drawing board. Their batting fragility and bowling inconsistency remain pressing concerns. Player of the match, Jacob Bethel. For his match-defining 82 in a crucial phase, Bethel takes the honor. His innings changed the tempo and ensured England crossed the psychological 400-run barrier. Final word: this wasn't just a victory, it was a cleansing. England's white ball side needed a fresh spark after years of inconsistent returns, and Brooks' men lit the flame in style. It's early days, but if this match is a sign of things to come, English fans have every reason to dream again. WTC Final 2025. History meets hope as South Africa face ruthless Australia at Lord's. Date, June 11th to 15th, 2025. Venue, Lord's Cricket Ground, London. Occasion, World Test Championship Final. Teams Australia versus South Africa. The home of cricket stages a battle for the ages. A final more than 100 years in the making returns to Lord's with historic echoes, high stakes, and the promise of drama. On one side stands Australia, seasoned, battle-hardened, and defending champions. On the other, South Africa, determined, resurgent, and perhaps finally ready to exorcise decades of unfulfilled Test dreams. 5 key talking points before the final. 1. Australia's familiar calm versus South Africa's desperate hunger. Australia arrive at Lord's like they've done this before, and they have. Since 2021, they've won the T20 World Cup, the WTC, and the 2023 ODI World Cup. Their preparation reflects that assurance. 5 days of golf in Scotland rather than net sessions in England. South Africa, by contrast, carry a heavier burden. They've never won the WTC, have only one ICC title in their covered 1998 knockout trophy, and must now challenge history and narrative. For Bavuma's men, this final isn't just a match, it's a statement. 2. Battle-hardened 11 versus a brave new order. Australia's lineup may seem experimental Labuschagne as opener in green at number 3, but it's rooted in trust and depth. They've sacrificed stability for form, knowing their bowling arsenal remains potent. South Africa, on the other hand, have gone with consistency and chemistry. Their batting order is untested against Australian pace, but that also makes it unpredictable. Tristan Stubbs, Rick Helton, and David Bedingham may be unknowns in whites, but they carry fearless intent and IPL muscle memory. 3. South Africa's bowling can match the best. Forget perceptions. This South African bowling unit is fire. Rabada's aggression, Njidi's discipline, and the left arm angle of Marco Jansen make it a threat on any surface. Throw in the spin variety of Maharaj, and they've got all bases covered. But then comes Australia's awesome foursome, Cummins, Stark, Hazelwood, and Lyon. Possibly the most consistent attack of the decade. This is where games will be won or lost. 4. Mental resilience versus a curse to break. South Africa's greatest opponent may not be Australia. It might be the C word, chokers. Coach Shukri Conrad has said it's unfair to burden this group with the past, but the ghosts will linger if they fall short again on a big day. Australia? They're the masters of occasion. Smith, Head, Warner, even in the twilight, and Carey all have stood up when it counts. Travis Head has back-to-back centuries in global finals. Enough said. 5. Lord's setting for a changing era? There's a poetic symmetry to this being played at Lord's. Australia have dominated English turf since 2019. South Africa, meanwhile, haven't won a test at Lord's since 2012. But this is a new team, a team not scarred by the 1999 semi-final heartbreak or the 2023 WTC snub. If Bavuma's men can stay in the moment and trust their talent, this could mark a new dawn. Prediction and final word. Key players. Australia, Travis Head, Cummins, Stark. South Africa, Rabada, Bavuma, Stubbs. X factor, the toss. Batting first in a final at Lord's can be defining. Verdict, Australia's start favorites. But South Africa, fueled by history, hunger, and heart are ready to shock the world.
Can India finally conquer their Australian demons? India versus Australia, a rivalry steeped in history, heartbreak, and redemption. This is the clash that has haunted India for years, the team that has inflicted the most pain on them in ICC knockout matches. Now, in the Champions Trophy 2025 semifinal in Dubai, India has yet another chance to rewrite their story. Will Australia continue to be their ultimate roadblock? Or will India finally break free from the curse and shatter the demons of the past? The Australian Nightmare, a history of Indian heartbreak. If there's one team that has consistently crushed India's dreams in ICC tournaments, it's Australia. Let's take a painful trip down memory lane. ICC Finals and Knockout Heartbreaks versus Australia. Keycap won 2003 ODI World Cup Final. Australia bulldozed India with Ricky Ponting's 140 not out, handing India a 125-run defeat in Johannesburg. Keycap 2 2015 ODI World Cup semifinal. Steve Smith's century led to India's 95-run loss in Sydney. Keycap 3 2023 World Cup final. After an unbeaten campaign, India's fairy tale ended in tears as Travis Head's 137 sealed a ruthless Australian triumph in Ahmedabad. Keycap 4 2023 World Test Championship final. Australia dominated in London, crushing India's dream of a Test crown. Whenever it has mattered the most, Australia has found a way to outplay, outthink, and outmuscle India in ICC knockouts. This time, India must ensure history doesn't repeat itself. What India must do to break the curse? Despite past failures, this Indian team has the tools to finally overcome the Australian challenge. 1. The spin web in Dubai. India's biggest weapon is their four-pronged spin attack. Axar Patel, Ravindra Jadeja, Kuldeep Yadav, and Varun Chakravarthi. Dubai's dry pitch will aid turn and slow down the scoring rate for Australia's power hitters. Varun's mystery spin and Kuldeep's wrist spin could be the game changers against batters like Maxwell and Smith. 2. Mental fortitude and killer instinct. The biggest difference between India and Australia in knockout matches has always been mentality. Australia thrives under pressure, while India has often faltered. Rohit Sharma's team needs to stay aggressive, fight for every run, and make bold decisions when the heat is on. 3. Kohli's big match experience. Virat Kohli is India's biggest asset. If there's one player who understands high-pressure games, it's him. With 3,000+ ICC tournament runs, this is a stage to finally settle scores with Australia. 4. Attacking Australia's weaknesses. The batting order is vulnerable beyond Steve Smith. If India can remove Travis Head and Smith early, their middle order will be exposed. Nathan Ellis and Ben Dwarshues are good pacers but don't have the fear factor of Stark, Cummins, or Hazelwood. India must attack early. Australia's strategy. Can they continue their dominance? Let's not forget, Australia knows how to win knockouts. 1. 6 spin options. For the first time, Australia has matched India's spin-heavy attack. Tanveer Sangha, Adam Zampa, Glenn Maxwell, and even Labuschagne will be key to breaking India's batting order. 2. Smith's leadership and tactical mindset. Stephen Smith is a master tactician. Australia's ability to choke India under pressure has been seen before, and Smith will try to mentally wear down the opposition. 3. The Maxwell X Factor. Glenn Maxwell loves playing against India. His ability to take down spinners could be the biggest threat to India's bowling attack. Who has the edge? Why India can win? Spin-friendly conditions in Dubai suit them perfectly. More settled bowling attack, especially in the middle overs. Big match players like Kohli, Rohit, and Jadeja have a point to prove. Why Australia might extend India's misery. Unmatched mental strength in ICC knockouts. They've beaten India in all recent big games. Smith, Maxwell, and Head are match winners on their day. Prediction: too close to call. But if India can handle the pressure, this could finally be the moment they slay their demons. Can India finally end the Australian jinx? For India, this isn't just another match. It's a battle against history. The scars of 2003, 2015, and 2023 are still fresh. Is this the moment India finally turns a page? Or will Australia continue to be India's greatest nightmare? Who are you backing? Let us know in the comments.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, will legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
IPL versus PSL, a tale of two titans in T20 cricket. Cricket's rise as a commercial powerhouse owes much to the T20 revolution, and at its core are two South Asian giants, the Indian Premier League IPL and the Pakistan Super League PSL. While the IPL is the gold standard in global franchise cricket, the PSL has steadily carved a niche of its own, driven by passion, national pride, and cricketing grit. Let's break down this compelling rivalry and explore how each league contributes uniquely to the world of cricket. Global reach and brand power. IPL, the undisputed giant. Brand value $2023 $10.70 billion plus as per Brand Finance. Broadcast in 120 plus countries, with extensive digital streaming across platforms like JioCinema, Star Sports, Sky Sports, and more. Attract celebrities, international investors, Bollywood stars, and advertisers from across the world. Globally recognized cricket event, often compared to the NFL Super Bowl in terms of viewership. PSL, rapid growth in a challenging environment. While smaller in global footprint, PSL's fan base is incredibly loyal and deeply passionate. Increasing international viewership, with dedicated followings in the UK, Middle East, and among the Pakistani diaspora. Recognized for high-quality fast bowling and emerging local talent. Financial strength and player salaries. IPL, the billion-dollar behemoth. Top player salary INR 18 to 20 crore, $2.2-2.5 million. Franchise valuations, Mumbai Indians alone valued at $1.3 billion. Prize money 2023, 20 crore rupees winners, 12.5 crore rupees runners-up. Sponsored by top brands Tata, Dream 11, Paytm, etc. PSL, efficient yet effective. Top international players earn $170,000 to $200,000. Total player salary pool, significantly smaller till the $6 million versus IPL's till the $100 million plus. Yet delivers high-impact cricket, often at a fraction of the cost. Run efficiently by the PCB, with franchises tightly knit into national cricketing culture. Cricketing quality and talent development. PSL, factory of fast bowlers and future stars. Unearthed talents like Shaheen Avedi, Shadab Khan, Haris Rauf, Mohammad Haris, and Nabrar Ahmad. Focus on grassroots scouting, particularly in underrepresented regions Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Gilgit, Sindh. Encourages players to shoulder responsibility early, offering international-level exposure under pressure. IPL, blend of experience and youth. Combines elite Indian players with global stars. Kohli, Dhoni, Stokes, Stark, Rashid Khan. Platforms like Uncapped Rule and Impact Player provide chances to youth. But the intense competition and franchise pressure sometimes limits long-term development opportunities. Innovation and social impact. PSL, progressive and bold. Hired female coaching staff like Julian Fountain fielding and Lisa Cately in advisory roles, a trailblazing move in male-dominated cricket leagues. Conducted matches in smaller cities like Multan, Pindi, and Fairbad to grow regional cricket. Introduced Apna X campaign, celebrating national pride over flashy marketing. IPL, tech and entertainment integration. World leader in cricket entertainment with drones, Spider-Cam, VR replays, and high-quality LED shows. Leverages partnerships with Disney+, Hotstar, Viacom 18, etc. Smart auction strategies, data-backed scouting Moneyball-style selections, and massive fantasy league tie-ins. Stadiums, ambience and fan experience. IPL, grand and glamorous. Stadiums like Narendra Modi Stadium 132,000 capacity host matches with Broadway-level entertainment, musical acts, and VIP boxes. Combines cricket with Bollywood, cheerleaders, sponsored events, and dazzling post-match shows. PSL, gritty, passionate, intimate. Lahore's Gaddafi Stadium, Rawalpindi, and Multan have become fortresses of emotion. Fans pack stadiums with flags, songs, and chants, making PSL one of the most atmospheric leagues in the world. Smaller venues give a closer to the game feel. PSL is raw, real, and personal. Geopolitical context and resilience. PSL, battle-hardened and proud, overcame years of security concerns to bring cricket back to Pakistan, a monumental achievement. Initially hosted abroad UAE, now nearly all matches played in Karachi, Lahore, Rawalpindi, Multan. The league's very existence is a symbol of Pakistan's sporting resilience. IPL, politically stable, commercially aggressive, benefits from massive infrastructure, centralized planning, and a robust media ecosystem, capitalizes on national soft power, government backing, and a massive cricket economy. Final thought. While the IPL reigns supreme in money, media, and might, the PSL punches above its weight, shining as a beacon of hope, talent, and identity for Pakistan. The two leagues are not just competitors, they are complements, offering the cricketing world both a blockbuster spectacle and a heartfelt, resilient cricketing experience. Cricket needs both.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, will legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Inshallah, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Inshallah, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Inshallah, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore.
Kohli's command, Krinaul's craft, RCB blaze past KKR in IPL 2025 opener. Eden Gardens, Kolkata. Under the lights of a buzzing Eden Gardens and the shadow of new season expectations, Royal Challengers Bengaluru, RCB unleashed performance that combined ruthlessness, flair, and smarts to dismantle defending champions Kolkata Knight Riders, KKR by 7 wickets and 22 balls to spare. If this was a litmus test of their auction strategy and new leadership core, they passed it with flying colors. On a pitch offering just enough grip and bounce to demand smart cricket, RCB's planning was on point. Their bowlers, particularly Krinaul Pandya and Josh Hazlewood, delivered precise spells that punctured KKR's innings at both ends. Then, Phil Salt and Virat Kohli made a mockery of the chase with a thunderous 95-run opening stand that underlined intent and authority. Hazlewood and Krinaul, the early disruptors, the middle overs maestros. RCB's bowling blueprint was simple: use bounce early and pace off later. Hazlewood, returning to IPL action after a long break, looked as sharp as ever. His opening salvo saw Quinton de Kock bowl for just 2, with his signature hard length proving too spicy on the Eden surface. The real stinger came after the Naren Rahane blitz. With KKR motoring at 107.41 after 9.5 overs, they looked poised for 200 plus. But Krinaul Pandya stepped up, using his angles and subtle variations to derail the momentum. He removed Rahane, 56 off 31, who had been in vintage touch. Then came the dismissal of Venkatesh Iyer, undone by a quicker ball. And finally, Rinku Singh bowled attempting a slog. 3 wickets in 3 overs, all with different tactical intent, showing why Krinaul was RCB's most astute pick in the mega auction. Russell's wrong UN woes return. KKR's hope rested, as it often does, on the broad shoulders of Andre Russell. But RCB had done their homework. Enter Surya Sharma, and more specifically, his googly, Russell, yet again, failed to read the variation and saw his middle stump shattered. Since 2018, Russell averages a lowly 13 against the wrong UN, a stat RCB exploited to perfection. The back end of KKR's innings fizzled. From a potential 190-plus, they ended at a middling 174.48, thanks to Hazlewood and Yash Dayal strangling the last 4 overs for just 23 runs. Salt and Kohli, the perfect blend of ferocity and finesse. The chase was never going to be easy against KKR's attack at home. But RCB's newest import, Phil Salt, playing against the very team he powered to a title last year, had other ideas. He cracked the first ball of the inning for 4 and never looked back. When Varun Chakravarthi was introduced early to apply brakes, Salt applied the accelerator, smashing 20 off 1 over. Salt's 56 off 31 was packed with signature aggression, down-the-track lofts, late cuts, and brute straight hits. Kohli, meanwhile, was fluent, focused, and ferocious when needed. His 59 not out off 36 was Kohli at his best, pacing, rotating, then exploding. The pair's 95-run opening partnership in just 8.3 overs crushed KKR's hopes before they could think of Plan B. Tactical wins for RCB. This was not just a win. This was a statement. A few highlights of their match-winning strategy. Smart bowling matchups. Krinaul used against Rahane. Suyos deployed just in time for Russell. Field placements and spin strangulation. Not once did KKR look comfortable post the 10th over. Aggressive chasing tactics. They didn't just chase the target. They bullied it. Kohli's fire still burns bright. For a man entering yet another IPL with all eyes on his longevity and leadership value, Kohli's innings was timely and telling. His intent during the power play and his urge to finish strong, even when the win was in the bag, hinted at a man on a mission. He wasn't just anchoring, he was dominating. The 6-over mid-wicket off Varun, the cheeky late dab past short third, the calm chat with Patidar mid-innings. It was vintage and evolved Kohli in one package. KKR questions start early. KKR's middle order crumble, poor finishing with the ball, and the decision to let Salk go all come under the scanner. Yes, Rahane and Naren's 103-run stand was thrilling, but the batting collapse that followed was alarming. Venkatesh Iyer looked short on answers. Rinku Singh's form slump continues, and their death bowling lacked punch, especially after Varun was neutralized early. Final word, Bengaluru mean business. If this opening win is anything to go by, Royal Challengers Bengaluru are not just in it for vibe this year. They are in it to win it, and with smart acquisitions, bold leadership, and an aggressive approach, they've thrown down the gauntlet from match one. As for KKR, they'll have to regroup quickly, find their middle order mojo, and figure out their bowling combinations before it's too late. Stay tuned for more reports, exclusive visuals, and insights as IPL 2025 heats up.
Day for strategy. India's mission to seal victory and level the series' narrated title, The Oval Awakening, India's final push for glory as the sun rises over the Oval. A new dawn beckons for Team India, not just to win a test, but to ETCH their comeback saga in gold. From Manchester despair to Oval dominance, this team, forged in adversity and buoyed by unheralded heroes, stands just 8 wickets away from leveling the series. The scoreline reads like an epic: England 50 for 1, chasing 374, needing 320 for more, and India? Hungry, poised, relentless. Let's break down the strategic pillars for Day 4, reflecting on the players who've shaped this turnaround. 1. Lead with Siraj. The spearhead strategy. Deploy Siraj in short, searing bursts. Use the early morning scene to attack Pope and root with precision. Give him 2 aggressive spells in the first 25 overs of the day. Why his late-day Yorker to flatten Crawley was a moment of pure theatre. The adrenaline is still pumping, and Root's wicket, as Ravi Shastri would bellow, is worth gold dust. 2. Jadeja's golden arm. The Jadeja-Sundar spin axis strategy. Dry up one end with Jadeja. Use him in tandem with Sundar to exploit footmarks and pressure. Delay second new ball if needed. Strangle with spin. Why Jadeja has been India's quiet assassin, 500-plus runs and crucial breakthroughs. His control will suffocate England's stroke makers. Sundar, after his fearless 50, brings subtle variation that could trap Duckett or Brook into errors. 3. Akash Deep, the enforcer, not just the Night Watcher strategy. Use Akash Deep in 5-over spells to target the body, unsettle batters, and bounce out a lower middle order that's visibly frayed. Why his 66 wasn't just runs, it was psychological warfare. He drained the bowlers, unsettled England, and earned his place as a frontline threat. 4. Captain Gill's tactical test. Strategy. Set attacking fields, rotate bowlers sharply. Use short legs, leg gully traps, and surprise field placements like the bluff to Crawley. Why his move to hold back Siraj worked. His calm is contagious. Now his fielding noose and man management must rise again, especially against Joe Root and Harry Brook. 5. The psychological siege. Strategy. India must crowd the bat, chirp smartly, remind England of the weight of the chase. Break the morale, ball by ball. Why England chased 371 before, but this isn't the same batting order. No Stokes, no Wokes, just pressure and the ghosts of dropped catches haunting them. Individual performances that built this dominance. Yashasvi Jaiswal, the ton of tenacity, a century so stylish, yet so unyielding, his sixth, his finest, a cover-driven masterclass of maturity. A cash deep, the night watcher turned nightmare, he didn't just survive, he dominated. A 66-run surprise act that sapped England's spirit. Ravindra Jadeja, the series' St. 500 runs, a wagging blade, a probing arm. When history looks back, it'll whisper, Jadeja did it all. Washington Sundar, the final flair 53 in 39 balls, for towering sixes, and a reminder, India finished innings like lions, not lambs. Mohammad Siraj, the last ball blaster Crawley's stumps are still spinning somewhere in South London. His Yorker ended day 3, his roar echoed beyond. The target, 8 wickets, the path, discipline plus desire. India must guard against complacency. One route counterattack or brook burst can open the floodgates. But they must also believe, for this is a team of believers. Battered in Leeds, bruised in Manchester, now brilliant at the Oval. Closing words, if day 3 was the day India dreamt again, day 4 must be the day they deliver. Let them fight for every inch. Let them circle route like hawks. Let Siraj run like fire. Let Jadeja weave his web. Let the spin of Sundar and the heart of Gill write the final chapter. The Oval awaits a climax. India must rise and finish what they've started. This is more than a test. This is redemption in whites.
England shock India to keep series alive, a gutsy 26-run win in Rajkot. Adil Rashid's magic and England's pacer fire derail India's chase. England produced a stunning 26-run victory in Rajkot to snap India's 10-match unbeaten home streak in T20s, keeping the series alive at 2-1. Adil Rashid's tight spin bowling, early breakthroughs from the pacers, and crucial late runs from Liam Livingstone turned what seemed a modest total into a match-winning effort. India, chasing 172, never looked comfortable as Bryden Cars, Jamie Overton, and Jofra Archer ripped through the top order before Rashid broke India's middle order. Despite a fighting effort from Hardik Pandya, 40 off 35, the home side was restricted to 145 for 9, marking their first T20I loss at home since November 2023. Match summary: England vs India, 3rd T20I. Venue: Rajkot. Result: England won by 26 runs. Player of the match: Adil Rashid 4 for 15, key middle order wickets. England's score: 177 for 9. Ben Duckett 51. Liam Livingstone 43. Varun Chakravarti 5 for 24. India score: 145 for 9. Hardik Pandya 40. Jamie Overton 3/24. Bryden Cars and Jofra Archer 2 wickets each. How England won this thriller. England's victory was a result of disciplined bowling, smart field placements, and capitalizing on key moments. Here's how they stunned India and kept the series alive. Small Blue Diamond 1 keycap England's batting from collapse to a defendable total. England struggled early on, but their recovery efforts ensured they put up a competitive total. Ben Duckett's explosive start. Duckett attacked India's power play bowling, scoring a rapid 51 off 26 balls. His fluent stroke play against spin helped England cruise to 83 for 1 in 9 overs. Varun Chakravarti's magical spell, 5 for 24. India fought back brilliantly as Varun Chakravarti tore through England's middle order, reducing them from 83 for 1 to 127 for 8. His mystery spin and variations proved too much for England's batters. Livingstone's late onslaught the game-changer. Liam Livingstone's late surge 43 off 24 saved England. With England reeling at 127 for 8, Livingstone smashed 5 sixes to push them to 177 for 9. His bold hitting against Bishnoi and Hardik Pandya gave England a fighting chance. Small Blue Diamond to keycap England's pacers landed early blows. Knowing that early wickets were the key, England's pacers came out firing on all cylinders. Jofra Archer removes Sanju Samson, second over. A quick, rising delivery forced Sanju Samson into a mistimed shot straight to Rashid. Archer's raw pace set the tone, rattling India's top order. Bryden Cars and Overton rattle India's middle order. Cars removed Abhishek Sharma 24 of 14, who was India's only aggressive batter early on. Overton's clever change of pace dismissed Suryakumar Yadav and Akshar Patel, halting India's momentum. By the power play, India were 48 for 3, already struggling against the pace-heavy English attack. Small Blue Diamond 3 key-cap Adil Rashid the turning point in the middle overs. When India still had a chance at 85 for 5, Adil Rashid delivered a spell of absolute class, breaking India's backbone. Rashid bowled Tilak Verma with a beautiful delivery, ending his incredible streak of 336 runs without dismissal. His tight lines and variations made stroke play nearly impossible, leading to India's downfall between the 7th and 15th overs. India only managed 2 boundaries in this period, highlighting Rashid's control. Perfect tactics from Jos Buttler. England ensured Rashid bowled to India's weaker middle order, maximizing his impact. His 4 overs for just 15 runs proved decisive. India could never recover after his spell. Small Blue Diamond 4 key-cap Hardik Pandya's lone fight-back wasn't enough. Despite wicket stumbling, Hardik Pandya kept India in the hunt with a calculated attack. He targeted Mark Wood and Jofra Archer in the 16th and 17th overs, hitting 2 sixes. However, just as India looked like they could pull off a last-over miracle, Overton dismissed Hardik with a brilliant slower ball. After that, India never had a chance, eventually falling short by 26 runs. Key takeaways why England won. Tactical brilliance. England made smart decisions, bowling Rashid at the right time and using pacers wisely. Fast bowling pressure. Cars, Archer, and Overton never let India settle. Rashid's experience showed. His spell choked India's middle overs, forcing them into bad decisions. Livingstone's rescue act. His 43 of 24 runs ensured England had enough runs to defend. What this means for the series. This 26-run win breathes life back into the series. India still leads 2-1, but England now has the momentum heading into the next game. India's first T20I home loss since 2023 means they'll have to reassess their strategy. With both teams fighting hard, the next T20I in Pune will be a must-watch clash. Final verdict. England proved they are still a force to be reckoned with, using tactical nous, fast bowling aggression, and Rashid's spin mastery to outplay India. However, India remains in control.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Inshallah, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Field of blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the
hopes we chase. Victory shines on every face. You'll find India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Rajasthan Royals vs Punjab Kings. Jaiswal, Archer and Royals in sync as PBKS suffer first loss in Mullanpur. Result: Rajasthan Royals 2-0-5 for 4. Jaiswal 67, Parag 43 not out, Samson 38, Ferguson 2 for 37 beat Punjab Kings 155 for 9. Vadhera 62, Maxwell 30, Archer 3 for 25, Sandeep 2 for 21, Thikshana 2 for 26 by 50 runs. Venue: Maharaja Yadvindra Singh International Stadium, Mullanpur. Introduction: Royals tick every box in a commanding win. Rajasthan Royals executed a near-flawless performance on both sides of the innings to dismantle a spirited Punjab Kings outfit by 50 runs in Mullanpur. It was a match where everything on the Royals' wish list came true. Yashasvi Jaiswal returned to form, Riyan Parag exploded at the death, and Jofra Archer delivered a vintage spell of hostile pace bowling. Royals became the first team to breach the 200-run mark at Mullanpur, and then backed it up with a collective bowling performance that left Punjab Kings reeling and eventually deflated. For PBKS, it was their first loss at their new home and a timely wake-up call. Jaiswal and Samson lay the groundwork. Yashasvi Jaiswal had a nervous start against the swinging new ball from Arshdeep Singh and Marco Jansen. After mistimed pulls and streaky edges, he settled in with a ramp and slog off Jansen to get his innings going. Sanju Samson, leading the side on the field for the first time this season, looked far more assured early on. By the end of the power play, the Royals were 53 for 0, setting the tone for a strong batting display. Samson's innings ended trying to up the ante against Lockie Ferguson, but not before contributing 38 in a 71-run opening stand. Jaiswal, having grown into the innings, moved from 46 off 39 to a brisk 67, including big hits off Chahal and Stoinis. His knock helped Ara reach a strong platform before departing in the 13th over. Parag powers the finish. Riyan Parag took time to adjust but exploded late with a flurry of boundaries. From 12 off 14, he finished on 43 off 25 balls. His shift in gears was crucial, especially with cameos from Nitish Rana, Hetmeyer, and Jural adding to the late burst. Marcus Stoinis, economical early, was taken apart at the end, conceding 36 runs in his final 2 overs as Ara rocketed past 200. Archer's thunderous opening. PBK's chase was derailed before it began, thanks to a masterful first over from Jofra Archer. First ball, Priyansh Arya bowled by an absolute peach at 144.6 km per hour. Fourth ball, Shreyas Iyer cleaned up by a 148.6 km per hour thunderbolt. Archer was back to his brutal best, and the scoreboard showed it: 4 balls, 2 wickets, 0 runs. The early strikes set the tone. Marcus Stoinis chipped a return catch to Sandeep Sharma, and Prabhsimran Singh holed out to deep mid-wicket off Karthikeya. Vadhera and Maxwell offer hope. At 40 for 4, PBKS were in tatters, but Nehal Vadhera and Glenn Maxwell stitched an 88-run standoff 54 balls to breathe life into the chase. Maxwell used ramps and reverse hits effectively, while Vadhera played down the ground and over extra cover with elegance. Their partnership offered PBKS a flicker of hope as the run rate was kept in check temporarily, with 75 needed off 30 balls after the 15th over. The spin clamped down. Mahesh Theekshana and Vanindu Hasranga ensured the momentum didn't last long. Their tight lines and tempting lengths outside the hitting arc frustrated PBKS. The spinners' defensive tactics paid off. Maxwell was caught at long off trying to force the issue off Theekshana, and Vadhera was out slog sweeping Hasranga immediately after. From that point, PBKS collapsed, hitting just one boundary in the final 5.4 overs as wickets tumbled and hopes faded. Key performers: Yashasvi Jaiswal, 67 off 40, a return to form after early season struggles. Riyan Parag, 43 not out 25, accelerated perfectly at the death. Jofra Archer, 3 for 25, lethal with pace and control. Sandeep Sharma and Theekshana, 2 wickets each, clinical middle-overs execution. Nehal Vadhera, 62 off 45, lone bright spot for PBKS. Final word: Royals on a roll, Kings stumble at home. Rajasthan Royals delivered a well-rounded performance in Mullanpur, blending explosive batting with intelligent bowling. With Archer firing and spinners in control, they look like a unit peaking at the right time. Punjab Kings, despite promising signs from Vadhera and Maxwell, were always chasing the game. They'll need to regroup quickly as the tournament intensifies. Final result: Rajasthan Royals won by 50 runs. Player of the match: Jofra Archer, 3 for 25.
In Darwin's sticky heat, history was made under the floodlights as Dewald Brevis, the young maverick of South African cricket, carved his name into the record books with a knock that will echo for years to come. Only 9 T20 internationals into his career, Brevis delivered an innings of breathtaking brilliance, an unbeaten 125 from just 62 deliveries. The highest score ever by a South African in T20 is the second fastest 100 for his country in the format, and all achieved with the kind of composure and audacity that defines great players. South Africa, wounded from their defeat in the opening match, came into this second T20I knowing they had to win to keep the series alive. But when they slipped to 57 for 3 in the 7th over, Australia had their tails up, sensing another kill. That's when Brevis, alongside Tristan Stubbs, began his masterclass. It wasn't a reckless assault. It was calculated, surgical destruction. He scored 66 of his runs in the V, punishing anything over pitch, dismantling length balls with those clean, fluent drives, and savage lofty blows. By the 12th over, Glenn Maxwell, who had just picked up a wicket, became the victim of Brevis' ferocious intent. 3 sixties rained down the over, 1 over long, 1 over cow corner, and 1 straight back past the bowler transformed the mood in the ground. In just 16 balls, Brevis went from 50 to 100, reaching the landmark with a pull for 4 off-bend horseshoes. With each stroke, the Australian bowlers' plans unraveled. When South Africa reached 179 for 3 after 16 overs, a score beyond 220 looked inevitable, but Australia clawed back briefly. Wickets fell. Stubbs caught in the deep Van der Dussen holding out, Bosch bowled by Hazelwood full toss, and the visitors briefly wobbled. Yet Brevis remained anchoring the innings, farming the strike, and guiding South Africa to 218 for 7, their highest T20I total against Australia. Australia's chase began with intent, but the pressure of the scoreboard was relentless. Quinter Maffeker, the teenage left-arm quick, mixed raw pace with nerveless aggression, while Corbin Bosch found crucial breakthroughs. The Australians' hopes rested heavily on Tim David, who, even with an injured shoulder, produced another explosive half-century, including a monster 6 that cleared the stadium roof. At 104 for 3 in the 10th over, the chase was alive, but Kagiso Rabada's dismissal of David for 50 changed everything. From there, South Africa's bowlers closed in, Bosch finishing with 3 for 20, Maffeker with 3 for 57. Australia were dismissed for 165, 53 runs short. Their first lost batting second in 9 matches, and their first defeat to South Africa in 7 encounters. It was a statement victory, the biggest margin South Africa have ever managed against Australia in T20 is, and a night that belonged entirely to the War Brevis. At just 22, he showed not only raw talent but match-winning temperament, turning a must-win game into a personal coronation. For Australia, it was a reminder that even their formidable chasing record can crumble when genius takes center stage. For South Africa, it was proof that a new generation is ready to lead and that the future is already here.
In every heartbeat, feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's sweet chase, victory shines on every face. Come India, rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
New Zealand crushed South Africa to march into ICC Champions Trophy 2025 final. New Zealand has once again proven its mettle on the grandest stage of cricket by storming into their 7th ICC final and 4th in the ODI format, dismantling South Africa by 50 runs in a high-scoring semi-final in Lahore. With this emphatic victory, they have set up a thrilling title clash against India in Dubai on Sunday. Ravindra and Williamson power the Kiwis. A record-breaking total of 362 for 6, the highest in Champion Trophy history, was a foundation for New Zealand's triumph. The Kiwis' batting dominance was spearheaded by Rachin Ravindra, 108, and Kane Williamson, 102, who put on a sensational 164-run stand for the second wicket. While Ravindra played the aggressor, ensuring a run rate above 100 for the majority of his innings, Williamson executed his trademark composure, initially taking his time before shifting gears in the latter half. The pair dismantled South Africa's bowling attack, which looked off-color despite early movement in the air. As South Africa struggled to contain the scoring, Daryl Mitchell, 49 off 37, and Glenn Phillips, 49 off 27, Asterisk provided a late flourish, adding 83 runs in the last 6 overs to propel New Zealand past the 360 mark. South Africa crumbled under pressure. Chasing 363, South Africa needed a historic batting display but faltered under the scoreboard pressure. The top order showed glimpses of fight, particularly Temba Bavuma, 56, and Rassie van der Dussen, 69, who kept their hopes alive with a century stand. However, Mitchell Santner, 3-43, changed the game with his spell, dismissing Bavuma, van der Dussen, and the dangerous Heinrich Klaasen. David Miller, 100 off 67, fought valiantly till the end, even crafting 100 off the last ball, but it was never enough. His century, much like in the 2023 ODI World Cup semi-final, felt hollow as wickets tumbled at the other end. Glenn Phillips, 2-27, and Matt Henry, 2-43, complemented Santner's brilliance, dismantling South Africa's middle order and reducing their chances to mere statistics. South Africa's missed opportunity. Despite their strong tournament run, South Africa's long-standing struggles in ICC knockouts continued. Their bowling lacked bite, with Marco Jansen and Keshav Maharaj going wicketless. Poor fielding and dropped chances further dampened their prospects. While New Zealand capitalized on every opportunity, South Africa's lack of execution under pressure told the tale. Final showdown, New Zealand versus India. With this dominant win, New Zealand now heads into the final with momentum and confidence. Having endured heartbreak in previous ICC finals, the Black Caps will look to break the jinx and claim their second ICC ODI trophy since 2000. For South Africa, it's another painful exit, extending their semi-final woes in global tournaments. As they return home empty-handed, the focus will shift to breaking the mental barriers in future ICC events. As for New Zealand, they march into the final, ready for a mouth-watering clash against India. Can they go all the way this time? Cricket fans will soon find out.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we'll legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we night, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore.
India's ODI and T20I dominance, a cut above the rest. India's cricketing dominance in white ball formats, both ODIs and T20Is, has reached an unprecedented level, proving they are far and away the best team in the world. Even without Jasprit Bumrah, arguably the best all-format bowler of this generation, India has stormed through ICC tournaments and bilateral series with an air of inevitability. Their unbeaten run in the ICC Champions Trophy 2025 is only the latest chapter in a golden era of Indian white ball cricket. Unmatched depth and squad balance. What sets India apart is their depth and versatility across all conditions. Other teams might rely heavily on one or two key players, but India's strength lies in an entire unit performing at peak efficiency. Consider this. Batting superstars across generations, India seamlessly transitions between experienced campaigners like Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli and young superstars such as Shubman Gill and Ruturaj Gaikwad. 4 world-class spinners in 111. While most teams struggle to find one high-impact spinner, India fields Kuldeep Yadav, Varun Chakravarthi, Aksa Patel, and Ravindra Jadeja, forming an impenetrable spin attack. Pace battery without Bumrah. Even in Bumrah's absence, Mohammad Shami, Arshdeep Singh, and Hardik Pandya have kept India at full throttle. Undisputed kings of ICC tournaments. India's latest ICC Champions Trophy win cements their dominance. They've now won 22 of their last 23 ICC tournament matches, losing only the 2023 ODI World Cup final. Here's a quick look at India's record across major tournaments. ICC Champions Trophy 2025, trophy unbeaten, crushed Australia and New Zealand. 2023 ODI World Cup, trophy 10 consecutive wins before the final. 2024 T20 World Cup, trophy defeated England, South Africa, and Australia with ease. 2022 T20 World Cup, trophy beat Pakistan and England in the group stage. 2021 World Test Championship Final, New Zealand only loss in a major final. India's T20I supremacy, a different level. While ODIs remain India's stronghold, their T20I dominance is arguably even more frightening. They have built an aggressive and fearless batting lineup, with every player capable of accelerating at a strike rate above 150. Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, the best T20 opening duo in history. Suryakumar Yadav and Hardik Pandya, the most destructive middle order. Rishabh Pant and KL Rahul, dynamic finishers with elite strike rates. Spinners choking opposition. Varun Chakravarthi's mystery spin has bamboozled batters, while Aksa and Kuldeep dominate middle overs. India's bowling, even without Bumrah, remains a match-winning unit. Arshdeep Singh, Mohammad Siraj, and Pandya have ensured that India's pace attack can restrict even the most aggressive opposition. Beating New Zealand in finals, the final statement. India's recent Champions Trophy final win over New Zealand proved once again that they are built differently. They've now beaten the Kiwis in 4 out of the last 5 ICC finals they've played. Even when Kane Williamson, Raken Ravindra, and Daryl Mitchell put up a fight, India had too much firepower. Rohit Sharma's power play dominance. KL Rahul's finishing composure. Spin choke in the middle overs. Unbreakable depth even in pressure situations. What's next for India? The scariest part? This is not even India's strongest 11. Jasprit Bumrah, Ishan Kishan, and Washington Sundar are waiting in the wings. As they head into the 2026 T20 World Cup and the 2027 ODI World Cup, it's becoming increasingly clear. Police Scarlight India is playing white ball cricket at a level far above the rest of the world. Police Scarlight. While other teams struggle to find consistency, India has made winning a habit.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite
hopes we chase. Victory shines on every face. Your India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts for evermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch. Shall India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high underneath the painted sky. every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall I India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
In every heartbeat, feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope, sweet shakes. Victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Chennai falls at the first hurdle. Charles' hat-trick and Iyer's brilliance knock out CSK. Punjab Kings 194 for 6 Shreya 72, Prabsimran 54, Khalil 2-4 28, Pathurana 2-4 45 beat Chennai Super Kings 190, Curran 88, Brevis 32, Joe 4-4 32, Ashdeep 2-4 25, Jansen 2-4 30 by 4 wickets on April 30th, 2025. At M.A. Chidambaram Stadium, Chennai. It began with roars at Cheepo, but ended with stunned silence. In a match that swung wildly from one side to the other, Yuzvendra magical 19th over, which featured a devastating hat-trick, flipped the contest on its head, and launched Punjab Kings into playoff contention while sending Chennai Super Kings crashing out of the tournament. Chennai looked on course for a formidable total, riding on Sam Curran's sensational 88-47 balls, only to suffer a dramatic collapse of 5 wickets for 6 runs in 7 balls. Punjab's chase, led by Prabhsimran Singh's elegant 50 and Shreyas Iyer's ice-cold 72, was nearly flawless until the last few balls threatened to unravel it all. But in the end, Punjab edged over the line, fittingly, with a nervy inside edge 4 from Marco Jansen, as the scores were tied with just 3 balls remaining. Chahal's hat-trick, from crisis to chaos. Until the 19th over, CSK were flying at 184 for 5, with Dhoni and Jube ready to push them past 200. Then came Chahal. Ball 1, Dhoni clubs a 6. Ball 2, Dhoni holes out. Ball 3, Huda skies the backward point. Ball 4, Kamboj bowled through the gate. Ball 5, Ahmed misreads a googly, caught at long on. 4 wickets in 6 balls. 1 hat-trick, 1 broken Chennai dream. It was Chahal's second IPL hat-trick, a masterpiece of rhythm, control, and game reading. In his first 2 overs, he had gone wicketless, but when the moment came, he struck like a master tactician. Spin was feared, and rightly so. Curran's redemption in vain. If there was one Chennai player who gave it everything, it was Sam Curran. Making only his 4th appearance of the season, he walked in at number 3 with CSK in early trouble at 22 for 2 and dragged them out with authority. Curran's knock had a bit of everything: lofted drives, back foot punches, pulls through square, and clever ramps. He found crucial support from Dewald Brevis 32, but it was Curran who bossed a 78-run stand for the 4th wicket. The defining over came when he hammered 26 runs off Suryanshej, setting CSK up for a mammoth finish. That it ended abruptly, with 5 wickets tumbling and 4 balls unused, turned triumph into heartbreak. Prabhsimran and Iyer set the tempo. Punjab's reply began steadily, with Prabhsimran and Arya putting on 44 inside the first 5 overs. When Arya departed to a well-directed Khalil bouncer, Prabhsimran switched gears, launching scoops, drives, and 6s down the ground with timing and composure. After Prabhsimran's departure for 54, it was all about Shreyas Iyer. His knock was an exhibition in situational awareness. He absorbed pressure, rotated the strike, and then unleashed a flurry of blows, including a game-changing 6-6-4 sequence off Patharana in the 17th over. Iyer reached his half-century off 32 balls, but more impressively, accelerated with precision. Even as the match reached its nervy conclusion, he remained calm until he was finally bowled going for the glory shot with 3 runs to win. The final twist. At 188 for 3 in 18.3 overs, Punjab looked home. But cricket had one last twist. Iyer bowled, dot ball, single, dot, wicket, Shashank Singh. Scores tied. 3 balls remained. The crowd was split between disbelief and anxiety. Marco Jansen, tall, ungainly, but fearless, inside edged the next ball to the boundary. A messy, glorious, heart-pounding end to a game that had no shortage of drama. Key turning points. Curran's 26-run over off sheds that set up CSK's 190. Chahal's 19th over hat-trick, 4 wickets in 6 balls, flipping the match on its head. Iyer's counterattack in overs 15-18, dismantling Patharana to kill the chase momentum. Final over drama, as Punjab went from 188 for 3 to 194 6 with the scores level. Tactical highlights. PBKS delayed using Chahal until Dhoni arrived a smart matchup call that paid off dramatically. CSK's decision to hold back Shivam Dube during Chahal's over, while logical, left them exposed at the death. PBKS sorely missed Maxwell's bowling due to injury, leading to overuse of inexperienced Shedge, who was targeted. Player of the match, Yuzvendra Chahal. 4 overs, 32 runs, 4 wickets, including a hat-trick. A game-defining spell that rescued PBKS from the brink and eliminated CSK. What this means: Chennai Super Kings, eliminated. Their campaign ends with flashes of brilliance, but too many middle overs slumps, inconsistent death bowling, and a lack of punch with the bat at home. Punjab Kings. With this win, they surge into playoff contention, and with Iyer, Chahal, and Prabhsimran firing, they'll be dangerous for any side they face next. Final word. On a humid night at Cheapawk, cricket delivered theatre in its purest form. Heroes rose, hopes crashed, and one overturned it all. For CSK, it's a season of regret. 4 ppks. It's a signal. They're here, they're hunting, and they've got a leg spinner with a flair for drama. Destined to dominate how India can win the WTC trophy and conquer the Test world. They say Test cricket is the ultimate challenge of patience, skill, and heart. But in the modern era, it's also a test of depth, adaptability, and ambition. And no team right now is better positioned to rise to the top than India, not just to compete in the World Test Championship, but to win it outright and become the most dominant force in red ball cricket. This isn't a dream. It's a blueprint. And the path begins right now. Trophy to trophy that matters. World Test Championship glory. The WTC trophy isn't just a cup. It's the summit of Test cricket, a battle of consistency and brilliance over 2 long, grueling years. It rewards teams that play brave cricket, home and away, and punish those who falter even slightly. India have come close, twice. Runners-up in both previous cycles. The time for heartbreak is over. Now is the time for history. To get there, India must navigate a complex maze with Australia, South Africa, New Zealand, and others lying in wait. But the truth is, India have everything it takes to not just win, but dominate. Mapping the road. Points, PCT, and precision. In the WTC, it's not just about wins. It's about the percentage of points contested, PCT. A win gets you 12 points. A draw gives you 4. But slow over rates, they cost you. Rain-affected draws, they drag you down. That's why clarity and killer instinct matter. India's upcoming fixtures include a home series against Australia, 5 tests of high-stakes rivalry. Tours to South Africa and New Zealand, historically tough. Additional home fixtures against Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. The most important chunk? Beating Australia 4-0 or better at home. That alone could push India's PCT comfortably into the mid-60s, right into the WTC final zone. It would allow them to breathe, while the rest scramble for points. Fire skill meets firepower. India's depth is their secret weapon. India's 2025 Test Series in England revealed something beautiful. A new golden generation is rising. Shubman Gill has emerged not just as a batsman, but as a leader, confident, calm, and creative. Yashasvi Jaiswal is a revelation, aggressive, composed, fearless. Dhruv Jurel behind the stumps is ice-cold under pressure. Prasid Krishna and Akash Deep offer genuine pace and bounce perfect for overseas challenges. And that's just the beginning. Players like KL Rahul, Karan Nay, and even Sai Sudarshan offer strength in the middle. Spin is covered by Jadeja, Kuldeep, and potentially Axar Patel. Fast bowling depth includes Suresh, Sharda, and if fit, the kingpin himself, Jasprit Bumrah. This isn't a team. It's an army. Bullseye tactically tuned, mentally ready. What separates great teams from world champions? Decision-making under pressure. India's approach under Gill and coach Gautam Gambhir is refreshingly sharp. Attacking declarations that force results. Flexible field settings, adapting to match rhythms. Trust in young players, allowing bold decisions at critical times. Against England, India didn't just fight. They led. Even when results slipped, intent never did. That's the DNA of a champion side. Australian. How to beat the big dogs. Australia, SANZ. Let's talk about the Giants. Australia. India's greatest rivals. To beat them at home, tailor the pitches for spin and reverse swing. Unleash Jadeja early. Keep Siraj and Pras rotating. Neutralize Labuschagne and Smith with smart fields and short bursts. Use Gill's instinct to unsettle Cummins' field placements. South Africa. The African fortress is hard to breach, but India came close before. Use pace, Siraj, Bumrah, and Prasid. Play 3 seamers and 1 spinner all-rounder. Apply scoreboard pressure and stretch the game into day 5. Essie's batting depth has cracks.
Expose them early.
New Zealand, New Zealand.
Swing-friendly conditions need confident footwork. India's young top order can flourish if they play late and trust a straight ball. Don't let the Kiwis build partnerships. Attack with pace, suffocate with left-arm spin, and pile on 400-plus runs to force results. The psychological game. Champions think differently. Winning the WTC won't just be about ability, it will be about belief. And this team, this post-Kohli, post-Rohit, post-Pujara era team believes.
Because they aren't living in anyone's shadow. They're writing their own story. They don't rely on legends. They rely on each other. They don't wait to be told. They take the moment.
From the youngest debutant to the coolest campaigner, this team plays like a unit, for each other, for the flag, for the legacy. Checkered flag final strategy. 5 things India must do to win the WTC. Dominate Australia at home. 4-0 or 5-0 makes the rest of the campaign manageable. Avoid soft draws. Turn strong positions into wins. Every win is 12 points. Rotate smartly. Keep players fresh without losing intensity. Punish weak oppositions. Don't just beat Bangladesh or Sri Lanka. Bulldoze them. Maintain over rates. No freebies. No slow sessions. Stay sharp.
Writing hand hash final word. The trophy is there. Now take it. India has been knocking on the door of Test cricket's highest honor for too long. Now they have the captain, the coach, the bench, and the belief. This World Test Championship isn't just a goal. It's a calling. And if they walk this path with courage, consistency, and clarity, then in June 2027, at Lord's or the Oval, India will lift the WTC trophy, not just as winners, but as rulers of the Test world.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided
us. Victory shines on every face. Your mind rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let earth receive her King. Let every heart prepare Him room. And heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing. Joy to the earth, the Savior reigns. Let men their song of holly. Fa la 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 la. 'Tis the season to be jolly. Fa la 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 la. Don we now our gay apparel. Fa la 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 la. Troll the ancient Yuletide carol. Fa la 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 la. See the blazing Yule before us. Fa la 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 la. Strike the harp and join the chorus. Fa la 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 la. Follow me in merry measure. Fa la 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 la. While I tell of Yuletide treasure. Fa la 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 la. Fast away the old year passes. Fa la 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 la. Hail the new year, lads and lasses. Fa la 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 la. Sing we joyous all together. Fa la 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 la. Heedless of the wind and weather. Fa la 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 la. Deck the halls with boughs of holly. Fa la 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 la. 'Tis the season to be jolly. Fa la 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 la. Don we now our gay apparel. Fa la 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 la. Droll the ancient Yuletide carol. Fa la 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 la. Oh, come, all ye faithful, joyful and triumphant. Oh, come ye to Bethlehem. Come and behold him, born the King of angels. Oh, come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore him, Christ the Lord. Sing, choirs of angels, sing in exaltation. Sing, all ye citizens of heaven above. Glory to God, glory in the highest. Oh, come, let us adore him. flesh appearing. Oh, come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore him, Christ the Lord. Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright, round yon virgin mother and child. Holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace. Sleep in heavenly peace. Silent night, holy night, shepherds quake at the sight. Glories stream from heaven afar. Heavenly hosts singing Alleluia. Christ the Savior is born. Christ the Savior is born. Silent night, holy night, Son of God, love's pure light, radiant beams from thy holy face. With the dawn of redeeming grace, Jesus, Lord, at thy birth. Jesus, Lord, at thy birth. Angels we have heard on high, sweetly singing o'er the plains, and the mountains in reply, echoing their joyous strains. Gloria Chelsea's Day, oh, Gloria in Chelsea's Day, oh. Come to Bethlehem and see Him whose birth the angels sing. Come adore on bended knee Christ the Lord, the newborn King. Gloria in Chelsea's Day, oh, Gloria in Chelsea's Day, oh. See Him in a manger laid, Jesus, Lord of heaven and earth. Mary, Joseph, lend your aid. Sing with us our Savior's birth. Gloria in Chelsea's Day, oh, Gloria in Chelsea's Day, oh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh, dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtails ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtails ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to laugh and sing a sleighing song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle all Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. What child is this who lay to rest on Mary's lap is sleeping, whom angels greet with anthems sweet, while shepherds watch are keeping? This is Christ the King, whom shepherds guard and angels sing. Haste, haste to bring him, Lord, the babe, the Son of Mary. So bring him incense, gold, and myrrh. Come, peasant king, to own him, the King of kings. Salvation brings. Let loving hearts enthrone him. Raise, raise a song on high. The Virgin sings her lullaby. Joy, joy, for Christ is born, the babe, the Son of Mary. Whom shepherds guard and angels sing. Haste, haste to bring him, Lord, the babe, the Son of Mary. The babe, the Son of Mary.
Snowflakes swirl in city glow. Lanterns set the nights all aglow. Neighbors cheer and bells will ring. With each smile, new hope they bring. Count the stars and let them shine. Raise your glass, it's nearly time. In the air, love symphony, yours and mine, this jubilee. Fireworks paint the midnight blue. Echoes of a year all fresh and new. Trumpets blare, confetti flies underneath these winter skies. In the square, folks dance around, joining hands, the world unbound. Moments shared, hearts intertwined, embracing all the grand design. This jubilee. Clocks are chiming, make a toast to the ones we love the most. With each tick, the bygone year fades away, our path now clear. And count the stars and let them shine. Raise your glass, it's nearly time. In the air, love symphony, yours and mine, this jubilee. Clocks are chiming, make a toast to the ones we love the most. With each tick, the bygone year fades away, our path now clear. Clocks are chiming, make a toast to the ones we love the most. With each tick, the bygone year fades away, our path now clear. Snowflakes fall, the night is bright. Children playing pure delight. Candles glowing warm and mild. Every face reflects a smile. Bells on high, a joyful ring. Choirs of angels softly sing. Stars above, they shimmer gleam. Magic true in every dream. Gifts wrapped up beneath the tree. Hearts unwrapped with love so free. Fireplace embers softly glow. Feel the warmth as spirits grow. Bells on high, a joyful ring. Choirs of angels softly sing. Stars above, they shimmer, gleam. Magic true in every dream. Silent night holds silent wishes, kisses sweet and tender swishes underneath the mistletoe. Time moves gently, let it flow. Bells on high, a joyful ring. Choirs of angels softly sing. Stars above, they shimmer, gleam. Magic true in every dream.
Root of greatness, a glorious tribute to Joe Root. The Old Trafford sun glinted softly through the northern skies, as if it knew it was lighting up something historic, something majestic. Amid applause that grew at every stroke, every subtle deflection, every elegant drive-through cover, Joe Root wrote his name deeper into cricketing immortality. On July 25, 2025, Joe Root rose, not with brash fireworks, but with the quiet storm of a craftsman who carves monuments with silk instead of stone. With a sublime 150 against India, his only wrestle control of the Test, but vaulted into the number 2 spot on the all-time Test run scoring charts. Rahul Dravid, Shaq Kellys, Ricky Ponting, icons all, now watch from a rung below, as Root ascended with the weightlessness of destiny. There was something poetic in the way he played. A flick here, a late cut there, the occasional front foot glide that made the bat look like a 1. But behind that finesse was grit, composure, an unwavering hunger for runs and relevance. Root's 38th Test 100 was no ordinary milestone. It was his 12th against India more than any other batter in the game's history. He became the first to register 1,000 Test runs at Old Trafford. And the partnership with Ben Stokes, those 142 runs of togetherness, symbolized not just a stand, but an era. In a match of heroes, Root stood tallest. The stats will live in databases, the figures will shine in graphics, but it's the memory of his presence at the crease, calm, unhurried, masterful, that will echo in hearts and commentary boxes forever. The England crowd stood as one. The applause wasn't just for the runs, it was for the years, the consistency, the evolution, the grace under pressure. Joe Root had long been England's backbone. On this day, he became its crown. And as the sun began to dip behind the Manchester skyline, Root raised his bat, not in triumph, but in quiet acknowledgement. A humble monarch ruled the realm of Test cricket, still hungry, still not done.
Long may he reign.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, will legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye.
Australia secures semi-final spot as rain washes away Afghanistan's hopes. Afghanistan's tournament fate now rests on England versus South Africa. Match summary. Afghanistan, 273 all-out, Siddiqullah Atal 85, Ajmatullah Omarzai 67, Dwarshwees 3-47, Zampa 2-for-48. Australia, 109 for 1, 12.5 overs. Travis had 59, Smith 19. Match abandoned due to rain. Result: match abandoned. Australia qualify for semifinals. Impact: Afghanistan's only hope for survival now relies on an unlikely heavy South Africa defeat to England. 1. Australia confirmed semifinal berth after rain-struck contest. For the second time in the ICC Champions Trophy 2025, rain played a major role in disrupting Australia's match, but this time it worked in their favor. The washout meant Australia officially sealed their place in the semifinals, while Afghanistan's campaign is now hanging by a thread. Australia had started their chase strongly, reached ING 109 for 1 in just 12.5 overs, with Travis had smashing an unbeaten 59 of 40 balls, before rain forced an early halt to proceedings in Lahore. The match was eventually called off due to a soaked outfield, leaving Afghanistan semi-final qualification hopes in serious jeopardy. 2. Afghanistan's brave batting effort cut short by rain. Afghanistan, needing a win to keep their semi-final hopes alive, posted a respectable 273 in 50 overs thanks to Siddiqullah Atal's attacking 85 of 95 balls, Ajmatullah Omarzai's counter-attacking 67 of 63, some powerful late hitting despite a middle-order collapse. However, their total could have been even bigger if not for some rash shot selections and an avoidable run-out, which saw them lose momentum towards the back end of the innings. Key phases in Afghanistan's batting. Strong start. Atal and Jadran built a 67-run partnership, showing resilience against Australia's pace attack. Middle overs collapse. Afghanistan went from 91 for 2 to 100 and 99 for 7, struggling to rotate strike against Australia's spinners. Omarzai's fight back. His late power hitting, 5 sixes, ensured Afghanistan posted a competitive total. Despite their batting effort, rain ultimately denied them the chance to defend their total. 3. Australia's early dominance in the chase. Australia began their chase in aggressive fashion, racing to 109 for 1 in 12.5 overs, with Travis Head smashing 59 of 40 balls asterisk. Matthew Short playing a cameo despite a quad injury. Smith steadying the innings at 19 of 18 balls asterisk. Had the game continued, Australia looked on course for comfortable chase. However, rain played spoilsport, washing out the contest and officially sending Australia through to the semi-finals. 4. What now for Afghanistan? The washout means Afghanistan are still mathematically alive in the tournament, but their fate no longer remains in their hands. For Afghanistan to qualify, England must beat South Africa by a massive margin, severely damaging South Africa's net run rate. If South Africa win or even lose narrowly, Afghanistan will be eliminated. With Australia already through, the battle for the second semi-final spot in Group B is now between South Africa and England. 5. Key takeaways from the match. Aspect Australia-Afghanistan. Top performers Travis Head, 59 asterisk. Spencer Johnson, 2249. Siddiqullah Atal, 1985. Ajmatullah Omarzai, 67. Batting approach aggressive start. Looked on track for an easy chase strong start, but lost momentum in middle overs. Bowling impact struggled without Stark. Cummins, Hazelwood couldn't apply early pressure in defense. Fielding and execution fielding lapses. Leaked 37 extras drop catches, sloppy in crucial moments. Rain impact helped secure semi-final spot washed away chances of defending to 173. 6. What's next in the tournament? With Australia securing a semi-final spot, the attention now shifts to England versus South Africa, 1st March 2025, a must-win game for England. If England win by a massive margin, they could knock South Africa out and send Afghanistan through. If South Africa win, they will join Australia in the semi-finals, eliminating Afghanistan. 7. Conclusion. Australia through, Afghanistan's hopes hanging by a thread. While Australia march into the semi-finals, Afghanistan's tournament hopes now depend entirely on England beating South Africa by a big margin. Despite solid performances from Atal and Domerty, the rain proved to be the ultimate game-changer, denying Afghanistan a fair chance at defending their total. Meanwhile, Australia will be relieved to make the semi-finals, despite back-to-back rain-affected matches. With one semi-final spot still up for grabs, all eyes now turn to England versus South Africa, a match that could decide the Final Four lineup of the ICC Champions Trophy 2025.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every plane of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Jumba India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. like stars at night, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore.
India's stunning test turnaround to rainy since at Edgbaston. In a summer where England thought they'd script another baseball blockbuster, India flipped the script, lit a fire under their own batting revolution, and now stand on the cusp of a historic win at Edgbaston. From the ashes of a humbling Headingley defeat, Shubman Gill's India have risen with thunder, discipline, and brilliance, not just challenging England at home, but outplaying them in every department. This isn't just a test match anymore, it's a statement, a warning, a blueprint for world domination. Let's explore why this Indian side has so ruthlessly unpicked England's dominance and why they now look set to take charge of the series. 1. The coronation of Shubman Gill. India's new king and globe-batting messiah. Make no mistake, this series belongs to one man, Shubman Gill. He began it as a gifted prodigy, and now strides forward as a once-in-a-generation phenomenon, with scores of 269 not out in the first innings and 161 in the second. Gill has not just made runs, he has shattered records and redefined test greatness. First player to score 200 and 150 in the same match. Over 430 runs in one test, second only to Gooch legendary Hall. The highest test score by an Indian in England. And what elegance! Gill plays like he was born to bat at Lord's and Edgbaston. His control, composure, and calculated destruction seamers alike have earned him whispers of comparison with the Don himself. Yes, style, Bradman. Is it premature? Perhaps. But if this trajectory continues, Gill may not just break records. He may become the standard future generations are measured against. 2. India out baseball-ing baseball. In their own backyard. England created baseball, but India just upgraded it and used it against its makers. Gone is the cautious Indian approach of the past. In its place, run rates above 4.00. Daring aggression from Jaiswal, Pant, and Jadeja. And Gill calmly dissecting bowling attacks with surgical precision. India hasn't just matched England's aggression, they've elevated it with far greater discipline. Where England flail, India strike. Where England gamble, India calculate. Edgbaston has become a theater not for England's bravado, but for India's masterclass in modern, attacking test cricket. 3. India's bowlers have outbowled England on English soil. It was supposed to be India's weak point. No Bumrah, a relatively inexperienced attack, but Akash Deep and Mohammad Siraj have flipped expectations on their heads. Akash Deep, fiery and consistent, has ripped through top orders with precision. Siraj, relentless and accurate, has removed England's best with old-fashioned seam bowling. Contrast that with England's own bowling, battered, bruised, and underwhelming. This is India's B-team pace attack. Bowling England at Edgbaston, possibly the unthinkable 5 years ago, now reality. 4. England's batting exposed in familiar territory. The pressure is flipped. England's famed middle order, Root, Pope, Brooke, has faltered. Baseball, which once had teams terrified, now looks predictable and one-dimensional. The likes of Crawley and Duckett have fallen early. Pope, brilliant in Leeds, has been bullied here, and England's faith in intent over technique has met its match against India's unflinching control. If baseball was meant to rattle the world, India have shown it can be resisted, rebuffed, and even reversed. This is now barrett ball instead of baseball. 5. India has exorcised Edgbaston's ghost and taken over the series. This is from Edgbaston, where India collapsed in 2022, where a series win slipped away, but no more. 1,000-plus runs in one match. Most runs conceded by England under Stokes and McCullum. A clinical bowling display to leave England staring at defeat. And a captain in Gill whose calm dominance echoes the greatness of Tendulkar and the ruthlessness of Kohli, all in one. India didn't just play well, they buried their demons and emerged as the most dangerous test side in the world right now. Conclusion: India on the brink of greatness. This is more than just a comeback. This is a cricketing revolution. If Edgbaston ends in a win, as it almost certainly will, India will not only have leveled the series, but seized its soul. With confidence, aggression, and precision, this team looks ready to build an empire. Gill at the helm, seamers firing, the batting deep, the ghosts of the past laid to rest. India is no longer content being one of the top teams. They've arrived to rule.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Ravindra, Latham, and Bracewell power New Zealand to semifinals. Bangladesh's exit confirms New Zealand and India's qualification. Match summary. Bangladesh 236 by 9, 50 overs. Najmul Hussain Shanto 77, Jeka Ali 45, Bracewell 4226, Orawa 2248. New Zealand 240 by 5, 47.2 overs. Ravinder 112, Latham 55, Taskinjma 2236. Result: New Zealand won by 5 wickets. Impact: New Zealand and India qualify for the semi-finals, while Bangladesh and Pakistan are eliminated. One New Zealand's emerging generation steps up. The New Zealand of old relied on Kane Williamson to carry the batting lineup. But as seen throughout the ICC Champions Trophy 2025, a new generation is stepping up, and Rajan Ravindra has become a key player in that transition. Coming in at 15 for 2 in a high-pressure chase, Ravindra's sensational 112-run knock not only guided New Zealand home, but also highlighted the depth of their future batting lineup. His innings was a perfect mix of classical stroke play and calm decision-making under pressure. To Bangladesh's batting collapse, too many dot balls. Despite a strong start, Bangladesh failed to capitalize, with poor decision-making leading to 236 by 9, a below par total on a decent batting wicket. Key issues in Bangladesh's batting. Slow strike rotation. Bangladesh faced more than 50 overs worth of dot balls in the tournament, one of the highest in Champions Trophy history. Collapse in middle overs. At 106 for 4, 23rd over, they needed consolidation, but Mahmudullah's reckless charge down the track resulted in a leading-edge dismissal. Mushfiqur Rahim tried to accelerate with a slog sweep against Bracewell but mistimed it, falling for just 6 runs. Failure to maximize death overs. Bangladesh only added 50 runs in the final 10 overs, with Taskin Zimad even playing out a maiden in the 45th over. Shanto's lone resistance. Najmul Hussain Shanto fought a lone battle, scoring 77 of 110 balls, but his innings lacked fluidity as he constantly had to readjust to new partners. His strike rate of 70 in a must-win match highlighted the cautious approach that cost Bangladesh dearly. 3. New Zealand's tactical masterclass. Unlike Bangladesh, New Zealand executed their plans with precision. Bowling excellence, Bracewell's crucial breakthroughs. Michael Bracewell, 4-26, was a game-changer, bowling with intelligence and subtle variations. Slowing down the pace worked in his favor, as Bangladesh batters struggled to generate power on a slightly slow surface. His tight spell forced risky shots, leading to Bangladesh's middle-order collapse. Fielding brilliance. Kane Williamson's crucial catches at mid-wicket and cover choked Bangladesh's scoring. Bracewell's running catch showcased New Zealand's sharpness in the field, a factor that has often given them an edge in ICC tournaments. For Ravindra and Latham, the chase masters. New Zealand's chase wasn't without early jitters. At 15 for 2, with Will Young and Williamson back in the pavilion, Bangladesh sensed an opportunity. However, Ravindra and Latham absorbed the pressure and built match-winning partnerships. Key phases in New Zealand's chase. Ravindra's early fluency. His first 23 runs came off just 21 balls with 5 boundaries, ensuring no scoreboard pressure. Middle over stability. 57-run stand with Devon Conway steadied the innings. 129-run partnership with Tom Latham effectively sealed the game. Latham's reliable knock, 55 of 68, expertly guided the innings, rotated the strike when needed, ensuring no pressure built up. Bangladesh's mischance. Tanjid Hassan's failed direct hit when Ravindra was on 26 could have changed the course of the game. 5. The bigger picture. What this means for the tournament. Small Blue Diamond New Zealand and India seal semi-final spots. With this win, New Zealand and India have officially qualified for the semi-finals. Their upcoming group stage clash will determine the number 1 seed. Small Blue Diamond Bangladesh and Pakistan eliminated. Bangladesh's defeat means both they and Pakistan are officially out of the Champions Trophy. This marks a disappointing campaign for Pakistan, who struggled with inconsistency, and Bangladesh, who lacked a finishing edge in their matches. Small Blue Diamond New Zealand, a formidable contender. The team's balance between youth and experience is proving to be their biggest strength. Ravindra's emergence, Lathum's stability, and Bracewell's all-round skills have given them an edge over many teams. 6 key takeaways from the match. Aspect New Zealand Bangladesh. Top performers Rajan Ravinder 112, Lathum 55, Bracewell 4-26, Najmul Hussain Shanto 1977, Jeka Ali 45. Batting approach effective partnerships, strike rotation, well-paced chase too many dot balls, collapse in middle overs. Bowling impact Bracewell spell turned the game. Controlled middle overs failed to maintain pressure despite a fiery start. Fielding and execution sharp fielding. Crucial catches, well-executed chase miss run-out opportunities. Poor decision-making under pressure. 7 what's next? For New Zealand, they will now face India in a top-of-the-table clash. This match will determine who tops Group A, potentially giving them an easier semi-final matchup. For Bangladesh, out of the tournament, they will play Pakistan in their last match, which only serves as a formality. The focus will now shift to rebuilding their squad and addressing weaknesses in finishing games. Conclusion: New Zealand's ruthless efficiency. New Zealand once again proved why they are one of the most consistent teams in ICC tournaments. With a blend of smart tactics, composure under pressure, and efficient execution, they are looking like serious title contenders. Meanwhile, Bangladesh's campaign ended in disappointment as poor decision-making and a lack of adaptability led to their elimination. With the semi-finals approaching, New Zealand's new generation, led by Rajan Ravindra, is making a bold statement. They are here to win it all.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shalva India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope sweet shakes, victory shines on every face. Your mind be a rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Slick Sudharsan and crafty Krishna power titans past MI in Ahmedabad fortress. Date 29 March 2025. Venue Narendra Modi Stadium, Ahmedabad. Result Gujarat Titans beat Mumbai Indians by 36 runs. If there's one thing Gujarat Titans GT have mastered in the IPL era, it's home dominance. Under the bright lights of the Narendra Modi Stadium, they once again showed how local knowledge, smart planning, and cool execution can outfox even the most glittering teams. On a black soil surface tailored to suit their game plan, GT notched up 196 for 8, a total that proved far too steep for Mumbai Indians, who stumbled to 160 for 6 in reply. While the margin of victory was 36 runs, the story goes much deeper, a picture painted with brushstrokes of Sai Sudharsan's classy stroke play, Prasidh Krishna's canny slower balls, and Siraj's long-awaited breakthrough. Sudharsan and Gill built the Loinchapath. When Shubman Gill had declared his desire to fix GT's power play woes this season, fans expected aggression. And aggression is exactly what they got. Gill and Sai Sudharsan took full advantage of the field restrictions, motoring to 66 without loss in the first 6 overs, GT's third-best power play performance ever. Both batters scored 32 of 18, setting the tone with elegant drives, lofts and cuts. It was their 5th consecutive 50-plus stand in T20s and underlined the growing stature of the Gill-Sudharsan duo. Calm, calculated, yet aggressive, their partnership is quickly becoming one of the IPL's most consistent opening acts. MI fight back, Hardik, Mujib provide a breather. Just as Titans threatened to spiral out of reach, Hardik Pandya delivered a telling blow, dismissing Gill for 38 of 24 with a clever short ball. He now has Gill's number in T20s, 4 dismissals for just 11 runs in 18 deliveries. Jos Buttler took charge thereafter, breaking the boundary drought with a crisp 6 and 4 off Santner. He kept the scoreboard ticking with elegant stroke play, but Mujib-ur-Rahman halted his progress at 39. Though Sudharsan reached his 2nd consecutive 50, GT's final flourish was muted. Bolt yoked Sudharsan, Tevashia was run out the next ball, and Rutherford fell trying to muscle one over the infield. GT could only add 26 in the last 3 overs. Still, 196 felt 15 to 20 runs above par on this pitch. Siraj breaks the Rohit curse. Few battles have seen as many near misses as the one between Mohammad Siraj and Rohit Sharma in T20s. Until this night, Rohit had never been dismissed by Siraj despite scoring 74 of 55 balls. But the 10th meeting finally flipped the script. Siraj bowled a scrambled seam delivery that cut Rohit in half and knocked over his off stump. A relieved roar from Siraj, echoed by Ahmedabad's crowd, told you this was no ordinary wicket. Siraj wasn't done. He returned to remove the struggling Ryan Rickalton, whose 12-ball 7 gummed up the chase. With MI at 48 for 2 at the end of the power play, the tone was set. Suryakumar shows flair, but can't finish. Tilak Verma, who began explosively with 4-4-6 of Rabada, slowed down as the innings wore on. It was Suryakumar Yadav who infused life back into Me's chase. On just his second delivery, he unleashed his signature Supla shot over fine leg for 6, a reminder of his audacious creativity. He took on Siraj again, then lofted a Sai Kishore over extra cover. But even as sky flowed, Tilak's strike rate dipped, and the pressure returned. Their 62-run partnership steadied the innings but didn't break open the game. And soon, Prasidh Krishna stepped in to blow it all away. Prasidha's masterclass in deception. Introduced in the 12th over, Prasidh Krishna didn't rely on raw pace alone. He pulled out the slower balls, a tactic MI themselves had used, and bamboozled Me's middle order. Tilak Verma miscued a slower short ball to wide long on. Sky, trying to replicate his earlier shot, gloved it to his helmet. Next, Sky attempted a slog over long off and perished to a 97.1 km/h off cutter. The silent assassin had tilted the match decisively. Prasidh finished with 2 for 18, one of the finest spells of the match. Hardik fails to inspire a comeback. With Sky gone, it was down to the returning Hardik Pandya, booed here last season but cheered tonight. The moment was ripe for redemption. Instead, it turned bitter. Unable to time the ball or pierce the field, Hardik laboured through his innings. When Rabada dismissed him in the 17th over, the equation read 73 needed of 18 balls. Game over. While Naman Dheer and Mitchell Santner struck a few late blows, they were cosmetic. The Titans had conquered, and Mumbai were left licking wounds. Tactical brilliance, Gujarat's smart surface call. What's most fascinating is that GT chose this surface. Assistant coach Parthiv Patel revealed during the game that the Titans had opted for a black soil pitch that would grip and take pace off the ball. It worked perfectly. Their batters scored fast while the ball was new. Their bowlers, Siraj, Prasidh, Rabada, balled cutters and off-pace deliveries on a sticky surface. Mumbai Indians never adjusted. Shubman Gill's Titans are not just a team with flair, they're tacticians with a killer instinct. Final word, Sudharsan's elegance, Prasidha's intelligence. Sai Sudharsan's 63 of 38 is further proof that he's ready for higher honours, be it for India or in global leagues. Prasidh Krishna, coming off injuries and early career struggles, is now showcasing the kind of variation and control that could make him a white ball asset. MI, meanwhile, have questions to answer. Can Rohit rediscover his spark? Will Hardik deliver under pressure? And what of their bowling combinations? Match summary. Gujarat Titans won 96 for 8 from 20 overs. Sudharsan 63 of 38, Butler 39, Gill 38. Hardik 2 for 29, Bolt 1 for 24. Mumbai Indians 160 for 620 overs. Suryakumar 48 of 29, Tilak 39 of 29. Prasidh Krishna 2 for 18, Siraj 2 for 34. Result, Gujarat Titans won by 36 runs. Player of the match, Sai Sudharsan.
India vs. England 2025, a series of lessons, a glimpse of the future. A smooth reflection on what both teams gained, lost, and learned from an unforgettable 5-test duel. The 2025 India vs. England Test Series ended 2-2, but beneath that tidy scoreline was a messy, emotional, pulsating 5-act drama. A series that gave us heroes, heartbreaks, tactical twists, and above all, lessons. Deep, defining lessons. Let's take a walk through what both teams will carry forward and what they must leave behind. India, not in transition, already transformed. India didn't just survive this series. They grew. They evolved. And in doing so, they may have quietly laid the foundation for their next golden era. Shubman Gill began as a young captain with questions hanging over him. By the end of the series, he was leading with conviction, trusting his instincts, backing his bowlers, and standing tall with the bat. His bold declarations, attacking fields, and calm presence under pressure weren't just signs of potential, they were proof of arrival. India's real magic, however, was in its depth. No Boomer, no Shami, no Pant, no Ashwin. Yet out came Jurel, Prazid, Akashdeep, Sasudasan. And the team didn't just compete, it controlled large parts of the series. Even in defeats, India were often the side pushing harder, holding the stronger hand, but losing grip in moments of carelessness. Collapses in leads and lords stung badly, but the bounce back was immediate and fierce. The Oval win, sealed by a roaring Siraj, was not just a result. It was a roar that said, "We're not coming. We're here." Most importantly, India showed they don't need to look back. The legends weren't missed. The next chapter has already started. England, a philosophy under pressure. Baseball was never going to be boring, and it wasn't. There were glorious drives, reverse scoops, silly fielders, glorious chaos. But in key moments, especially when the pressure dialed up, baseball showed its cracks. Jamie Smith's rush of blood. Top order collapses rescued by the tail. Aggression where calm was needed. Hope where strategy was required. Root and Brook were England's anchor and spark, but they often arrived with the house already on fire. The bowlers fought hard, but lacked the cutting edge without a true leader of the pack. And while Chris Woke's walkout with one functioning arm was the stuff of legend, it also laid bare England's lack of durability and depth. There were brave moments. There were brilliant moments. But England, by and large, looked like a team surviving on belief, not structure. Shared truths, mutual lessons. Both teams learned that momentum is king. That partnerships win matches, not just centuries. That captains can change a test match with a single decision. India trusted their youth and were rewarded. England trusted their method and were exposed. India fought smarter. England fought harder. But only one side walked away with clarity about where they're heading. The final reflection. The series ends at 2-2. But in the final test in that final hour, the balance shifted. Not just in the match, but in the rivalry. India leave the tour with a spring in their step. England leave it gritting their teeth and asking questions. The scoreboard says drawn. But the real story? India are building something. In England, they're trying to hold something together. In time, this series may be remembered not for the drawer, but for the day India's new era truly began.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, will legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's sweet shakes, victory shines on every face. You'll find India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
India's performance, resilience, firepower, and tactical mastery. India's victory in the 4th T20 International was a testament to their ability to adapt under pressure, execute aggressive batting strategies, and capitalize on key bowling moments. While the scoreboard reflects a competitive total and a solid defense, a closer look at individual performances and collective intent reveals why India emerged victorious in what initially seemed like a lost cause. Battling through early collapse, India's fearless batting approach. India's innings began disastrously. Losing Sanju Samson, Tilak Verma, and Surya Kumar Yadav inside the first 2 overs, they were reeling at 12 for 3. Given the circumstances, a conservative approach would have been expected, but India refused to back down. Abhishek Sharma set the tone for India's fight back with his attacking stroke play. He went after England's most experienced spinner, Adil Rashid, taking risks that paid off. His 4 boundaries and a 6 ensured that India's scoring rate didn't plummet, allowing breathing space for the middle order. Shivam Dube's transformation as a power hitter was on full display. Unlike previous Indian middle orders that might have retreated into a safety-first approach, Dube chose calculated aggression. His intent to dominate Rashid was evident, and his ability to rotate strike with Hardik Pandya played a crucial role in stabilizing the innings. Hardik Pandya's innings was a study in patience and power. Initially subdued, he absorbed pressure by playing out Rashid cautiously but launched a devastating counterattack against Saqib Mahmood and Jofra Archer when it mattered. His explosive final 10 balls yielded 40 runs, shifting momentum decisively in India's favour. Key takeaway: India's batting wasn't just about rebuilding, it was about maintaining an aggressive mindset. They did not fall into a defensive shell, instead taking the attack to England despite losing wickets at regular intervals. Strategic brilliance, India's calculated moves. Beyond individual brilliance, India's approach showcased tactical acumen. Holding back Hardik Pandya. Instead of sending Pandya immediately after Abhishek Sharma's dismissal, India deliberately delayed his entry, recognizing that Dube could target Adil Rashid more effectively. This decision maximized India's ability to handle spin, ensuring that Rashid did not dominate the middle overs. Dube's timely acceleration. He ensured that Rashid did not dictate terms, scoring 35 off Rashid's 4 overs and forcing England to bring back their pacers earlier than they would have liked. This helped Pandya later exploit Mahmood and Archer's pace, an excellent example of how matchups were utilized to India's advantage. Spin mastery, the key to India's defense. Chasing 182, England raced to 62 for no wicket in the power play, making them firm favourites. But India's spinners changed the course of the game through sheer control, adaptability, and clever variations. Varun Chakravarti's breakthrough. England's aggression against spin had worked initially, but Chakravarti, despite heavy dew, held his nerve. He tricked Harry Brook into premeditating a ramp shot, dismissing England's most dangerous batter at a critical moment. He also accounted for Bryden Carr's in the same over, effectively dismantling England's middle order. Ravi Bishnoi's game-changing spell. Bishnoi took a risk by floating one up to Ben Duckett, tempting him into a big shot without a boundary rider down the ground. The gamble worked, leading to a crucial wicket just when Duckett was dominating. His extra bounce proved too much for Butler, leading to another wicket and shifting momentum back in India's favour. Harshit Rana's dream debut impact. The most controversial, yet match-winning moment came when Rana was brought in as a concussion substitute for Shivam Dube. Striking immediately, he removed Livingstone, Bethel, and Overton, providing the final blows that England couldn't recover from. What this victory means for India. This win wasn't just another series triumph, it highlighted India's evolution as a T20I powerhouse. Fearless batting approach. Even at 12 for 3, India refused to go into a shell, showing a new era of attacking play under pressure. Tactical awareness and adaptability. Smart batting order changes, delaying Hardik and effective matchups. Dube versus Rashid proved crucial. Spin strength in tough conditions. Even on a flat track with dew, spinners outfoxed England's batters, an encouraging sign for India's T20 strategy. India's bench strength delivered. Despite Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma, and Jasprit Bumrah being absent, young players stepped up and made a difference. Harshit Rana, playing in his first international match, sealed the game, a clear message that India's next-gen talent is match-ready. Final verdict. India's 15-run win was a triumph of intent, execution, and smart decision-making. While England started strong, India's ability to counterpunch under pressure and their clinical finishing ensured yet another memorable series victory. As India continues to fine-tune their T20 World Cup plans, this win serves as proof that their new aggressive mindset, coupled with depth in squad strength, is a formula for sustained dominance.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soars, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd,
cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's sweet chase, victory shines on every face. Your mind be a rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
India's day for blueprint, precision, patience, and pressure. New day, old battle. But India must write a new script. As the fourth day dawns at Lord's, the iconic ground is wrapped in anticipation. England are 2 without loss in their second innings, and the match stands poised on the razor's edge. But for India, who played the superior cricket across 3 tests and still find themselves scrambling for control, Day 4 presents a vital opportunity to seize back the narrative. Despite KL Rahul's majestic century, Pant's brave 74 and Jadeja's gritty 72 small but costly lapses, particularly in running between the wickets and non-traditional dismissals, have left the match in the series tantalizingly balanced. India must now channel both tactical acumen and emotional discipline to wrest this test back into their grasp. What India must do on Day 4 to take control. 1. Strike early, the first-hour gamble. Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett are baseball blueprint, quick, flashy, but susceptible early on. India's pace trio of Bumrah, Siraj, and Akash Deep must channel every ounce of venom into the first 10 overs. A breakthrough in the first 30 minutes will tilt the morning's rhythm. Strategy, bowl fuller, allow swing and tease the outside edge. This isn't about 5 slips, it's about calculated probing. 2. Use the Duke's ball wisely. The ball is just 2 overs old. The conditions at Lord's in the morning, especially under cloud cover, are perfect for Duke's ball mastery. Bumrah, rested and roaring, could be the architect of collapse if India harnessed the conditions with tight seam discipline and subtle variation. Key point, don't waste a shine. Attack the stumps with movement and reverse later. 3. Keep Root under control. Joe Root, sitting tantalizingly on 99, is England's anchor. Dismissing him early without giving him time to settle is non-negotiable. His wicket is not just a number, it's a symbol. It sends a message. Plan Siraj from round the wicket, Bumrah with the fuller and swinger. Test his patience with line, not length. 4. Contain Stokes, anticipate Archer. Ben Stokes thrives in chaos, especially when England are under pressure. India must not feed that fire. Containment is the new aggression. Keep fields attacking, but resist reckless chasing of wickets. Similarly, Jafra Archer is likely to come out swinging in his role as disruptor. Respond? Patience from bowlers, pressure from close-in fielders. Make them earn every run. 5. Fielding, win the margins. So far, India have been superior in skill, but let down by the small stuff. Overthrows, dropped chances, lazy singles. This day could hinge on a flick at cover, a reflex catch at slip, a direct hit from mid-wicket. Focus areas, mid-on, gully, and cover must be alive. No easy runs, no misfields. Context check, the pitch and the pressure. The pitch is aging. There's uneven bounce. Cracks are widening. Jadeja and Washington Sundar will love day 4 conditions, but India mustn't overbowl spin too early. This is a test of rotation, patience, and reading the flow of the match. Mental battle, don't get dragged into England's tempo. Set your own. Discipline over drama. What's at stake? A win here means India go 2-1 up and place one hand on the series. Another missed opportunity and the series slips into a psychological abyss. This is about reputation, momentum, and mastery at the mecca of cricket. Final thought. India has outbowled and outbatted England in long stretches this series, yet find themselves level. Day 4 is not just about skill. It's about writing a statement. No more slip-ups. No more generosity. Just ruthless execution.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play, not the name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore.
An intriguing question, and one that's been raised often in jest and in genuine. Why does India often win the big ones when Jasprit Bumrah is not playing? Well, Bumrah is undeniably one of the best fast bowlers in the world, a once-in-a-generation cricketer. India's surprising success, Without him, in certain matches or series can be traced to a fascinating mix of psychological, tactical, and structural factors. Let's break it down. 1. The underdog effect kicks in without Bumrah. India's bowling attack is perceived as weakened by opposition and fans alike. This can result in lower expectations from the outside world, which paradoxically relieves pressure. Extra motivation within the squad to step up. Prove we can still win without our spearhead mentality. Touch of complacency from opponents. And we all know what happens when you underestimate India. 2. Stronger emphasis on team rotation, an all-round contribution with no Bumrah to fall back on. The team leans more heavily on all-rounders like Jadeja, Ashwin, when picked, or Washington Sundar to fill the void. Batters know they must post bigger totals or bat longer. Bowlers hunt in packs, sharing responsibility. Siraj, Shardul, or debutants like Akash, deep or unleashed with surprising results. Think of the 2021 GABA test, or the recent Oval test. Lesser-known names wrote the scripts of victory. 3. Captaincy becomes more flexible without the gravitational pull of Bumrah. Captains experiment more boldly with their bowling plans. There's less predictability in the attack. This unpredictability often unsettles opponents. There's greater trust placed in newcomers, which can unlock breakout performances. 4. India's bench strength is actually world-class. Let's be real. India's talent pipeline is stacked. Mohammad Siraj, Mukesh Kumar, Akash, Deep and Krishna, they might not be household names globally, but they're battle-ready. India has invested deeply in India A tours, domestic scouting, and fitness regimens, ensuring that even second-string players are prepared for the spotlight. 5. Opposition preparation gets thrown off. Opponents usually plan extensively for Bumrah. His angles, his yorkers, his late swing, his brutal accuracy. Without him, plans unravel. The new bowlers bring different challenges. Siraj's bounce, Kuldup's variations, Sundar's subtle seam movement. The psychological safety net disappears for batters who thought, if we see off Bumrah, we're fine. 6. India has developed a culture of resilience. This one's intangible, but powerful. The memory of winning without stars. Kohli in Australia 2020, Bumrah in England 2021, or even Pant now, creates a deep belief in collective strength. This belief feeds into every session. Even if we're down, we're never out. Irony and narrative power. Bumrah, the destroyer, often sets up the series tone. Yet, the drama of India winning in his absence only reinforces the myth of Indian depth and the legacy of fighting against the odds. Final thought, India doesn't win because Bumrah is missing. They win in spite of it. But his absence triggers a chain of events. Fresh blood, underdog hunger, tactical boldness, and a will to fight that just might be stronger than when everything is going to plan. So when Bumrah's not there, the team doesn't deflate. It transforms. And that is the real superpower.
Pouring power in Shardul spark, Lucknow turns the tables on Hyderabad. Date March 27, 2025. Venue Rajiv Gandhi International Stadium, Hyderabad. Match result, LSG beat SIH by 5 wickets with 23 balls to spare. In a stadium still echoing from the thunderous carnage of Sunrisers Hyderabad's 286 just a few days ago, Lucknow Super Giants turned the narrative inside out. This time, it wasn't Travis Head or Abhishek Sharma who lit up the night. It was Nicholas Pooran and the unlikeliest of bowling heroes, Shardul Thakur, who gave Hyderabad a taste of their own medicine. The setup, SRH's 300 hype hits a wall. Coming off a record-breaking innings in their season opener, Sunrisers Hyderabad seemed destined to breach the elusive 300-run mark, a feat no IPL team has yet achieved. With their devastating top order intact and Lucknow fielding a second-string bowling lineup, the stage was set. But cricket has a way of flipping the script, and so it did. SIH's power-pack batting order fizzled out at 190 for 9, undone by a wily display of medium-pace mastery from Shardul Thakur, who picked up 4 for 34, his best-ever IPL spell. Shardul the disruptor, 2 in 2. Thakur's magic lay in his ability to disrupt. After a watchful first over, his second turned the game. First, he had Abhishek Sharma caught at deep square leg with a short ball that hurried onto the batter. Next ball, he sent Ishan Kishan back down the leg side. Thin edge, smart catch. The man dubbed Lord by fans showed he was anything but ordinary. By the time he returned for his second spell, Travis' head was already rattled. 2 chances, one dropped by Porin and another by Bishnoi, kept him alive briefly, but debutant Prince Yadav made no mistake when the moment came. Head was bowled for 47. Clayson's strange exit and Bishnoi's web. Just as SIH began to rebuild, disaster struck. A bizarre run-out saw Heinrich Clayson depart after deflected full toss crashed into the non-striker's stumps with Clayson well short. Soon, Bishnoi bowled Nitish Reddy, and SRH's momentum stalled. From 100 for 3, they limped to 190, a total that seemed 30 to 40 runs short in Hyderabad's 6-laced amphitheatre. The 6-hit syndrome, all fire, no flame. Sunrisers stuck to their DNA, hit hard, hit big, but lacked the staying power. Aniket Voma struck back-to-back sixes twice, once off Bishnoi and then Rutty, only to fall trying to do it again. Captain Pat Cummins walked in and did the improbable, 3 sixes off 3 balls, only to be dismissed on the 4th. Flash, but not quite substance. The closing overs yielded just 10 runs. The death overs had become Lucknow's playground. Porin puts on a power show. If SIH had Travis Head, LSG had Nicholas Porin. Walking in after Markram's early dismissal, Porin's innings was an exhibition in controlled aggression. His 70 off 26 balls had the crowd gasping. Every part of the ground was in range. Over mid-wicket? Yes. Over long off? Twice. Backward square? Of course. He bludgeoned 6 sixes and 6 fours, bullying Abhishek Sharma twice slog-swept for 6 and dismantling Adam Zampa with contemptuous ease. Marsh's muscle and Samad's finishing touch. With Porin going full beast mode, Mitchell Marsh settled into a secondary role. Still, his 52 off 29 was vital. His towering sixes over cover and down the ground neutralized Shami early. Porin's departure didn't deter LSG's march. By the time he was LBW to Cummins, the required rate was barely 5. Even after losing Marsh, Pant, and Badoni, Abdul Samad, ironically a former Sunrisers player, polished off the chase with a 22 off 8 balls, including a monster 6 that ended the match. Turning the tables, poetic payback. Just last season, SRH had humbled LSG with a record chase. This time, LSG returned the favor, and emphatically, to chase 191 in 16.1 overs with 5 wickets in hand is a statement. It speaks of depth, intent, and a fearless approach. And fittingly, it was the most underrated man of the night, Shardul Thakur, who set it up. From unsold at the auction to player of the match. That's IPL for you. Match summary. Sunrisers Hyderabad, 194.9 OFF 20 overs. Head 47 OFF 24, Verma 36 from 13, Reddy 32 OFF 28. Thakur 44 34, Bishnoi 24 35. Lucknow Super Giants, 193.45, 16.1 overs. Porin 70 from 26, Marsh 52 OFF 29. Samad 22 not out from 8. Cummins 2-4 29, Shami 1-4 34. Player of the match, Shardul Thakur. Next up, LSG will look to build on this win when they travel to Ahmedabad, while SIH return to the drawing board to sort their bowling chaos.
England clinched T20 eye-opener in style as Butler and Dawson shine bright. In a compelling return to the T20I format, England beat West Indies by 21 runs to go 1-0 up in the series, with a performance that showcased Joe Buttler's trademark brilliance and Liam Dawson's redemption arc. With Harry Brooks starting his T20I captaincy tenure, this match could very well mark a symbolic transition in England's white ball strategy, rooted in experience, bold decisions, and a deep bench of talent. Butler's masterclass, 96 of pure class. Returning to the ranks as a senior batter rather than captain, Joe's Butler was devastatingly calculated. His 96 off 59 balls blended timing, improvisation, and grit, especially on a two-pace surface where shot-making wasn't always easy. His 22-ball 50 set the tone, with audacious strokes including ramps, reverse scoops, and cross-batted leg-side slashes. He navigated England's middle-over slowdown with maturity, stabilizing after Smith, Brooke, and Bannon fell in quick succession. Falling 4 short of a century, Butler still walked off to a standing ovation. This was the innings that kept England afloat. Dawson returns, dominates, and delivers. After years in the shadows, Liam Dawson's 4 for 20 was a poignant reminder of his value. Opened the bowling with guile, drift, and control. Remove power hitters like Johnson, Charles, Rutherford, and Powell, which fractured the Windies' chase at crucial points. His accuracy and temperament changed the game on a pitch where pace offered less, and subtlety was king. England's tactical edge. Brooke and the coaching team deserve credit for smart planning. Only 2 seamers selected, Potts and Mahmood, with 3 spinners, a move that paid off handsomely. Promoting Jamie Smith to open gave England a flying start, and Smith repaid the faith with 30-plus, and Paula played mayhem. Utilizing Ada Rashid after halfway, managing field placements around spin pressure zones showed England's T20 intelligence. West Indies faltered despite moments of brilliance. While Evan Lewis and Rutherford tried to muscle the chase back into shape, West Indies lost the plot in the power play, reaching only 44-2 compared to England's 78-1. Were derailed by soft dismissals, misjudged sweeps, and a reliance on brute power rather than placement. Once Dawson's triple strike landed and Rashid choked the middle overs, only the tail wagged with brief defiance. Start of a new white ball era. This match signals a fresh trajectory. Harry Brooks' captaincy already exudes calm tactical acumen. Players like Smith, Bethel, Dawson, and Bannon even have rusty signal squad depth. England's ability to balance aggression and pragmatism with the bat and adopt horses for Course's bowling plans is a blueprint for success. Microphone hash, Seals, Rutherford, and Chase, the three notes of a calypso victory. Rain clouds hovered above Taruba, but under them, the West Indies orchestrated a performance built on pace, power, and poise. Pakistan's innings began like a song stuck in the wrong tempo. The openers found the odd boundary but were strangled by a stream of dot balls. Jaden Seals sensed the tightening grip and pounced. First Simayuv, frozen after 9 scoreless deliveries, then Barbara Jazam, bowled through the gate by a delivery that whistled in like a bullet. 2 wickets in 3 balls, and the hosts had their crowd dancing early. From there, Pakistan never quite found rhythm. Mohammad Rezwan's start was painstakingly slow. Abdullah Shafi's resistance ended soon after a long rain break, and the spinners kept chiseling away. Even Hussein Talib's brighter cameo was cut short by Roston Chase's canny low-bounce delivery. It was left to young Hassan Nawaz to inject late momentum, but the weather again intervened, wiping away the final 3 overs of Pakistan's fight back. A target of 181 from 35 overs looked modest, but Hassan Ar's early strikes and Rezwan's early spin choke rattled the West Indies. T.C. Carty struggled to get the ball off the square, pressure mounting. Then in walked Sherfane Rutherford. Rezwan, sensing danger, brought Shaheen Afridi back. Rutherford sensed opportunity. 1 over, 2 fours, and a 6. 17 runs. And when part-timer Salmon was handed the ball next, Rutherford tore into him for another 20. In the space of 2 overs, the equation had flipped. The West Indies had room to breathe. Mohammad Nawaz, Pakistan's best bowler on the day, fought back with 2 crucial wickets, including Rutherford himself. The scoring slowed. The tension returned. But Roston Chase was still there. Calm, measured, waiting for his moment. 2 clean 60s off Saim Ayub in the 27th over dropped the asking rate back under 6, and from then on he and Justin Greaves milked the fast bowlers with quiet assurance. When Chase drove through the covers for the winning runs, the match had come full circle, starting with Seals' fire, peaking with Rutherford's blaze, and finishing with Chase's cool hand. A 5-wicket win, a level series, and a reminder that when the West Indies blend discipline with flair, they can still make the Caribbean crowd sing.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious.
England's ODI and T20I collapse. From world champions to humiliating exit. England, once the undisputed force of white ball cricket, have plummeted to an all-time low. Their exit from the ICC Champions Trophy 2025 without a single win capped off a disastrous 18-month period in which they have suffered embarrassing defeats across formats. What went wrong? Why has England been so poor? How did one of the world's richest, most resourceful, and historically skilled cricket teams fall apart so spectacularly? Let's break it down. 1. ODI horror show. England's nightmarish decline in 50 overs cricket. Key ODI stats since the 2023 World Cup. Chart with downward trend 7 consecutive ODI losses in ICC tournaments. Chart with downward trend 11 losses in the last 15 ODIs. Chart with downward trend knocked out in the group stage of back-to-back ICC tournaments. Chart with downward trend 0 wins in the Champions Trophy 2025. England were once feared for their explosive batting, all-rounders, and aggressive bowling attack. But post-2019, the decline has been rapid and brutal. World Cup 2023 disaster, the beginning of the end. After winning the 2019 World Cup, England failed miserably in their title defense in 2023, finishing 7th out of 10 teams with just 3 wins in 9 games. Lost to Afghanistan, one of the biggest World Cup upsets ever. Crushed by South Africa by 229 runs, their worst World Cup defeat. Humiliated by Sri Lanka by 8 wickets, failed to even compete. This marked the start of England's ODI downfall, and they never recovered from it. Champions Trophy 2025, absolute rock bottom. England entered the Champions Trophy hoping to redeem themselves. Instead, they hit a new low. Keycap 1 lost to Australia despite scoring 351 runs. Bowling failed again. Keycap 2 embarrassed by Afghanistan. Ibrahim Zadran's 177 exposed their weak attack. Keycap 3 crushed by South Africa, 179 all out. An utter collapse in a must-win game. Pushpin no wins. No fight. No hope. England's batting was inconsistent. Bowling lacked fire, and captaincy was weak. The end result? An embarrassing first-round exit. 2. England's T20I struggles. White ball kings no more. It's not just ODIs. England's T20I record has also taken a nosedive. Chart with downward trend failed to defend their T20 World Cup title in 2024. Chart with downward trend lost to the USA in a shocking group stage defeat. Chart with downward trend eliminated early in the 2024 T20 World Cup. Chart with downward trend struggled against lesser-ranked teams like West Indies and Afghanistan. England invented aggressive white ball cricket. Yet in 2024 to 2025, their fearless approach turned reckless. Their batting collapses, poor bowling choices, and lack of planning have cost them dearly. 3. England's key failures. A complete breakdown. Keycap 1 batting collapse in pressure situations. No solid partnerships. England kept losing wickets in clusters. Middle order failure. Butler, Livingston, and Brooke were inconsistent. No anchor batsman. Unlike Kohli, India, or Root, past England sides. No one held innings together. Keycap 2 bowling has no bite. Death bowling is terrible. England consistently leak runs in the last 10 overs. Spin department is weak. Rashid is aging. Livingston isn't a specialist, and no replacement have stepped up. No reliable pacers besides Archer. Mark Wood's injury left England toothless. Keycap 3 poor captaincy and tactics. Joe Butler's leadership was uninspiring. Poor field placements and bowling changes. Failed to motivate players after repeated losses. Keycap 4 mental fragility. England fold under pressure. They don't fight back when under pressure. Lost big moments in every major tournament since 2023. Confidence and self-belief are at an all-time low. 4. The shocking contrast. England's riches vs their results. Pushpin England is one of the world's wealthiest cricket boards. Pushpin, they have the best facilities, the best leagues, the 100 T20 Blast county cricket. Pushpin, their players are highly paid and have access to world-class coaching. Moneybag yet. They are played like a bottom-tier team in ICC tournaments. 5. What happens next? Can England recover? Stop sign Keycap 1 Butler steps down. A new captain needed. Joe's Butler failed as a leader, and England must replace him. Options. White-heavy checkmark Ben Stokes, if he returns to ODIs. White-heavy checkmark Joe Root, experienced but struggling for form. White-heavy checkmark Jofra Archer, a bold choice for fresh leadership. Stop sign Keycap 2 ODI reset. Build for 2027 World Cup. Drop inconsistent performers and rebuild a fresh batting core. Fix the bowling attack. Bring in aggressive, wicket-taking bowlers. Develop a proper spin strategy for different conditions. Stop sign Keycap 3 England must redefine white ball cricket. They revolutionized ODIs in 2015 to 2019, but other teams have now caught up. They must evolve again, balancing aggression with adaptability. 6. The verdict. England fall from grace is complete. The last 2 years have been a nightmare for England in ODIs and T20 years. Crossmark World Cup 2023. Embarrassing group stage exit. Crossmark T20 World Cup 2024. Humiliating loss to the USA. Early exit. Crossmark Champions Trophy 2025. Lost every game. 0 wins. They went from white ball kings to cricket's biggest disappointment.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Inshallah, India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Inshallah, India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat filled a roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's we chase, victory shines on every face. Your India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
India's great escape at Old Trafford, a test of character, grit, and unyielding spirit in the heart of Manchester. Beneath the graying skies and the fierce scrutiny of history, India pulled off one of the most audacious fightbacks in recent memory. What began as a test teetering towards a crushing defeat slowly transformed into a tale of resilience, endurance, and silent heroism. The fourth test at Old Trafford didn't just end in a draw. It was a hard-earned survival story, a masterclass in mental fortitude, and a stark warning. India does not go quietly. It was a test England thought they had in their pocket. At 1-4-2 in the second innings, 300 runs still to climb, just to level the scores, India looked like a team out of breath. Rishabh Pant was ruled out, their bowlers were spent, and the crowd had begun to anticipate a swift finish. But where others saw an ending, India saw a beginning. And that beginning came with the calm defiance of Shubman Gill. Already a man reborn this series, played like a captain possessed. He faced down the new ball, stared into England's eyes, and refused to blink. Every shot was a declaration. India would not fold. Partnering first with the seasoned KL Rahul, Gill stitched a partnership worth 188 runs. Their stand wasn't just about survival, it was about shifting momentum. Frustrating the bowlers and tilting the psychological scales back towards the visitors. As Rahul fell just short of a century, the next phase of resistance began. It was a new pairing, an unlikely one. But Washington Sundar and Ravindra Jadeja turned out to be India's unbreakable wall. Not just holding the line, they redrew it. Both men batted with poise and patience. Wearing down England's bowlers through 143 overs in the second innings, together they added 203 unbroken runs and ensured that India walked away not bruised but buoyed. Washington's maiden test ton and Jadeja's defiant century will go down in folklore, not for flash, but for fortitude. England threw everything they had. Ben Stokes, battling through shoulder pain and cramp, delivered one of the spells of the series. Fiery, hostile, and filled with heart. He dismissed Rahul, nearly removed Gill, and kept the flame of hope alive. But the injuries caught up. The bowlers tired. The fielders grew frustrated. Tempers frayed, and by the final hour, the match had spiraled into surrealism. Stokes offered a draw. India declined. And when part-time bowlers lobbed balls at 35 miles per hour, Jadeja lofted sixes and Sundar jogged through for centuries. England watched, wounded and weary, as India celebrated from the balcony. Not a win, but a mighty escape. What made it all the more remarkable was the context. India had spent over 250 overs in the field, their fast bowlers were hobbling, and their talismanic keeper-batter Pant had exited the stage, injured after his act of bravery. Yet out came a team not resigned to fate, but determined to right their own. From Root's record-breaking 152 Stokes heroics, from Gill's consistency to the indomitable spirit of Jadeja and Washington, this test had everything, except a result. And that, in the end, is what made it poetic. As the teams head to the Oval for the finale, the series stands at 2-1, but in spirit, it's 2-all. India has every reason to believe, because this wasn't just a draw. This was defiance made flesh. This was the heart of Test cricket.
India's fiery chase beckons as WTC dreams hang by a thread.
The fourth day of the fourth test at the Melbourne Cricket Ground was a gripping roller coaster of emotions, culminating in Australia eking out a lead of 333 runs. Thanks to Nathan Lyon and Scott Boland's heroic last wicket stand, the hosts managed to frustrate India's bowlers and stretch their advantage. However, as the stage is set for the final day, India faces a tantalizing question. Will they dare to chase history and keep their World Test Championship WTC hopes alive? Bumrah's magic sparks life. Jasprit Bumrah was at his devastating best, tearing through Australia's middle order in a spell of pure brilliance. His dismissal of Travis Head marked his 200th Test wicket, a milestone achieved with a seeming masterclass. Bumrah's fiery burst, removing Head, Mitchell Marsh, and Alex Carey in quick succession, left Australia reeling at 91 for 6. Bumrah's brilliance, his figures of 4 for 56, showcased his ability to step up in crucial moments. The searing delivery that breached Sam Constas's defence set the tone for a relentless assault on Australia's batters. Support from Siraj and Deep. Mohammad Siraj in particular bowled his best spell of the series, dismissing Labuschagne and Khawaja. Akash Deep, while erratic at times, added to the pressure by finding movement off the pitch. Australia's lower order resists. At 99 for 6, India looked poised to bundle out Australia with a modest target in sight. But Marnus Labuschagne, 70, Pat Cummins, 36, and the remarkable last wicket pair of Nathan Lyon, 41, and Scott Boland, 10, dug deep to extend the lead. Labuschagne's grit, dropped twice by Jaiswal, Labuschagne made India pay with one of the most vital knocks of his career. Lyon and Boland's fight back. Their unbroken 55-run partnership frustrated India, keeping the hosts in the driver's seat. India's WTC hopes, one last throw of the dice. India's path to the WTC final hinges on this game, and a win in Melbourne is non-negotiable. A fourth innings target of 334 will demand an all-time great chase. No team has ever successfully chased more than 332 at the MCG. Historical context. The Gabba heist of 2021, where India chased 328, looms large in the memory of fans and players alike. The parallels are striking. A depleted Indian side, a challenging target, and the world watching. What's at stake? A win here keeps India in contention for the WTC final. Anything less, and their hopes are all but extinguished. The strategy for Day 5. India will need a perfect mix of aggression and caution to achieve the improbable. Solid start. Rohit Sharma and Yashasvi Jaiswal must set the tone with a brisk yet steady partnership. Losing early wickets could derail the chase before it begins. Middle order resurgence. The onus will fall on Virat Kohli and Nitish Kumar Reddy to anchor the innings. Kohli's experience in chases and Reddy's newfound confidence will be pivotal. Countering Lyon and Boland. Nathan Lyon's sharp turn and Boland's relentless accuracy will test India's resolve. The batters must be proactive against Lyon to prevent him from dictating terms. The road ahead. The pitch, while showing signs of wear, still offers enough for both batters and bowlers. With the crowd expected to exceed 90,000 on Day 5, the atmosphere will be electric. Australia will rely on Lyon and Cummins to strike early and tighten the noose, while India will aim to draw inspiration from their storied history of improbable wins. Conclusion: a fight to the finish. As the sun rises on the final day, the equation is simple. Australia seeks to finish what their lower order started, while India aims to rewrite history and keep their WTC dreams alive. The stakes couldn't be higher. The narrative couldn't be more thrilling. Will this be another chapter in India's glorious fightbacks, or will Australia seal their dominance at the MCG? Whatever the outcome, one thing is certain. Day 5 promises to be a spectacle that will resonate through the annals of cricket history.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, will legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play, another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar,
we chase. Victory shines on every face. Your mind rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore.
Naren orchestrates KKR comeback in Delhi Thriller. Kolkata Knight Riders 204 for 9, Raghuvanshi 44, Stark 3-4 43, Axar 2-4 27 beat Delhi Capitals 190 for 9, Duplessis 62, Axar 43, Naren 3-4 29 by 14 runs on April 29, 2025 AT Delhi. When Kolkata Knight Riders looked to be spiraling out of control in both innings, Sunil Naren stepped in with bat, ball, leadership, and even a direct hit. In a high-pressure, high-stakes encounter, KKR held their nerve to defend 204 and seal a 14-run win over Delhi Capitals, a result that keeps their playoff hopes flickering. Despite a ferocious onslaught from Faf du Plessis and Axar Patel, and a mid-innings wobble of their own, KKR spinners delivered a decisive late twist in the tail. Naren and Varun Chakravarthi combined to turn the tide, as DC crumbled from 136 for 3 to 190 for 9, falling short in a chase they once seemed to own. KKR start hot, fizzle late. KKR flew out of the blocks. Naren, Ramanula Gobaz, and Ajinkya Rahane tore into DC's new ball bowlers with the franchise's best power play of the season, 79 runs, and their best opening stand, 48 runs. But just as they appeared ready to breach 220 on Delhi's best batting pitch of the season, a middle-order stutter slowed things down. Rinku Singh and youngster Ankush Raghuvanshi provided a brief mid-innings rebuild, adding 61, but the final 5 overs yielded only 45 runs as wickets fell and Andre Russell was starved of the strike. From 159 for 4 in the 15th over, KKR would have hoped for 220 plus. Instead, they closed on 204, a good total, but far from a safe one. Tactical bravery, KKR's spin-led defense. KKR were bold from the start. Anukul Roy opened the bowling, in his first match of the season, against a left-hander with only 2 fielders out. It backfired briefly, but he struck with the arm ball in the same over. Vaibhav Arora followed up with a toe-crushing Yorker to remove Karan Nair. The game tilted when Naren, deputizing as captain after Rahane's injury, threw down the stumps from short fine leg to run out KL Rahul. But the real drama unfolded in the second half of the chase. Faf du Plessis, rediscovering his touch, was treating the pitch like a runway. Axar Patel, battling a hand injury, smashed 3 sixes off Naren in a savage counterattack. At 136 for 3 in the 13th over, DC needed just 69 from 41 bowls, with 2 set batters and big hitters to come. And then Naren rewrote the script. The Naren Chakravarthi takeover. Axar miscued a slower ball straight to cover. Naren then produced a sharp off-break to trap Tristan Stubbs. From there, the veteran spinner marshaled his troops brilliantly, targeting du Plessis with spin, knowing his strike rate against pace was nearly double that against spin. Naren's bowling smarts were rewarded. Du Plessis, after a fluent 62, fell to Anukul Roy trying to force the pace. He managed only 8 off his last 13 balls, suffocated by spin. With 59 needed off 29 balls, DC still had a shot, but Naren trusted Chakravarthi, despite a rough earlier spell. The leg spinner responded with a killer over. The wicket OF Ashutosh, wicket OF Mitchell Stark. Game, set, and nearly match. Key moments. KKR's explosive power play gave them early momentum, despite stalling later. Naren's all-round influence, 3 wickets, a run-out, and smart bowling changes a standing skipper. Chakravarthi's redemption over, just when DC sniffed a comeback. DC's collapse from 136 for 3 to 190 for 9, losing 6 for 54 in the final stretch. Player of the match, Sunil Naren, bowling 4 overs, 29 runs and 3 wickets. Fielding, 1 brilliant direct hit run out. Captaincy, tactical masterstroke under pressure. Not just a cricketer, a one-man strategy engine who flipped the game through decision-making, skill, and icy nerves. What it means. Kolkata Knight Riders. Now sitting on 9 points from 10 games, KKR stay in the playoff conversation with 4 games left. Their mix of youth and experience remains volatile but threatening, especially when Naren is in this kind of form. Delhi Capitals. At 12 points in 10 games, DC now face serious heat from chasing teams. After a dominant first half of the season, a top 2 finish is suddenly not guaranteed. Bowling inconsistencies and a brittle lower order could prove costly. Final word. This wasn't just a win. It was a blueprint in composure, calculated risk, and using resources cleverly under pressure. With injuries and momentum against them, KKR looked to Naren. And once again, he delivered not just with the ball, but with the brain. In a season of young stars and fiery chasers, this was a reminder, experience, when used well, still wins you big games. IPL 2025 Match 36 report. Iceman Age freezes Royals as LSG pull off last over classic at Jaipur Calendar on the 19th of April 2025. Lucknow Super Giant 180 for 5, Markram 66, Badoni 50. Samad 30 beat Rajasthan Royals 178 for 5, Jeswal 74, Siavonchi 34, Aves 3 for 37 by 2 runs. Rajasthan Royals were coasting. 9 runs required off 6 balls, 6 wickets in hand, and a well-set batting lineup ready to close out the chase. But cricket has a funny way of flipping the script, and Aves Khan had a pen in hand. In one of the most dramatic final overs of IPL 2025, Aves held his nerve like a seasoned ice sculptor, delivering 5 searing Yorkers to squeeze out a stunning 2-run win for Lucknow Super Giants. Just days after choking in a similar situation against Delhi Capitals, stumbled at the doorstep again. From near certainty to sheer despair, Aves Khan's cold-blooded finish sent Lucknow soaring and left Jaipur silent. Aves' nerve, Royals' nightmare. The final over deserves to be carved in granite. Needed just 8 runs. Shimran Hetmir started with a lucky edge for 2. Then came a fumble from Shardul Thakur that gifted another brace. But pressure does funny things. Hetmir's powerful flick next ball landed straight into Thakur's hands, this time at backward square. Revenge was instant. 2 balls left. For needed, Shubham Dubey was dropped the previous ball by David Miller, but no redemption came. A straight drive was parried by Aves himself. 1 ball remained. 3 to win. 2 to tie. Dubey drilled it hard, but again, Aves was in the way, sticking out a left arm like a wall. It was over. Had bottled it. LSG had stolen it. The spark that was Siavonchi. Before the finish, there was 14-year-old Vaibhav Siavonchi fearless, flamboyant, and utterly unfazed on debut. Coming in as impact player, he bludgeoned his first IPL ball for 6 over cover. He then cleared his front leg to smoke Aves over long off, and launched another 6 down the ground off Ravi Bishnoi. Even a drop catch off a top edge didn't halt the show. Siavonchi was in the zone. It took a turning delivery from Aiden Markram and a sharp piece of glove work from Rishabh Pant to finally dismiss him for a sparkling 34 off 16. By then, he and Yashasvi Jaiswal had put on 85 and 8.3 overs, turning heads and tilting the balance in R's favor. Jaiswal's brilliance, 1 mistake too many. Yashasvi Jaiswal's purple patch continued with another elegant 74 off 47. His timing was exquisite, his footwork against spin fearless. He pulled, swept, lofted, and manipulated the field like a veteran chess player. But one moment of overconfidence became the crack in the wall. Backing away to slice a Yorker-length bull from aged behind point, he found only timber. LSG saw their chance, and they took it. Samad's late blitz, the match within the match. LSG's final flourish came courtesy Abdul Samad, whose unbeaten 30 off 10 turned what looked like a middling total into a target just out of R's reach. Having been held back for the death overs, Samad exploded in the final over, smashing 4 sixes in a 27-run cameo that stunned Rajasthan. His timing and clean hitting shifted momentum dramatically. And while Aves would later claim the limelight, Samad's knock was a pulse that kept LSG alive. Tactical moves, Badoni's anchor, Markram's calm. Earlier, Ayush Badoni was brought in as an impact player to stabilize the innings after the top order stuttered. Replacing Marsh, he worked the angles, rotated strike, and then accelerated, finishing with composed 50 off 34. At the other end, Aiden Markram anchored the innings with a fluent 66, smartly rotating against spin and using the big boundary to his advantage. Together, they rebuilt after early wickets, before handing over to Samad for the grand finale. Another heartbreaker for Royals. Back-to-back failures in tight chases will haunt Sanju Samson's side. Despite Jaiswal's brilliance, Silvansh's stardust, and an experienced finishing pair, R's execution once again faltered when it mattered most. What could they have done differently? Rotate better in the middle? Attack Aves earlier? Hold back their composure? The questions are many. The answers, elusive. Player of the match, Aves Khan. For that final over. For the nerves of titanium. For rewriting the script when it was nearly finished. Aves Khan, take a bow. Lucknow supergiant surge into the top 4. Rajasthan Royals, once cruising, now face introspection and a crucial turning point in their campaign. As the league heats up, one thing's clear. IPL 2025 doesn't do predictable.
India's stunning test turnaround, the renaissance at Edgbaston in a summer, where England thought they'd script another baseball blockbuster, India flipped the script, lit a fire under their own batting revolution, and now stand on the cusp of a historic win at Edgbaston. From the ashes of a humbling Headingley defeat, Shubman Gill's India have risen with thunder discipline and brilliance, not just challenging England at home, but outplaying them in every department. This isn't just a test match anymore. It's a statement, a warning, a blueprint for world domination. Let's explore why this Indian side has so ruthlessly unpicked England, its dominance, and why they now look set to take charge of the series. 1. The coronation of Shubman Gill, India's new king and global. Batting messiah, make no mistake. This series belongs to one man, Shubman Gill. He began it as a gifted prodigy, and now strides forward as a once-in-a-generation phenomenon, with scores of 269 not out in the first innings and 161 in the second. Gill has not just made runs, he has shattered records and redefined test greatness. First player to score a 200 and a 150 in the same match. Over 430 runs in one test, second only to Gooch's legendary haul. The highest test score by an Indian in England. His control, composure, and calculated destruction of spinners and seamers alike have earned him whispers of comparison with the Don himself. Yes, Donald Bradman. And what elegance. Gill plays like he was born to bat at Lord's and Edgbaston. Is it premature? Perhaps. But if this trajectory continues, Gill may not just break records. He may become the standard future generations are measured against. 2. India out basballing, basball. In their own backyard, where England flail, India strike. Where England gamble, India calculate. Edgbaston has become a theater not for England's bravado, but for India's masterclass in modern attacking test cricket. England created basball, but India just upgraded it and used it against its makers. Gone is the cautious Indian approach of the past. In its place, a relatively inexperienced attack. But Akash Deep and Mohammad Siraj have flipped expectations on their heads. Run rates above 4.00, daring aggression from Jaiswal Pant and Jadeja. and Gill calmly dissecting bowling attacks with surgical precision. This is India's Bettying pace attack out-bowling England at Edgbaston, possibly the unthinkable 5 years ago, now reality. India hasn't just matched England's aggression. They VA elevated it with far greater discipline. 3. India's bowlers have outbowled England. On English soil, baseball, which once had teams terrified, now looks predictable and one-dimensional. And England's faith in intent over technique has met its match against India's unflinching control. It was supposed to be India's weak point. Bumrah, Akash, deep, fiery, and consistent, has ripped through top orders with precision. Siraj, relentless and accurate, has removed England's best with old-fashioned seam bowling. Contrast that with England's own bowling, battered, bruised, and underwhelming. For England's batting, exposed in familiar territory, the pressure has flipped. England's famed middle-order route, Pope Brook, has faltered. With confidence, aggression, and precision, this team looks ready to build an empire. The likes of Crawley and Duckett have fallen early. Pope, brilliant in leads, has been bullied here. If baseball was meant to rattle the world, India have shown it can be resisted, rebuffed, and even reversed. 5. India has exorcised Edgbaston's ghosts and taken over the series. This is the same Edgbaston where India collapsed in 2022, where a series win slipped away, but no more. 1,000 runs in one match, most runs conceded by England under Stokes and McCullum, a clinical bowling display to leave England staring at defeat, and a captain in Gill whose calm dominance echoes the greatness of Tendulkar and the ruthlessness of Kohli, all in one. India didn't just play well. They buried their demons and emerged as the most dangerous test side in the world right now. Conclusion: India, on the brink of greatness. This is more than just a comeback. This is a cricketing revolution. If Edgbaston ends in a win, as it almost certainly will, India will not only have leveled the series, but seized its soul. Gill at the helm, seamers firing, the batting deep, the ghosts of the past laid to rest. India is no longer content being one of the top teams. They've arrived to rule.
The Oval. After 5 long days in Manchester where odds, injuries, and history stood tall against them, India didn't just draw a test match, they won back their spirit. And now, as the series hangs delicately at 2-1 in England's favour, a wounded but roaring Indian team is coming into the 5th test believing they can draw the series. And here's why that belief isn't just hope, it's strategy. 1. The power of momentum. What happened at Old Trafford was no accident. India batted for over 140 overs in their second innings, lost only 4 wickets, and mentally wore England down. The psychological boost from surviving near-certain defeat with their backs to the wall has forged steel in this team. Shubman Gill's calm leadership and a magnificent 4th ton of the series show he's not just a temporary captain, he's a man of mettle. Jadeja and Washington Sundar's unbeaten centuries were acts of defiance that declared, "We're still in this series." England, by contrast, spent 257.1 overs in the field. That's a body blow. They're bruised, physically fatigued, and now have just 3 days to recover. 2. Tactical re-engineered batting lineup. Even without Rishabh Pant, India have shown smart batting adaptations. Washington Sundar stepping up to number 5 is a masterstroke. He's composed, technically correct, and now armed with the confidence of a maiden test 100 under pressure. KL Rahul, returning to form with a classy 90, will relish the Oval where stroke play is rewarded. Jadeja's all-round mastery has been vital. He now averages more than 50 in this series, and is looking like a senior batter, not just a lower-order warrior. With Sai Sutherson, Yashasvi Jaiswal, and Gill at the top, there's flair and fight in equal measure. They've adapted to the absence of pant, and now they're better prepared for another battle. 3. England's bowling burnout. Ben Stokes, hero of the series, yes, but is breaking down. His bowling shoulder is tender, his pace dipping, and his overs are drying up. Jofra Archer looked annoyed and out of rhythm after long spells. He also had a visible altercation over field settings, not a good sign. Chris Wokes and Dawson have worked overtime and now face a flat oval pitch and weary legs. India have already played out the likes of Bryden Cuss, Archer, and Wokes for 143 overs. England's attack looks spent, and that's the moment to strike. 4. The Duke's ball factor at the Oval. The Duke's ball does swing for a while, but the Oval, especially in summer, becomes a batting paradise. India's confidence is sky high, and if they bat first or survive the early swing, they could post 400 plus again. The absence of Bumrah is a blow, no question. But 5. India's bowling still has teeth. Mohammad Siraj is still quick, hungry, and able to hit the dead card. His fitness will be managed smartly, and has taken 10+ wickets in the series. Ravindra Jadeja is bowling marathon spells and picking up key wickets. The oval pitch usually offers bounce and bite for spinners by day 3 and 4. Washington Sunder's tidy off-spin becomes crucial in Pant's absence, dual utility now. And don't be surprised if India spring a surprise pacer, someone like Mukesh Kumar or Evjan to freshen things up. They only need to take 20 English wickets once, and they now know what lengths and lines work. 6. Mental edge, the grit factor. The 4th test turned India from a trailing side to a threatening one. England couldn't close the game even with a 300-run lead and 5 sessions to bowl. They looked frustrated, resorted to lobs and bouncers, and allowed India to reach personal milestones that will haunt them. The body language, the fielding intensity, and the vibe favored India in those final hours. This will weigh on England going into the decider. 7. A point to prove, legacy is on the line. India hasn't lost a test series in England 3-1 or worse since 2011. This side is desperate to avoid that. A draw at 2-2 means India shares the inaugural Anderson Tendulkar Trophy result with pride. Final words: no Bumrah, no Pant, no excuses, no fear. India's engine is running on belief, intelligence, and sheer resilience. They survived the storm in Manchester, and at the Oval, they have the tools to go for one final heist. All they need is another 5 days of courage, clarity, and control. And if they do, it'll be remembered not just as a drawn series, but a legendary comeback story.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Inshallah, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure diamond. blazing glory's flame. Every play, not the name. Unity in every crowd. Voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. The spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Year's Masterclass sends PBKs to their second IPL final. Kings 207 for 5 beat Indians 203 for 6 by 5 wickets. Location: Stadium. Occasion: IPL 2025 Qualifier 2. For years, the E-Kings PBKs were a story of unmet potential. But on a dramatic night under the lights, authored a performance that may redefine the franchise identity forever. With a calmness that belied the chaos around him, he turned the dream into reality, carrying PBKs to only their second IPL final with an unforgettable, unbeaten 87 of 41 balls, chasing down a daunting 204-run target with ice in his veins and fireworks in his bat. Chasing greatness, statement knock. With the scoreboard reading 38 for 2 and the ghosts of past knockouts looming, walked out like a man on a mission. From the moment he drove his second ball for 4, there was a quiet intensity in his game. No theatrics, just clinical, calculated devastation. The turning point, Reece Topley's 13th over, 3 consecutive sixes, launched deep, wide and straight, broke the back of the chase and swung the match towards PBKs. What was once a daunting task turned into a determined pursuit, and suddenly Me's fortress of 200-plus totals crumbled like a castle of sand. The genius in the subtle. Didn't just bludgeon runs, he sculpted them, ramping a short ball with late decision-making, anticipating a wide Yorker on a free hit from Burr, and threading it over extra cover, gliding top-tier Yorkers from bolt and through backward point with the ease of a surgeon. No celebration followed the winning boundary, just a nod, a deep breath. A man who knew this was meant to be. Supporting roles that sparked the storm. Inglis, 20 off. No one attacks, but Inglis dared. He smashed the IPL's most precise bowler for 20 runs in 1 over, dismantling's death bowling plan. His fearless cameo lit the fuse for what would eventually ignite. Calm in chaos. Was gritty and grounded, surviving chances early, but anchoring PBKs through the middle overs with a valuable 48 of 39. His straight 6 off, just before falling, helped keep the required rate within reach. Mistakes and moments. early exit hurts. Losing in the third over left Amai unbalanced. Though Barstow and Sky kept the tempo up, that early blow deprived of the base they needed. Sky's record-breaking run. Dazzled with another sublime 44 of 26, surpassing us record for most runs by a non-opener in a single T20 tournament, 717. His takedown of 33 of 16 balls was a reminder of his unstoppable peak. And fire late. Seal against stroke play 44 of 29 and blistering 37 of 18, especially against Singh's death overs, helped push Amai beyond 200. But in the end, it wasn't enough. Tactics that tipped the scales. BBK's bowling strategy, seam-off variations and test match lines by Kyle Jamieson kept Mies scoring in check post power play. Mies' defensive gambles, missing fielders due to slow over-8 penalties hurt and bowled. The matchup plans like bowling to at the death simply didn't click. Momentum management, BBK's refused to panic, even needing 12 plus per over in the last 5. They had destiny on his side. The aftermath. With this win, Kings advance to the IPL 2025 final, where they will face Royal Challengers, another side long starved of silverware. IPL 2025 is guaranteed to have a new champion. One legacy will be rewritten, one fan base will finally erupt in euphoria. And as for, this was a coming-of-age inning, not just a match-winning knock, not just a clutch performance. This was in true composure, class, and championship belief. Player of the match, 87 of 41, with 8 fours and 5 sixes. Stat of the night, Mies' first ever failure to defend 200 plus in IPL playoff history. Next up, IPL 2025 final, BBK versus RCB, a new champion will rise.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, will legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope, sweet chase, victory shines on every face. Your mind be a rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
England versus India Test Series 2025 full series preview. Can India truly dominate England 5-0 on their own turf? The context. England and India begin a fiery 5-match test series at Headingley this Friday, with India ushering in a bold new era under Captain Shubman Gill, and England recalibrating after a mixed winter and a transitional period post James Anderson. This series is a test of depth, character, and adaptability. England, buoyed by the baseball philosophy, will face perhaps their sternest home challenge in recent memory. India, missing Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma, will rely on youth, strategic experimentation, and elite fast bowling to shock the English. Series details. Duration June to July 2025. Venues, Headingley, Lords, Old Trafford, Edgbaston, the Oval. Storylines to watch. Can India sweep 5-0? Bold, yes, but impossible? No. While a 5-0 away sweep is unprecedented for India and England, the current side has enough raw talent and tactical steel to dream big. Jasper Bumrah, Mohammad Siraj, and Mukesh Kumar provide pace, reverse swing, and hostility. Spin pairing of Ravindra Jadeja and Kuldeep Yadav could thrive on dry July wickets. Shubman Gill, Yashasvi Jaiswal, and KL Rahul will need to step up without Kohli and Rohit. India's bench, including Ruturaj Gaikwad, Sarfraz Khan, and Rajat Patidar, is rich and hungry. But England have not lost a home series since 2014. Even Australia, the WTC winners, couldn't beat them outright last summer. Strength versus strength. England's edge. Home advantage, familiar pitches, and swing conditions. Chris Woakes nearly unplayable at home. A resurgent Joe Root, powerful Ben Stokes, and the baseball energy. Jamie Smith, Zach Crawley, Pope, and Bethel are beginning to flourish in the top order. Shoaib Bashir and Rayan Ahmed add mystery spin to the arsenal. India's edge. Bowlers who can exploit England's baseball approach, especially Bumrah and Siraj. Shubman Gill's fearless leadership, hungry to make a legacy. Explosive all-rounders like Axe, Patel, and Jadeja. Gill, Rayo, Jeswell, Air India have more first-class runs than ever before overseas. India have already won 2 tests in England in their last 2 tours. Key battles. Duel why it matters. Boomer versus root battle of temperament and skill. Gill versus Woke's new captain facing the Lord of Leeds. Jadeja versus Bazball. Can spin stop England's attacking juggernaut? Bashir versus Indian batting, a test of maturity against wristy finesse. Ben Stokes versus India's pace. Can the talismanic all-rounder rescue England? Predicted playing 11's first test. England. Zach Crowley. Ben Duckett. Ollie Pope. Joe Root. Ben Stokes captain. Jamie Smith. Chris Wokes. Rehan Ahmed. Shoaib Bashir. Gus Atkinson. Josh Tongue. India. Yashasvi Jeswal. KL Rahul. Raja Patidar. Shubman Gill captain. Rucheret Geekwad. KS Bharat wicketkeeper. Ravindra Jadje. Shardul Teku. Jasprit Bumrah. Mohammad Siraj. Kuldeep Yadav. Series prediction. Michael Afton, England 3-2. Dinesh Karthik 2-2 drawn. Our verdict. India will push England hard. Their bowlers are world class, but a 5-0 whitewash away from home remains highly unlikely, especially in English conditions. Prediction England 2 to India 3. But don't be surprised if India wins the first test and throws everything into glorious chaos. What India must do to win 5-0. Gill must lead with runs and not just intent. Boomer and Siraj need at least 30 wickets combined. Middle order consistency, someone has to fill Kohli's void. Win the toss and bat big, score 400-plus first innings. Kill the Bazball mood early, disrupt England's rhythm at Headingley. Final thoughts. Cricket's greatest rivalries now include England versus India, and this series could redefine it. With Kohli and Sharma absent, a new India must rise. With Anderson gone and Stokes recovering his magic, a new England is forming. Can India announce a new dynasty with an unforgettable 5-0? It's a mountain, but one they now dare to climb.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. let the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore.
In every heartbeat, feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope, sweet shakes. Victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Manchester magic and mayhem, Pant's bravery, Stokes' strike, and England's ruthless reply. It was a day where courage danced with calamity, where history walked out wearing a moon boot, and where India's grip on the fourth test loosened under relentless pressure of England's opening salvo. Day 2 of the Manchester Test will be remembered not only for the scoreboard swings, but for the sheer audacity of Rishabh Pant and the calculated aggression of Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley. Pant's brave heart act. Morning at Old Trafford began quietly, overcast, cool and unsuspecting. But before long, Rishabh Pant seized the day's narrative, limping down the stairs, bat in hand, striding out with a fractured foot that should have kept him out for weeks. The roar from the Manchester crowd wasn't just noise, it was recognition of grit, of guts, of a cricketer who redefined commitment. Pant's 54 off 75 wasn't a cameo, it was a warrior's charge. He hit his 90th six in Test cricket, equaling Sehwag's Indian record, and surpassed Alex Stewart to notch the most Test runs by a wicket-keeper in a series in England. It was cricket theatre at its purest, a limping hero, an expectant crowd, and a series on the edge. Stokes finds his magic, but Pant's bravery could only drag India to 358. A total that looked robust but not imposing. That's largely because Ben Stokes turned back the years with the ball, aggressive, inventive, relentless. His 5-wicket haul, 5 for 72, was his first in 8 years. Whether it was trapping combos with a ball that kissed the outside edge or pitching it up with sharp movement, Stokes showed why he's more than captain, he's an instigator. The supporting act came from Jofra Archer 3 for 73, but it was Stokes who held the script. His 16 wickets in the series so far mark his most prolific Test series with the ball, surpassing even his Ashes debut heroics. Duckett and Crawley, demolition men. Then came England's counterpunch, a brutal, clinical, boundary-laced partnership from Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley that drained every ounce of energy from the Indian attack. In just 46 overs, the pair added 166 runs, flattening any plans India might have had for taking control. Duckett was merciless. He scored 94 runs, finding the boundary behind the square leg with surgical precision. Not one of his first 50 runs came through the offside, an oddity that underlined his control of line. One flick through mid-wicket from a good-length delivery had the crowd chanting before the ball crossed the rope. Crawley, more circumspect, endured early discomfort, including a rising snort from Boomer that struck his bottom hand. But once settled, his 84-run effort was filled with glorious drives and firm resolve. The ease with which he punished anything remotely full made India's bowlers look out of sorts. Indian bowlers misfire. It was India's bowling truly let the side down. Tactics were muddled, lengths inconsistent. The Duke's ball, notorious for getting dangerous after the 15th of October overs, was not exploited. Unsure Kamboj, the debutant, was expensive early on, and while Siraj and Boomer tried, the discipline wasn't there. England raced along at nearly 5 runs per over, and even when Jadeja removed Crawley and Kamboj got Duckett late in the day, the damage had been done. By stumps, England had racked up 225 for 2, trailing by just 133 runs with 2 fresh batters, Ollie Pope and Joe Root, ready to resume. Looking ahead, Day 2 closed with a poignant sense of what if for India. Pant gave them heart. Stokes showed them how. But Duckett and Crawley exposed a bowling unit in its rethinking and recalibration. Day 3 will now be pivotal. If India can't strike early and often, England could run away with the match in the series. They bowled to the left, they bowled to the right. The chant in the party stand said it all. India need to respond, and fast.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, will legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Here are the 5 key reasons for India's unexpected defeat in the first test at Headingley, despite their massive first innings score. 1. Drop catches. 6 costly errors in the field. India dropped 6 crucial catches, many at pivotal moments. Notably, Yashasvi Jaiswal dropped Duckett on 97, who went on to make 149. Such mischances allowed England to build strong partnerships and keep the pressure off their batters throughout the chase. 2. Low-order collapses. Tail fails to wag. India suffered 2 dramatic low-order collapses, 7 for 41 in the first innings, 6 for 31 in the second innings. Despite having commanding positions in both innings, they failed to capitalize. The inability of the low order to contribute significantly let England off the hook twice. 3. Ineffective bowling changes and poor usage of key bowlers. Captain Shubman Gill's bowling management was questionable. The Siraj was underused during England's chase, bowling just one spell between overs 41 to 81. Boomer didn't bowl in the final 17 overs, despite being India's most potent weapon. The bowling lacked intensity and strategic thinking when it mattered most. 4. Lack of penetration on a flat day 5 pitch. Despite posting a huge target of 371, India's bowling lacked menace on day 5. Van Deeken, Crawley, and Root played with confidence as India failed to extract any demons from the surface, offering too many boundary balls and not building sustained pressure. 5. Poor captaincy decisions in the field. Debutant Captain Shubman Gill's inexperience showed. Defensive field placements allowed England to score freely. Delayed introduction of attacking bowlers. Tactical indecision during pressure moments, especially during Duckett's century and England's late surge, hurt India's chances. In the second innings, Boomer failed to strike, and that more than anything led to certain defeat. Boomer is our talisman, and while mainly tidy, he did not prove incisive or inspirational. Going wicketless in an innings is highly unexpected and unusual, but the team must be able to overcome a Boomer off day. These things need to be corrected quickly to win the second test at Lord's.
fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's we chase, victory shines on every face. From India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Like stars at night, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
England 199 for 6 beat, West Indies 196 for 6 by 4 wickets, and take unassailable 2-0 lead in T20I series. With swagger, poise, and power, Harry Brooks' England side continued its unbeaten white ball renaissance, chasing down 196 with 9 balls to spare and sealing a commanding 2-0 lead in the T20I series against a dangerous but undisciplined West Indies outfit at Bristol. This was a match of pure entertainment and bludgeoning brilliance with 15 sixes from the visitors, a record-leveling 5 sixes in an over-off Adil Rashid, and an audacious late flourish from Jacob Bethel and Tom Banton, who made the improbable look routine. The power and poise of England's batting depth. Despite losing Jamie Smith early, England's reply was a masterclass in batting composure under pressure. Jos Buttler 47 off 36, fresh off his 96-run blitz in the first match, once again anchored the innings with characteristic calm, even as carnage brewed around him. Ben Duckett's sweep-laden 30 off 18 added tempo in the power play, but it was Harry Brooks' 34 off 20 and Bethel's breathtaking 26 off 10 that truly tilted the contest. Tom Banton, whose recent international outings were underwhelming, roared back with a match-sealing 30 off 12, finishing off the chase alongside Britton Cars. West Indies faltered despite power-hitting surge. Batting first, Shy-Hope 49 and Johnson Charles at 47 set a strong foundation. But it was the final 4 overs, yielding 75 runs, that lit up the evening. Jason Holder 29 off 9 and Romario Shepherd 19 off 11 brutalized Adil Rashid, who conceded 31 in the 19th over second most expensive in England T20I history. But England kept their cool. Luke Wood 2 for 25 returned to white ball cricket with pinpoint accuracy, claiming the critical wickets of Lewis and Charles and limiting late over damage alongside Cars. Match-changing moments. Adil Rashid's redemption, despite one horrific over, Rashid still accounted for the dangerous Hope and Charles, keeping England competitive in the middle overs. Charles drops, Butler, a regulation catch at deep mid-wicket, went down on 43, the only chance to truly derail England's chase. Bethel's blitz, 3 sixes and 1 Joseph, overkilled the contest and confirmed England's outrageous bench strength. What this means: England's new white ball era under Harry Brook is off to a dream start. 5 wins from 5 matches. West Indies showed flashes of brilliance, but inconsistency with both bat and ball continues to haunt them. With key players like Salt, Livingstone, and Moeen Ali absent, England's depth and tactical intelligence were evident. Key stats: 196, highest T20I total by West Indies in England since 2012. 75 runs in last 4 overs for West Indies. 31 runs conceded by Rashid in a single over second worst for England. 5 England wins in a row under Brooks' captaincy. Brooks' England, brave, balanced, and brutal. What we're witnessing isn't just a team in transition. It's a team redefining dominance. They've found clarity in leadership, steel in execution, and fearlessness at the death. As they head to Southampton for the final game, a whitewash looms, and with it, a clear message ahead of the T20 World Cup: England mean business.
The root of greatness, a glorious tribute to Joe Root. The Old Trafford sun glinted softly through the northern skies, as if it knew it was lighting up something historic, something majestic. Amid applause that grew at every stroke, every subtle deflection, every elegant drive-through cover, Joe Root wrote his name deeper into cricketing immortality. On July 25, 2025, Joe Root rose, not with brash fireworks, but with the quiet storm of a craftsman who carves monuments with silk instead of stone. With a sublime 150 against India, his only wrestle control of the Test, but vaulted into the number 2 spot on the all-time Test run scoring charts. Rahul Dravid, Shaq Kelly's, Ricky Ponting, icons all, now watch from a rung below, as Root ascended with the weightlessness of destiny. There was something poetic in the way he played. A flick here, a late cut there, the occasional front foot glide that made the bat look like a 1. But behind that finesse was grit, composure, an unwavering hunger for runs and relevance. Root's 38th Test 100 was no ordinary milestone. It was his 12th against India more than any other batter in the game's history. He became the first to register 1,000 Test runs at Old Trafford. And the partnership with Ben Stokes, those 142 runs of togetherness, symbolized not just a stand, but an era. In a match of heroes, Root stood tallest. The stats will live in databases, the figures will shine in graphics, but it's the memory of his presence at the crease, calm, unhurried, masterful, that will echo in hearts and commentary boxes forever. The England crowd stood as one. The applause wasn't just for the runs, it was for the years, the consistency, the evolution, the grace under pressure. Joe Root had long been England's backbone. On this day, he became its crown. And as the sun began to dip behind the Manchester skyline, Root raised his bat, not in triumph, but in quiet acknowledgement. A humble monarch roamed the realm of Test cricket, still hungry, still not done.
Long may he reign.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, will legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play, another name. Unity in every crowd.
England versus West Indies, third ODI, the Brooke era begins with a blaze. Ruthless England storm, 2-3-0. England's rain-affected chase at the Oval was a masterclass in modern white ball cricket, fearless, efficient, and merciless. Despite delays, including an unusual one involving the late arrival of the West Indies team, bus due to London's notorious traffic, the hosts made up for lost time, reaching their DLS just a target of 246, with more than 10 overs to spare. The emphatic 7-wicket win underlined England's resurgence after a difficult period in ODIs and capped off Harry Brooks' debut series as permanent captain with a flawless 3-2-0 record. Key takeaways. 1. Keycap Jamie Smith, a powerhouse in waiting. Promoted to open the batting, Jamie Smith turned the game on its head with a dazzling 64 of just 28 balls. His innings included 10 fours and 3 sixes and dismantled West Indies' early bowling plans. He showed elite intent, pulling, whipping, and lofting and dictated terms in a chase that could have been tricky under overcast skies. Smith's fluency gave England a flying start and pushed the Windies permanently onto the back foot. He's not a slogger. He broke the back of the game, said Brooke post-match, high praise, richly deserved. To keycap Buttler back to boss mode. Captain turned finisher, Butler's unbeaten 41 of 20 was a throwback to his prime as he sealed the match with a 6. His presence brings assurance and calm to the chase, and this knock, quick, clinical, and commanding, showed his hunger to lead by example. He combined the composure of experience with the swagger of a finisher in full control. For England, Buttler playing with such freedom again is a huge bonus ahead of the Champions Trophy build-up. 3 keycaps revamp, crafting wickets again. 3-4-40 was another timely reminder of his continued white ball relevance. On a 2-paced pitch, he outfoxed the batters with flight and guile, including a near hat-trick moment as he dismissed Greaves and Chase in successive balls. He remains England's trump card in the middle overs, especially against uncertain lower order players. On a rain-hit day, brought control and incisiveness. 4 keycap Moti and Rutherford, silver linings for Windies. Sherfin, Rutherford 70 and Moti 63 showcased grit and flair. Rutherford, fresh from IPL duties, batted with composure and range, while Moti's counter-attack exposed England's predictable short ball tactics to lower-order batters. Moti's 6 of hat-trick ball was emblematic of West Indies' defiance, although the lack of early partnerships cost them. Still, this pair gave the Windies hope and a glimpse of the depth developing in their ranks. 5 keycap, a clean sweep that means something. This wasn't just a 3-0 win. It was a resuscitation of belief. After the shambles of the 2024 Champions Trophy and a World Cup qualification scare, England seemed reborn. Brooks' leadership, aggressive yet relaxed, looks in sync with the team's strengths. It's also vital in the context of 2027 World Cup qualification. England climbs steadily, while West Indies now risk being edged by. Score summary. West Indies 251 for 9, Rutherford 70, Moti 63, 3 for 40. England 246 for 3 in 39.4 over Smith 64, Duckett 58, Buttler 41, not out. DLS method applied, target was 246 due to rain-reduced innings. Player of the match, Jamie Smith. A boundary-laced assault that ended the game early. The future at the top of England's order looks luminous. Final word. As Harry Brooks said, this is fun. Indeed, it's been a long time since watching England's ODI team felt this fun, precise in execution, ruthless in temperament, and excitingly experimental. The message is clear. England are no longer rebuilding. They're reloaded.
Australia roared back with record-breaking dominance. For 2 games, Australia had looked flat, toothless, even a little ordinary. Bowled out under 200 in back-to-back matches, they were staring down the barrel of an unprecedented home whitewash. But in Mackay, with pride at stake, the old giants of world cricket bared their teeth. What followed was a spectacular batting exhibition. 431 for 2, Australia's second highest ODI score ever, powered by a triple act of centuries. Travis Head's authoritative 142, Mitchell Marsh's composed 100, and Cameron Green's electrifying 118 not out off just 47 balls. Add to that Alex Carey's 50 asterisk, and the score became a monument to dominance, brutality, and the release of pent-up frustration. This was history made. Only the second time in ODI history that the top 3 batters all scored centuries in the same innings. The first, South Africa, a decade ago against West Indies. Here, fittingly, the Australians turned the tables on South Africa.
Head, Marsh, and Green put on a show. Marsh's decision to bat first, breaking the streak of 22 tosses where he chose to bowl, proved inspired. With Rabada injured and Gidi rested, South Africa's attack looked threadbare, and the Australians pounced. Head blazed his way to a 32-ball 50, driving, cutting, and pulling with trademark aggression. Marsh played anchor, working himself into rhythm, and together they forged a partnership of 250 runs for the first wicket, Australia's fourth highest opening stand. Head's century came in just 80 balls, ending a drought of 25 innings without an international ton. Marsh reached his 100 from 105 deliveries, his power strokes reminding South Africa of his World Cup exploits, but the real fireworks were still to come. Promoted up the order, Cameron Green arrived with license to thrill, and thrill he did. With long levers and raw power, he smashed sixes at will, dismantling South Africa's young Quenamafiker and launching three in a row-off Mutusemi. His 100 came off just 47 balls, the second fastest for Australian ODIs, and he finished unbeaten on 118, his maiden ODI ton. Carey joined the party with a breezy 50 asterisks, as the pair added 164 runs in just 13.3 overs at over 12 and over. By the time the dust settled, Australia had scored 126 runs in the final 10 overs. South Africa's bowlers were battered, their lines wayward, and their fielders shell-shocked. Connolly's coming of age. If the first innings was about the old guard and a rising star, the second belonged to Australia's next generation. Cooper Connolly, just 22 years old, claimed 5 for 22, becoming the youngest Australian to take an ODI 5-4, and the first spinner since 2023 to achieve the feat. South Africa's reply was doomed from the start. Aiden Makram fell in the second over, recalled and followed soon after, and even Captain Bavuma, briefly aggressive, chopped on for 19. At 54-4, chasing 432 was a fantasy. The World Brevis, with his 49, showed glimpses of defiance, striking 2 60s off Zampa. But when he held out on the brink of a half-century, Connolly took over. Assisted by 2 breathtaking catches from Manny's Labuschagne at long on, he ran through the mid-order before sealing his 5-4 with Maharaj's stumping. South Africa were bundled out for 155 in just 25 overs, slumping to their heaviest defeat by runs in ODI history, 276 runs. A consolation, but a statement. Yes, South Africa had already won the series 2-1, but this match mattered. Australia restored pride, avoided the ignominy of a whitewash, and reminded the cricketing world that they can still produce the most devastating performances when cornered. To South Africa, it was a sobering collapse after the high of 2 commanding wins. Their young seamers looked overawed, their batting wilted and their fielding buckled. For Australia, it was catharsis, centuries from Head, Marsh, and Green, a maiden 5-4 from Connolly, and the roar of a team refusing to bow out meekly on home soil. The series belongs to South Africa. The night in Mackay, that will forever belong to Australia.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. in hearts forevermore.
The Oval awaits. India's moment of reckoning. The grand finale of this fiercely contested 5-test series is set to unfold at the Oval, and now, more than ever, the tide may just be turning in India's favor. England, leading 2-1, will step onto the field without their talismanic captain, Ben Stokes, ruled out with a biceps tendon injury. It's a monumental blow. Stokes has been England's spiritual and statistical heartbeat in this series, top wicket-taker, match winner, motivator-in-chief. His absence is not just a gap in the 11, but a vacuum in England's soul. And with Jofra Archer and Bryden Coss also rested, England's famed Bazball brigade is looking increasingly threadbare. Ollie Pope will captain, a capable, calm head, yes, but the leadership mantle at such a crucial juncture is a weighty one. England's new look 11 also features young talents like Jacob Bethel, Gus Atkinson, Josh Tongue, and Jamie Overton. Experienced? Certainly. Brave? No doubt. But can this new core hold the line against a resurgent Indian side? India, meanwhile, not without their own absences. Jasprit Bumrah, the spearhead, and Rishabh Pant, the warrior keeper who won hearts at Old Trafford, are both missing. But what India do not lack is belief. That final day resistance in Manchester has galvanized this unit. Shubman Gill's rejuvenated leadership, for centuries an ice-cold temperament, have redefined him as a test titan. Yashavi Jaiswal and KL Rahul provide the yin and yang at the top, one bold, one composed. Sai Shudasan, elegant and measured, slots in at number 3. And with Saifaraz Khan lurking as an X-factor at 5, this Indian top order oozes versatility. But it is the all-rounders that bring backbone to this 11. Ravindra Jadeja, who has quietly become the best test all-rounder in the world, has already punished England with bat and ball. Wanton Sundar, fresh from a Fairtail 100, adds control and depth. Drew Jurrell provides tidy wicket-keeping and middle-order grit. And then come the bowlers. Mohammad Siraj, fiery and fired up, leads the pace attack. Akashdeep on debut is the wild card, the unknown quantity England must reckon with. Add Kuldeep Yadav, the spinner with wristy wizardry, and India's attack suddenly has angles, guile, and teeth. The oval pitch, with its live grass and known seam movement, may favor pace, but it also rewards resilience. England, now without Stokes, will rely on Chris Wokes to lead a pace unit, heavy on promise, light on experience. Joe Root and Jacob Bethel offer spin, but neither strikes fear like a prime Stokes or an informed Jack Leach. India's best chance? Stay focused. Forget the handshake theatrics and the Baz banter. This is not about mind games. It's about mastery at the moment. With a fired-up team, an England side in flux, and momentum on their side, India know this is their chance to script a legacy-defining finale. History doesn't wait. Neither should they.
In every heartbeat, feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the
cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope sweet shakes, victory shines on every face. Your mind are rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
E-Cup. Royal Challengers are champions at last. 3rd June 2025. In a moment of vindication 18 seasons in the making, Royal Challengers RCB finally etched their name into the annals of IPL history, lifting their first ever IPL trophy in front of a thunderous crowd at Stadium. For the man wearing the number 18, this was the culmination of a journey riddled with heartbreak, near misses, and relentless loyalty. As he embraced us in the aftermath, you could almost hear a nation exhale. This wasn't just a win, it was redemption. The final showdown. RCB 190 for 9, 43, 3 for 40, Jamieson 3 for 48. BBKS 184 for 761 not out, Inglis 39, 2 for 17, 2 for 38. RCB won by 6 runs, leads, but it's a team that seals the dream. It wasn't most explosive innings, 43 of 35 balls, but it was gritty, composed, and strategic. On a sticky track that offered uneven bounds, recognized early that 190 might be enough. His battle against the pitch was as fierce as any opponent, and while others felt trying to force the pace, the RCB stalwart held the innings together. But this night wasn't his alone. Turn back the clock with a bowling masterclass 2 for 17, tying up the middle overs with subtle changes of pace and razor-sharp awareness. Under pressure in the death overs, found just enough swing and control to keep the dangerous PBK's batters in check. With a blazing cameo of 24 of 10, turned the tide late in the first innings with audacious strokes that forced PBKs to rethink their chase strategy. Brave resistance, so near, yet so far. For PBKs, the final was both thrilling and agonizing. Almost played the innings of his life, smashing 61 of 30 in a valiant final assault that included 6-4, 6-6 in the last over. But needing 29 of 6 was always a tall ask, even for a man possessed. They were haunted by the dismissals of Final and Inglis, both of whom looked set to break the game open. year's dismissal, eerily reminiscent of the 2023 World Cup final, stopped BBK's momentum just as it was building. Ingles' breathtaking assault was cut short by Scunning, turning the tide at a crucial moment. Despite their aggressive intent and deep batting, BBKs couldn't quite pull off another miracle. They fell just 6 runs short, and RCB's dream finally came true. Champions born of heartache. For a franchise that had often been ridiculed for failing to close out big games, RCB's resilience shone through. They shrugged off the ghosts of 2009, 2011, and 2016. They silenced critics who said they were a team of stars, but not winners. And for India's modern cricketing gladiator, this was perhaps the sweetest moment of his career. He didn't need a century to script the final act of this saga, just a win. I've played this game with all my heart, and finally, we are champions, said, eyes misty, fists raised. Key turning points. Dismissal of C halted BBK's steady start. Romario Shepherd's wicket flipped the match's momentum. And Hazelwood's late overs choked the scoring despite heroics. Quickfire 24 helped RCB post a defendable total. This 3-wicket last over kept BBKs alive, but left too much for the final push. The legacy begins. This is more than a title, it's the lifting of a curse. RCB now joins the elite group of IPL champions. Name will no longer be followed by an asterisk in IPL legacy debates. For PBKs, it's back to the drawing board, but they depart as warriors who electrified this tournament and won hearts. Their captain became the first player to lead 3 different franchises to IPL finals, a feat worthy of celebration. Eke up forever. RCB are no longer the nearly men. They are IPL 2025 champions. And in that final huddle, under the stadium lights, a dream 18 years in the making was fulfilled.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope, sweet chase, victory shines on every face. Your mind be a rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Day 3 preview, India's fight-back mission at Old Trafford. As the sun rises over Manchester, India enters Day 3 on the back foot, trailing by 133 runs with England already at 225 for 2. The momentum has firmly shifted to the home side, but all is far from lost. The visitors must summon their tactical depth, resilience, and collective skill if they are to claw their way back into the contest and keep the Anderson Ndoka Trophy alive. The morning session will be crucial, perhaps the most pivotal stretch of the match. England's middle order is loaded with stroke makers, but the Duke's ball is still relatively fresh. India must begin the day with a laser-focused spell of tight, disciplined bowling, attacking the top of off-stump with a full length to exploit seam movement and bounce. Jasper Boomer will be key here. He must lead with aggression, but also patience. The early wicket of Ollie Pope, still shaky at the crease, could open the door for a flurry. Mohammad Siraj and Debbie's uncontrolled combos must forget the erratic spells of Day 2 and recalibrate their lines. Yesterday, too many balls drifted onto the pads or set up nicely outside off. Today, there can be no freebies. They must bowl as if defending 150, not 358. Ravindra Jadeja will also be vital. The Old Trafford surface is beginning to show signs of slow turn, and if England is allowed to stretch their innings into the evening, his left-arm spin will have to both contain and strike. A wicket or two in the first hour, and suddenly the tide could turn. But beyond wickets, India must remember the value of pressure. Dot balls, restrictive fields. No overthrows or casual singles. No overcompensation in trying too hard. The bowlers and fielders must hunt in a pack. England scored at over 5 and over on Day 2, a luxury that cannot be afforded again. Then comes India's second innings, whether today or tomorrow. With Pant injured and England ahead, it is likely India will be under scored pressure. This time, the batters must not merely look to survive, they must bat with intent, turn the strike over, and find ways to disrupt England's control. The middle order, Gill, Pant, Sundar, must show maturity and clarity in plans. It's a tall task. But Test cricket thrives on reversals, and India, with their backs against the wall, have been known to fight their fiercest battles in foreign lands. Think Melbourne 2020 or Johannesburg 2018. This could yet be another memorable comeback, but only if they tighten up the basics and bring their best collective self to the pitch today. If Day 2 was about England's statement, Day 3 must be India's response.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, will legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every plane of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Fire Siraj seals the series. India stunned England in Test cricket's most thrilling finale. Fire. The Oval, London, August 4, 2025. On a grey, murky Monday morning in South London, Test cricket produced a masterpiece that will echo through the corridors of time. India, on the verge of a series loss, clawed their way to a sensational 6-run victory in the final test at the Oval, their narrowest ever in terms of runs, thanks to the roaring lion-heart of Mohammad Siraj, who claimed a career-defining 5 for 104. This wasn't just a win. This was a dramatic act of sporting theater, filled with agony, redemption, courage, and sheer madness. A climax scripted by the cricket gods themselves. And Siraj? He wasn't just the man of the match. He was the man of the moment, the hour, the series, the emotional engine behind India's miracle. Thunderstorm Day 5. A storm brews and history unfolds. The stage was set under ominous clouds. England needed 35 runs with 3 wickets remaining. India needed something special. What unfolded in this 53 balls was arguably the most electrifying hour in the 148-year history of Test cricket. At 367, England had fought hard. Brooks' elegant 111, Root's majestic 105, and Duckett's rapid 54 had made the 373 target look chaseable. But Siraj had unfinished business. Haunted by his earlier boundary blunder on Day 4, where he accidentally gifted Brooks 6 runs by stepping on the rope, he returned the man possessed. Explosion. Symbol the final assault. Siraj strikes back. First up, Jamie Smith. Siraj lured him with a tempting line and had him nicking behind. Upstairs it went, and up went India's hopes. Momentum swung. Then came Gus Atkinson, fresh from his 5-wicket haul in the first innings, suddenly finding himself battling the reverse swing and raw fire of Siraj. A half chant here, a scramble there, but no let-up. At the other end, Jamie Overton briefly threatened to take the game away with 2 quick boundaries off Pradzik Krishner. But Siraj struck gold again, a sharpened swinger crashed into Overton's pad. After a pause that felt like a full-length feature film, the umpire's finger slowly raised. The review? Clipping leg. Gone. With the crowd at fever pitch, Siraj had ripped out England's backbone. Sheer hash Wokes in, one arm, full heart. Enter Chris Wokes, arm in a sling, body broken, spirit unyielding. Echoes of Colin Cowher's bravery in 1963 rippled across the ground. Wokes was here not to score, but to endure. The Oval crowd gave him a hero's welcome, but India saw only one thing, the finish line. With Atkinson swinging wildly, nearly clearing deep mid-wicket and then smartly pinching 2s and singles, the equation came down to 9 needed. The entire crowd was standing. Entire nations were holding their breath. Bomb the final blow. And then the ball that silenced London and lit up 1 billion homes in India. Siraj, tail up and running in like a man on a mission, fired in the perfect Yorker. Atkinson swung hard. The stumps cartwheeled.
Boom. Gone. Victory.
Siraj wheeled away in his now iconic Sioux celebration, arms outstretched, eyes to the sky, roaring like a man released from purgatory. His teammates engulfed him. India had done it, from the joys of defeat to the annals of cricketing immortality. Sidar tactical masterclass, old ball magic and fielding fire. What made this victory even more impressive was the old ball artistry displayed by Siraj and Pradzik. They didn't just bowl. They choreographed their spells using the reverse swing, wide lines, and late movement to frustrate England's last stand. Jadid's cat-like save on the boundary, Juro's sharp keeping, and Rahul's intensity in the slips all added up. India had their backs against the wall after day 3. The lead was slim. England's middle order had found their groove. But the storm shortened day 4 gave India one final breath, and they exhaled fire. Books of series for the ages. This 5-test saga had everything: centuries, collapses, comebacks, and controversial moments. But no chapter was more dramatic than the final page. It brought echoes of Edgbaston 2005's 2-run thriller, Lord's 1963 Q3 drama, 2019 World Cup final boundary chaos, but now the Oval 2025 enters that Hall of Legends. Glowing stuff, a hero we didn't know we needed. Mahim Siraj didn't just take 5 wickets. He redeemed himself in a way that even Bollywood couldn't script better. From the pain of a misfield to the ecstasy of uprooted stumps, he carried 1 billion hearts in his hand. Speaking head in silhouette hash post-match reaction. Shubman Gill, we were always confident. Siraj deserved this moment. Joe Root, credit to India, they never gave in. This is what Test cricket's about. Andrew Miller, Quick Info. One of the most breathless hours ever witnessed in 2,598 tests. Camera, with flash iconic images, Siraj on his knees, arms raised to the heavens. Wokes, limping off, one arm dangling but head held high. Atkinson staring at the shattered stumps, frozen in disbelief. Team India's victory lap, battle-worn, proud, and unforgettable. Team India's victory lap, battle-worn, proud, and unforgettable. Cricket bat and ball final word. If cricket needed a love letter to Test match drama, this was it. India didn't just win a test, they won our hearts. Siraj, the redemption. The Oval, the Coliseum. Test cricket, very much alive. Series result, drawn 2-2. But this final act, India's alone.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, will legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, Victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high underneath the painted sky? With every chant the spirit soared, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glories flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall our India rising high underneath the painted sky? With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball will legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high underneath the painted sky? With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glories flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall our India rising high underneath the painted sky? With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball will legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. shines on every face. Shall our India rising high underneath the painted sky? With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every plane of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high underneath the painted sky? With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope, sweet shakes. Victory shines on every face. Your India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high underneath the painted sky? With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning blazing glory's flame, every play, not the name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall I India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, will legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall I India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play, not the name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall I India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Till my India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore.
Oval turns crimson. India's day of roar and resurgence, day 3. The oval began under soft light and thunderous expectation, but ended with a crackling roar as India stormed into pole position, pushing England to the brink of defeat and drawing the series tantalizingly close. It was a day of surging highs and sinking lows, and in the middle of it stood a young man with a steely gaze and a willow that whispered legacy, Yashasvi. Jaiswal, the rising star of Indian cricket, crafted a masterpiece, sculpting his 6th Test century with poise, precision, and punches through the offside that echoed through South London. His 118 was not just a number, it was a declaration. He bookended a magical English tour with twin hundreds and dropped the mic on oval turf. Yet, the most captivating subplot belonged to Akash Dipindia's stand-in night watcher turned morning marauder. He arrived with duty, stayed for glory. In his second professional 50, he thumped his chest, punched the air, and pummeled England's confidence into the oval outfield. What was meant to be survival turned into a statement-a 107-run stand with Jaiswal that wore down England's weary bowlers and scarred their already frayed fielding psyche. As England's catching melted under pressure, 6 chances shelled India capitalized. It wasn't a collapse, it was a crescendo. Shubman Gill, who already scripted a series for the ages with 754 runs, fell first ball after lunch. His farewell knock was low on runs but high on impact, the sound of his front foot mastery still fresh in oval memory. Karun Nair reprieved once, failed to hold on much longer. But India's innings was building something far greater than an individual knock, it was building momentum. Then came the final flourish. Washington Sundar, usually calm and understated, turned swashbuckler. He swung like a man with nothing to lose and everything to say. In just 39 balls, he crashed his way to 53, launching for sixes and snatching 39 rapid runs with last man proceed, Krishna. When he finally perished, miscued to mid-wicket, England were left chasing ghosts in a massive 374-run target. India's total, 396. More than runs it was a mountain of belief. And then came the final drama of the day. England's openers, Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett, strode out with bravado, determined to lay the foundation of another historic chase. For a while, they succeeded. Duckett looked breezy, Crawley firm, but Mohammad Siraj had one trick left. With the final ball of the day, he disguised his intentions, pushed Jaiswal deep to bluff, then unleashed a searing yorker that sent Crawley's stumps cartwheeling. It was not just a wicket hit, it was a gut punch, a thunderclap that shattered England's day. Siraj, who has carried the burden of India's fast bowling in Bumrah's absence, delivered the moment of the match when the moment demanded a hero. The scorecard story. India 224 and 396 England. It's 147 and 50 over 1. Need 324 more. Match poised. Tension coiled. 8 wickets for India to square the series. A marathon chase for England, without Stokes or Wokes. What lies ahead? Day 4 will not just be a battle of bat and ball. It will be a test of soul. For England, the dreams of a comeback series win hang by a thread. For India, redemption awaits after heartbreak in Manchester and adversity in leadership. Gill's captaincy, Jaiswal's magic, Siraj's fire, Washington's grit. This is more than a team. It is a statement of intent. At the Oval, on a day where heroes stood tall and hopes soared higher, India didn't just dominate. They danced with destiny.
In every heartbeat, feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Tomorrow India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. माथे की बिंदिया चमके चमके मेरे सर से चुनरिया सरगे सरगे हो मेरे माथे की बिंदिया चमके चमके मेरे सर से चुनरिया सरगे सरगे हो सर से चुनरिया सरगे सरगे शाम सवेरे छेड़े मुझको मेरे सखिया रे सर से चुनरिया सरगे सरगे शाम सवेरे छेड़े मुझको मेरे सखिया रे एक पल भी लगे ना जिया तेरे बिना मेरे सोना एक पल भी लगे ना जिया तेरे बिना मेरे सोना चाहती हूँ दिखता रहे इन अखियों को ये चेहरा तेरा चाहती हूँ दिखता रहे इन अखियों को ये चेहरा तेरा कैसे दिल माने एक तुम्हें ना जाने क्यों ये दिल ना माने एक तुम्हें अनजाने माथे की बिंदिया चमके चमके मेरे सर से चुनरिया सरगे सरगे हो मेरे माथे की बिंदिया चमके चमके मेरे सर से चुनरिया सरगे सरगे हो ऐसे चुनरिया सरगे सरगे शाम सवेरे छेड़े मुझको मेरे सखिया रे ऐसे चुनरिया सरगे सरगे
India's great escape at Old Trafford. A test of character. Grit, an unyielding spirit in the heart of Manchester. Beneath the graying skies and the fierce scrutiny of history, India pulled off one of the most audacious fightbacks in recent memory. What began as a test teetering towards a crushing defeat slowly transformed into a tale of resilience, endurance, and silent heroism. The fourth test at Old Trafford didn't just end in a draw. It was a hard-earned survival story. A masterclass in mental fortitude and a stark warning. India does not go quietly. It was a test England thought they had in their pocket.